Hasan Piker.
Dirtbag left.
Hasan Piker.
Pro-terrorism, pro-Hamas.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan
Piker. Going on this vulgar rant, mocking wounded war vet for losing his eye fighting for our freedom.
Have you ever heard someone mention the Streisand effect and wondered what they were talking about? This phenomena is named...
Wow!
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from gloomy, rainy, cloudy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a very special day, and it's a very special day every single time. Very special day every single time this day comes around. And you might be wondering, is it because it's rainy and gloomy here in California? It's drizzling a little bit. It's cozy. And that's not the reason. You might be saying, Hasan, is it because you did upper body today? You did upper body today. Is it because it's Juneteenth? No, those are all some very important reasons. But obviously, this Juneteenth is specifically in this community celebrated not just as Juneteenth, June 19th, 2026, but also as a Friday.
You know we finally here. Right?
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It's freaking Friday. You already know what I'm about to say. It's a cause for celebration every single time, folks. Every single freaking Friday, we celebrate the labor union and our forefathers that fought long and hard to make sure that we have a sense of autonomy, a sense of purpose, and a 5-day work week, maybe even shorter if you're with this motion. Ladies and gentlemen, you already know what's up. hopefully you can celebrate with some immaculate vibes. As Juneteenth, we already got that going as well. Ladies and gentlemen, it's freaking Friday. More like Friday, more like Friday. It's obviously still Pride Month as well. Anyway, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm gonna do. You guys really want me to watch these Drew Gooden videos. Apparently Drew Gooden is like lost his dang mind. I think a specter is haunting Drew Gooden, and it's the specter of communism. Okay. In any case, we'll be talking about that, obviously, as always. You need to celebrate for us Mexicans. We made it into the final bracket. La Raza mention. Okay, you already know. 2 million views in one day. Goddamn. Okay, good. There's definitely an appetite for more revolutionary politics on the internet. But, yeah. Viva Mexico. As always, Viva Mexico. Buenas tardes, flexicanos. Play Mecha Chameleon? Sure, maybe. There's an amazing update to the Reflection Pool saga. I know. Just spoiler alert. All right. Personal news-wise, I'm a chud-ass loser. You already know what's up. I'm a chud-ass loser. What did I do last night? Absolutely nothing. Oh, look at that. Oh, my God. So much happening. Hell yeah. Art of the deal, art of the steal. Thank you for making these get out to vote early posters because we have to. We have to promote that. We do have to promote early voting in New York City. There's a lot of lamos in here that haven't gone out and voted, I think, which is crazy. In any case, folks, Patrick Bet-David for president of Iran. Obviously, that's another incredible story. But yeah, personal news-wise, I went to my last fitting for this bespoke, handmade, tailored suit that I'm getting made. One is for the red carpet. I mean, both of these I can wear to the red carpet, but it's like a nice, creamy, greenish suit that I picked out. I'm on my suit arc. You already know. I mean, this is my casual outfit. Like this is casual, right? Because it's Friday, so I'm wearing a denim shirt. And I'm still wearing, like the sports jacket, right? Like this is a casual fit, right? That's how it is nowadays. Like this is when I'm rocking the sporty casual fit, this is what I wear. So like, we're suited up and booted up all the time, That's just how it is. I got the USSR tie clip on me. Resident sleeper. As a white Chinese, you should talk about Dragon Boat Festival today. Sure, maybe. Anyway, I'm in a pretty good mood overall because the candidates are doing really good, and that's my whole life at this point. I have nothing else going on. I'm a whole chud ass loser. All I got is like maybe getting more people on board with more radical politics. It's just what I've dedicated everything to. So if it doesn't work out, I'm just gonna fucking die.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Are you trying to match our patriotic reflecting pool with your green suit? Yes. Well, it's a green suit, but it's actually American flag blue because green is blue now. Up is down, down is up. You are political parasocial? Yeah. That word means nothing now, I see. Juneteenth, Israel strikes Lebanon, Iran, U.S., Swiss talks postponed, ceasefire broken by Israel. Malak Kuros surges after rally cancellation. Fun day, Freaky Friday. Get in now. Yeah, the Patrick Bet-David thing is so beast mode. It's so fucking amazing. It's literally I think I got to start there. Honestly, I think I got to start there because I'm a numbers guy. Okay, I'm a numbers guy. I know I love the number. Okay, I know you like the number. You get one of these bad boys. It's so funny. Okay, I'm going to tell you guys something. Okay. First of all, we're ChatGPTing it and we're grokking it. All right. We're grokking it. We're grokking it. We're ChatGPTing it and we're blasting off. I know you like the number. I'm a numbers guy. I know we got a lot of numbers to talk about on Juneteenth. Okay. One of the numbers is obviously June 19th. Now, it's a DEI holiday. Donald Trump doesn't like it, but I like it personally. Okay. Because this way I get to hire a very diverse group of people for my multi-level market-based connection scheme. It's not illegal. That's why I'm not in prison. Okay. I got my Turkish chef. I got an Armenian guy doing the numbers for me. You know, I know you like the number. I'm a numbers guy, and Juneteenth is a good number. Okay. Why is there centrist monitors when we already have libs doing status quo? I don't know what that even means, but okay. Listen to me. My goat. My goat. It's just like, this is literally this is a bit that I have. This is our bit, chat. And now it's real life. I'm sorry. This is literally a fucking certified Piker Broadcasting Service meme, like community meme, where remember I would always say like, yeah, they should make Patrick Bet-David the president of Iran. And that way the entire country is valuetained. I cannot believe it. It's like Piker Broadcasting Service for tomorrow's news today, but also Piker Broadcasting Service is for tomorrow's reality. Today's bits are tomorrow's reality. Okay, today's comedic bits. What the fuck? I cannot believe this. It's just like I saw this and I lost my fucking mind. I saw this at the gym and I was like, Felix immediately sent me a text. Right after I had fucking tweeted, like, what the fuck is this? It's incredible. Okay? Yeah, first as a tragedy, then farce, but reverse. Yeah, first as a farce, then as a tragedy. Okay. You got to stop making jokes, bro. All right. Well, the other thing I will say is this. I saw this last night and instantly I was like, you need to save me one. I need to. I like that everyone is literally on the same wavelength, because as soon as I saw this, I reached out to some people and I was like, if you need to get one of these right now and you need to save it for me because I want it framed like a fucking, I want it minted. I want it framed PSA 10. That's a collector's item. And it's really funny that Black Record also had the same exact opinion on this. Like, I literally, as soon as I saw this, I was like, that's amazing. That's so perfect. I love that the entire campaign against Daria Lisa has basically just been, she's too woke and we don't like that. Like, she's tweeted things that are too woke and that's really bad. Please don't look at the hundreds of thousands of dollars that we have gotten from AIPAC. Please don't look at the fact that we have funded. Adriana Espaillat has given ICE $7 billion in additional funding. Please don't pay attention to the fact that Adriana Espaillat is paid for by the real estate lobby. It's like that. But tweets. My opponent tweets. It's fucking stupid. Anyway, so we'll obviously get to the news. There's a lot of news to cover. I already blasted off. We have to start off with the GOAT, okay? The man, the myth, the legend, the GOAT. I know you like the number. I saw this and it made me lose my fucking mind this morning. This I think is a great way to start this beautiful Friday, okay? Let's take a look.
30 days before the US and Israel bombed Tehran, the Times of Israel ran a piece why Patrick Bet-David is the leader Iran needs. Have those ideas been entertained by any serious players in your life?
We had extensive conversation about this last July when we were in the Hamptons. I got calls saying, do you have any interest? Would I be able to change the economy, be a glue between the States and Europe, and open up the market where the 92 million people could start doing business, creating jobs, economy? Yeah, I think I could do that.
Yes! Yes! What the fuck? Dude. Okay. I want this to be real. I know I have jokingly referred to him as the Valuetola. I know I've jokingly referred to him as the real leader of Iran. Not the Shah, but the actual valuetainment Shah. But I want this to be real. I want Mossad and the CIA getting together and being like, who can we get to be the next leader of Iran? Who can be the uniting figure? This fucking Miami podcaster. I want that to be real so bad, bro. I don't care if he's just faking it. I don't care if he's just like saying the most insane shit for clicks. I want it to be real. I want it to be real so bad. Now, we don't know if this is just him being a fucking, this is him just lying. Very high likelihood. Or this is actually a real thing that Israel entertained, because I'll be honest with you, both are equally funny. I don't know which one's funnier. I can't make my mind up on like which one is funnier. I think it's funnier if they actually sincerely thought about it. Especially considering that the American government is literally like, no, podcasters are the greatest people to hire into serious positions of power and influence and prominence. This is what we were supposed to do. I mean, fucking Kash Patel is the FBI director, man. Kash Patel's the FBI director. And what? The alternative was Pahlavi, who is worse than fucking this guy. So.
But as the guy to be the leader doing that, I got 4 kids, 14, 12, 10, 4 years old. Do I want to put them through this right now? No. I would have to be there. I would need to live there. This isn't like a Zoom president. You get that job. That job has to be you're moving there. We talked about it probably for 2 or 3 months. And then at the end of the day, I said, it's just not a job I want to do.
Like beast mode. Okay, Megaphonics. You want me to look at who? Sayed Clavicular, Reza Pahlavi, Crown Prince Serene. I don't even know who this is. Patrick Bet-David. Okay, yeah. There's literally 500 votes on this. I don't know why you're really desperately trying to get me to click on this. Here, I did it. Okay, is this your own poll? Like, what the fuck's going on? I love a world where, the American government comes to fucking Patrick Bet-David and they're like, Mr. Bet-David, we have a proposition for you. Iran, a country with billions of dollars of oil revenue, with 93 million people. It's an unbelievably diverse country, a country that has been around for generations, far longer than the United States ever has. I mean, this is thousands of years of culture and shared history. Entire empires have died trying to defeat it. Can you please man the ship? You are the only option that we have. And Patrick Bet-David's like, listen, thank you for coming to me. It's very clear that you know what's best for Iran. To come to me, the numbers guy, I'm a numbers guy, to come to me and tell me, Mr. Bet-David, you are the only guy. Well, it's clear that you know what's going on. But a lot of people say, Patrick Bet-David, you would be the best guy to run this nation, right? But many people mistake it because I'm all about the prophet, but I'm not about the prophet, Muhammad. Peace be upon him. As you know, I'm not just a numbers guy. I'm also a Christian now. So I'm afraid I'm going to have to decline this, even though the Iranian population would probably love how much value I bring to the job. Okay? I know you like the number. Please take some of my shoes on the way out. They are $600, made in the Napa Valley, okay? Tuscany leather. You're assuming he would decline if offered? Excuse me. Here he is saying he thought about it. I thought about it for 3 months. And I realized future looks bright. But honestly, I can't do it. I got my job. I'm dealing with a lot of monies. I'm dealing with a lot of numbers. So I'm afraid I'm going to go with no. I'm a numbers guy. I'm a Christian guy. I'm afraid I'm going to be value-taining in Florida instead. I know you like the leather sneaker. Look awful. Made in Italy, designed in the USA. Yeah. Oh, God, I fucking love Patrick Bet-David so much. I cannot believe it. I'm imagining like Patrick Bet-David being the new Ayatollah, okay? The new supreme leader, okay? He has to revert back to Islam. He is Shia Islam now. They're making him fucking sit on top of the throne. You know, he's in charge of the IRGC and everything else. And he's like, all right, guys, I crunched the numbers. The Shahed drone is $10,000, okay? Shahed drone is $10,000 and is blowing up $1 billion radar installations in Kuwait. As a numbers guy, I crunched the numbers. We're doing pretty good against the American forces. Those are not looking good. Those are not good number for the American side. Anyway, if it was Israel, it was far more believable, to be honest. After all, they are the group responsible for the Pahlavi fanfic narrative. No way anyone in the American government made this offer. Yeah. I can see this being like the Mossad. I can see this being the Mossad being like, yeah, fuck it. Let's just try it out. What is this? MashaAllah, MashaAllah, brother. My brother has said this is jihad. True jihad is self-improvement. True jihad is self-improvement. It's the improving your body, improving your mind, improving your soul. Working hard. Get abmogged atheist? Yeah. Do you think Dr. Number will announce numbers too soon? Yes.
About Donald Trump.
I fucking hate that man. I really, really hate that man. And honestly, and I'm glad you asked, because this shit right here, like this energy, like the revolution starts in New York. Like Jalen Brunson is more than the king of New York. He's the motherfucking messiah. This is how we survive the war against AI and the robots. I know this sounds insane. I started drinking at like 6 a.m. But like, listen to me now. If we bring this energy.
How many New Yorkers actually want to fuck Jalen Brunson? Like, sincerely. I just like, I feel like it's gone beyond. I've never seen anything like this. I mean, there's always been admiration for sure, but there's like, this is out of control, man. People just want him. People want him. They want him.
Energy to these fucking people that are pedophiles that run this world like this. We could do anything. I mean, the NYPD was bolstering about 10,000 officers, 10,000. Son, there's 4 million of us out here right now. And we're just the ones that didn't go to work. Like, you know, we should all not go to work and fucking take this country back. And you know what? It starts with the goddamn New York Knicks, because the mecca of life and of sports is Madison Square Garden. You think about all of this expensive real estate, and you think about having an arena here that not only, let me just say, shout out to the Knicks, but shout out to the 1906 Rangers, one of the original 6 hockey teams. They just fucking put sports teams up in here, and we go fucking nuts when they win. And you know what? Let the world see, let them learn. The passion is real. The revolution starts now. What's up?
This is the quintessential American voter. Yeah. It's my buddy Jonathan's birthday. Can you tell him happy birthday? No. Happy birthday, Jonathan. Yeah, he was in that sweet spot in the perfect drunken zone. Where was I? What else was I going to talk about? So yeah, this is, hold on. We got a blast off memes, and a lot of you have not actually interacted with the blast off memes. Okay, you got to let the people know we already like the number. I don't like the number that I see right here. We need the number to go up a little bit higher so that there is people that know. Gottheimer attacked you again?
These people.
Where is he going to talk about me like this? I'll retweet if you play the fa sound. There you go. My internal voice now is you doing the numbers guy. Your Patrick Bet David gets worse by the day. Excuse me. I'm having more fun with it. Okay. I guess you hate fun. I know you like the number. I know you don't like the fun. High's turning on Israel on CNN. Oof. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, I love to hear it. I love to see it. In any case. Where was I? We'll talk about the fucking Buttheimer in a brief moment, but hold on. Let me get this. Yeah. Oh, great news coming out of the Maylot Kiros camp. Also, I don't know what the fuck this is. Breaking aura or cringe. Turkish fan face accusations of blackface over bizarre costume. Yeah, I don't know what this is. I don't know why you guys are showing me this. I don't care about that. I don't want to even think about that. Oh my God, the lira just went. The lira's value just went down even more. Okay, why do you show me shit like this? I try to hide the more embarrassing elements of Turkish society, and you just have to constantly slap it back in my fucking face. Okay. Let's talk about some good things. Okay, let's talk about some good things. All right, let's get started. Let's get it twisted. Did you see the generational mog? No, I haven't. Anyway, CS Major is on 4th overtime, bro. Lock in. Bro, what am I, Todic? By the way, you look at Kaya's fucking face right in the corner right there. Boop. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, before we get to the Israel stuff, I want to start out with some good news. Maylot Kiros. Now, if you guys remember, I've had Maylot on the broadcast, and we fundraised for her, and then I was supposed to do a rally with her in Denver, Colorado. I flew in from New York to Denver, Colorado. On the morning of the rally, we found out that the last venue, this was the 3rd venue at this point, had canceled the rally. This was absolute devastation for me. I was very frustrated. I was very sad to hear about this. And it I was a little bit worried. I'm not going to lie. I was a little bit worried, not for Maylot necessarily, but I was worried that like things were getting harder. Organizing was getting harder because the real estate developers and the big businesses and the wealthy were, trying to set up new hurdles. But it turns out those new hurdles that the super wealthy are trying to set up in the face of organizing have only increased the salience of the campaign, increased the heightened the tensions, heightened the contradictions, and heightened the attention that Maylot Quiros is receiving. Of course, it's not just that, but it's more so her own bold advocacy, her own background, and the policies that she is advancing. And last but not least, perhaps even more consequentially, the incredible work that Denver DSA is putting to door knocking and to making sure that they're spreading the good word, getting the word out. Maylot Quiros, new poll coming out from Justice Democrats, shows Maylot at 41% over Diana DeGette, the incumbent, the generational incumbent at this point, been occupying this seat for decades, is at 36%. Shout out Denver DSA. Shout out to the DSA in general. God damn, that's an incredible accomplishment. Now, of course, this hopefully gives you a little bit more confidence to go out and door knock and phone bank and because the job's not done. Okay, but remember, this is the youngest district in the country. This is a district where we can make this impact. We can have this impact. Diane DeGette has presented herself as a progressive champion, but is far from what the American working class is demanding right now as far as progress. Okay, win.quirosforcolorado.com. Win.quirosforco.com. You can go and canvas, you can go phone bank. And incredible stuff. And of course, one other tie into this is if Daria Liza, Avila Chevalier, Claire Valdez, and Maylot Quiros all win possible, but huge amounts of money are being dumped to stop this, there will be twice as many Democratic Socialists in the next Congress. They, alongside with Chris Rabb, will join AOC, Rashida Tlaib, and Bernie. Okay? Then we also have other allies as well, like Ilhan Omar. There's some simpatico comrades as well that aren't open Democratic Socialists, but are, aligned there. You got Abdullah Syed as one of them. You have Chris Van Hollen as another one. Adam Hamawi, Cory Bush as well. It's another one. So there are a lot of allies. This is a much broader movement, a much more powerful movement all of a sudden in the aftermath of these midterms, okay? And it's something that I've been thinking about. Speaking of phone banking, yes, Summer Lee as well. Summer Lee. God, there's so many. What a wonderful time. These aren't even the midterms yet. I know, but a lot of these are safe seats. They're blue districts, so not much to worry about in terms of opposition. Obviously, if there is a champion that the Republican Party is like seeking to advance as opposition that they want to pump money into in these like deep blue districts, and they can go ahead and waste their money. That makes it easier to destroy them in purple seats because there's obviously a finite amount of money here. So there's a big board, and there's only a finite amount of money and attention that they can waste, and they have to maximize. They have to min-max and make sure that they're spending that money as efficiently as possible. No matter how vast their funds are, obviously they're not going to fucking push for deep blue districts because that's just a waste of money. It's too much of a risk. Is it finite? Yes, of course. It's finite. But yes, as Prem says, new poll shows Democratic Socialist born in 1997, leading against a veteran Democrat who first took office in 1997. The Colorado 1 Democratic primary poll shows 29-year-old Mela Quiroz ahead of Diana DeGette at 41% to 36%. That's a 38-point swing towards Quiroz since March. All right. Do you think Trump needed to win to push the Dems to push further left because they saw how much people wanted actual change? No. We just take advantage of the circumstances no matter what. There's no such thing as a spontaneous revolution. It doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't happen magically. If the contradictions worsen as a direct consequence of reactionary politicians winning races, then we take advantage of that all the same. But we must never stop our advocacy. We must never stop our organizing efforts. We must always be disciplined, hyper-disciplined, as Zoran once told me. Hasan, can you help push Julie Gonzalez again? She's been getting shit after dropping out of the rally. Yeah, I wish she hadn't done that. But yeah, sure. I mean, she's great too. I think she also has a shot. The demo aren't going more left. The voters are. The Democrats aren't going more left. The voters are. Yes, it's true. All right. We'll keep it going. My sources say the margin increases once they inform on policy and stances. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. So. Okay, chatters, stop. This is not your time and opportunity to spam your favorite candidates all around the country and be like, why haven't you? But that informed ballot win was true for Shoykot too, so I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's a favorable poll, but we take those, especially considering that not a lot of polling has been conducted on this. You give us too much attention. Oh my God. Vorlo saying Butchware hates me now. But yeah, to add on to the momentum here, Bernie Sanders has also officially endorsed Mela Quiroz. I'm so proud to earn the endorsement of U.S. Senator Bernie Sanders. Bernie's been on the front lines fighting for Medicare for all and getting corporate money out of politics for decades. That movement is real in Denver. It's alive in the race, and I plan to carry that fight to Congress. Incredible stuff coming from old Burn Dog right here. Mela Quiroz is exactly the kind of bold leader we need in Congress. She has shown up. She's not afraid to stand up to corrupt special interests like AIPAC and Big Pharma. Mela was raised in a working-class immigrant household, and she knows that the current political and economic systems are broken and need bold reform. One of the things that they're trying to do with Zoran, or they tried to do with Zoran and failed to do with Zoran, they're trying to do with Daria Liza. They're trying to do with Mela as well. They're like, oh, you don't have the experience. It's like, yeah, bitch, that's the fucking point. Yeah, it turns out when you have been sitting on that fucking seat since 1997, you kind of stop fighting for these things that you said you were going to fight for. That's kind of the point. That's why all you got is tweets when you talk about like Daria Liza. Oh, she's only done organizing. She's only done immigrant advocacy work. She's only done legal counsel for immigrants and stuff like that. And it's like, she's only gone to the West Bank to learn about the conditions of the Palestinians in the West Bank, to learn about the apartheid directly. And it's like, yeah, that's what we want. We want real fighters. It's your stagnation that has caused this movement to grow almost spontaneously in some ways, or the demands to grow spontaneously, even if the movement itself is not spontaneous. It's advocacy. It's the real work that's been put in. Whichware is correctly, in my opinion, Democrat never, and you're not, pretty much not reconcilable. Yeah, I mean, it's very obvious that I don't mind running Democrats. I'm not, you know, across the board anti-Democrat. New Claire ad with Zoran. Take a look at that. New pro Claire Valdez ad featuring Zoran Mamdani. Highlights endorsement of Bernie, Sean Fain, and UAW. Her opponent, Antonio Reynoso, talks a big game, says he's with us, then broke his promise, took thousands from real estate, took AIPAC donor money. Here's a Justice Democrat ad. Justice Democrats are flying in some more funds into the Daria Liza race.
Claire Valdez is fighting for New York. We can all afford.
Oh, this is the Claire Valdez ad. Sorry. Just Democrats have been flying a lot of money into the Daria Lisa race, and now they're dumping some into Claire Valdez as well, which is good.
Claire Valdez, backed by Mayor Zohran Mamdani, Senator Bernie Sanders, unions.
Claire will fight to abolish ICE, pass Medicare for all, and make New York affordable.
Valdez, the only candidate who hasn't taken a dime from developers or AIPAC. Her opponent, Antonio Reynoso, talks a big game. Says he's with us, then broke his promise and took thousands from real estate. Took AIPAC donor money. For Congress, it's simple. Claire Valdez works for us.
Yeah. Chorus for Abdul Sayed. We watched this already. We watched this ad already. This is the fight agency ad. It's very good.
There is a man from Michigan.
Anyway, we got to do something that makes her name go viral on the local news. No, I don't think so. I think what we need to do for Daria Lisa and for Claire both is try to get the youth vote out, because there's not a lot of youth turnout right now. It's actually a little bit disappointing. It's been underwhelming, the amount of youth turnout. So you got to door knock. You just got to keep door knocking. And also, if you're in here and if you're in New York, you go out and fucking vote. Early voting is now.
What this moment calls for. I'm proud to support Daria Lisa for Congress.
Nueva York, Daria Lisa for Congress. Daria Lisa has stood on the front lines.
Oh, that's
taking
Jamal.
on Trump's ICE against bad landlords, reuniting families, fighting for everyday New Yorkers. Adriano talks a big game, but he's backed by Trump donors and ICE contractors.
The same people who attacked me are now coming after Daria Lisa.
The leaders in our community are for Daria Lisa.
Vote for a city you can afford.
Justice Democrats PAC is responsible for the content of this ad.
Been labor reporting and organizing lately. Many Zoomers are very nihilistic. Dude, this is the opportunity to fucking turn that nihilism into something productive, is what I mean. Oh, I feel very hopeful, man. I feel very, very hopeful. There's a tremendous opportunity here. Few voters casting early ballots in New York City primaries that will test Mamdani's power. Yeah. Get to door knocking. Go to DSA. What's the link? Is it dsanyc.vote? Is that what it is? dsa.nyc/vote. Is that? What's the link? Yeah, it is. Okay. Yeah, go to dsa.nyc/vote. Okay. And you can find it's 4 days until primary day. Early voting is June 13th to 21st. Primary day is June 23rd. And if you put your poll site and DSA ballot, if you enter your voting address in here, it'll show you your poll site. It'll show your DSA ballot. It'll show you who to vote for. It's unbelievably, stupidly fucking easy, okay? It is the easiest thing you can do, and it's literally going to take you a second. What if I don't live in New York City? If you don't live in New York City, you can fucking phone bank for these candidates. And that is canvas with 2 S's .socialists.New York City. If you go to canvas with 2 S's, okay, .socialists.New York City, you can also canvas. There's 10 campaigns, there's 1 movement, and there's only 4 days remaining. So both of these are unbelievably and stupidly easy to do. And it's actually a lot of fun. You get to talk to people. I've done it myself. You guys know. Site crashed. Okay, we'll just, write it down and then go back at a different point in the day when everyone is not spamming the website, okay? It is an incredibly rewarding experience, okay? It's an incredibly rewarding experience. You go to dsa.nyc/vote to figure out which district you're in, who you can vote for. It'll show you the DSA ballot, and it'll show you your nearest polling station. And if you go to canvas with 2 S's .socialist.nyc, you can go and phone bank. You can go and door knock if you're in New York City, if you're near New York City, or if you're not in New York City and you want to join in on the fun, you want to elect one of the most radical slates and some of the best candidates we've ever gotten into a position of power and own the libs and own the Republicans. Think about all the incredible Fox News articles that'll come out of this, in the short term. Go there and phone bank for change you can believe in. All right. All right. Okay. Where were we? All right, let's get to Israel. Not having a good time. Not the best time for Israel, let's be real, okay? Not a great time for Israel. So, starting off, JD Vance has been doing the tour. Man, shut the fuck up about Itamar Ben-Gvir's post. I have it, okay? Yes, he's a fucking Nazi. I know. It's right here, okay? I know what he said. I have seen it. I read it on stream. Oh my God. Fucking Heil Hitler at it again. I know. Newsflash. Stop the fucking presses. Stop spamming it. Don't ignore the Ben-Gvir post. You have to see this post. Sorry, please don't yell at me. I'll cry. Stop crying. Jesus Christ. Newsflash. The fattest Nazi around is not just Randy Fine, it's Itamar Ben-Gvir as well. And he's being a fucking Nazi again. I know. Too late, man. Already crowed. Wow. How uncharacteristic of the guy who is a part of the Jewish power party. Like white power, okay? Did you see the tweet he twote? Yes. For every tear of an Israeli mother, 1,000 Lebanese mothers must weep. All of Lebanon must burn. With all disrespect to the Americans, Israel must make it clear to the entire world that the blood of our sons and the security of our citizens are not forfeit. All of Lebanon must burn. Our supreme duty is to protect the citizens of Israel and the soldiers of the IDF. And this commitment takes precedence over every other consideration. I told the prime minister, even in our private meetings, for every tear of an Israeli mother, 1,000 Lebanese mothers must weep. Enough with the ping pong. In the Middle East, you don't win with measured response and restraint. You need to go berserk to obliterate, to crush the terror. Meanwhile, for the record, Israel has been following through on trying to spoil this memorandum of understanding to the best of their ability. And obviously, we're going to get to that. Truanon says, everyone always freaks out about this guy, but he's barely even a government minister who tightly controls the police and the prison system. Yeah, this is a random guy, right? Oh, turns out Sayed Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister of the Islamic Republic of Iran, says this is not a rant by a random genocidal lunatic. It's a public post by the national security minister of the Israeli regime. The genocidal death cult headquartered in Tel Aviv is a threat to all of humanity. It threatens all humans. Its only interest is permanent war. Retweet. All right. Yeah, Israel is perfectly comfortable being the villain, being the permanent villain of mankind. And that's the thing I want to talk about a little bit. Like Israel is almost relishing in this opportunity to be a fucking asshole. Okay? They're not really aware of how people perceive them. Very strange behavior. But Vice President JD Vance is certainly taking advantage of this by going on his fuck Israel tour right now, for the record. He was supposed to be in Geneva today. He was supposed to be flying to Switzerland today. He's not. Now he has more opportunities to go on fucking podcasts and talk about how Israel sucks dick. I don't want you to assume that this means anything, especially considering that Israel's already spoiled the deal and Iran has refused to fly out to Geneva. They were supposed to be in Geneva today. JD Vance was supposed to be in Geneva today, and neither party has gone. And that is because Israel did not abide by the ceasefire and continued to blow up Lebanon. And there has been a swift response by Hezbollah in the process as well. Matthew Petty says, so the U.S. president is a boomer fanatic for Israel, but his Gen X vice president is uncomfy with Netanyahu and has strong words about how maybe the status quo is untenable. That's completely new. I've never heard of that before. Yeah, I mean, he's joking, saying this is Brandon 2.0. It will stay Brandon 2.0 if they don't follow on a commitment. Okay? They don't follow on the commitment, it will be Brandon 2.0. We cannot let this be a red line that turns into nothing, okay? Anyway. Yeah. Glenn Greenwald says, by the way, if you compared Bankiver's text here to Nazism, you're at an American university as either a professor or student, you can't be punished under the new IHRA, International Holocaust Remembrance Association hate speech codes for anti-Semitism that Trump imposed on U.S. academic institutions. It bans that. Yeah. That's literally one of the reasons why they say I'm a fucking anti-Semite. Okay? A reminder that rhetoric and ideology to Nazism. A reminder that the reason why Zionists call me an anti-Semite, smear me as an anti-Semite, is because I correctly compared his rhetoric and ideology to Nazism. Anyway, so there's that. There you go. I posted that. Which by the way, here it is. It's not just my comparison. I mean, here's the historical significance of this. Nazis killed 100 Serbs per dead German. On October 21st, 1941, Nazi soldiers killed about 4,000 people as a part of an atonement exercise in occupied Serbia. The victims came from all walks of life. Children were among them. Okay? This is how you campaign in Israel. Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz on Lebanon. The entire first line of the Lebanese villages have been destroyed. We are destroying all the houses. The residents will never see them standing before their eyes again. Huh. Interesting. Oh, so there is no security consideration here. Got it. There's no security consideration whatsoever. It's just pure fucking... It's pure conquest. It's pure revenge. Interesting. Huh. Trump told Israel to calm down and use their head. Yeah, this doesn't mean anything until they actually follow through. Once again, President Trump told NBC News that he spoke with Israeli officials on Friday, urging a ceasefire with Hezbollah. You just got to calm down sometimes and use your head, he stated. Trump declined to confirm if he spoke directly with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. This will turn into a Brandon Rafa red line if they don't actually fucking have something actionable to back it up with. Okay? Donald Trump and the entire American foreign policy apparatus has to pounce on Israel. From this point on, they have to see Israel as no longer the most important ally, no longer an asset, but maybe even an adversary, okay? Mean words and phone conversations where you say, calm down, is only going to maybe make you look good for a brief moment in the domestic audience, right? Americans will go, oh, finally, Trump is being the big dog here, right? But if you don't have any material demands that follow through, if you don't make significant changes with how you are dealing with Israel going forward from this point on, you will look like a weak fucking fool. Israel loves making American leadership look like weak fools. And for the record, Israel will take on that role of the spoiler. And John Hudson reports, here's John Hudson's scoop for Washington Post. He's the diplomacy and national security guy for Washington Post. U.S. intelligence agencies are warning the Trump administration that Netanyahu is likely to take steps that will undermine Trump's Iran deal as the Israeli leader faces intense political pressure to continue waging war in Lebanon. An intelligence report that circulated this week concludes that in the face of national elections this fall, Netanyahu's political survival is linked to showing his domestic audience that he will not withdraw troops from Lebanon and that he is intent on escalating. The report also describes Israel's frustration with the terms of the Trump peace memorandum, which undermine its broader objective of maintaining maximum pressure on Tehran. Trump administration officials insist that the terms do not prevent Israel from retaliating against Hezbollah if fired upon, that Netanyahu's concerns pale in comparison to the need to complete a deal and reopen the Strait of Hormuz to stave off a global economic crisis. U.S. intelligence warns Israel is likely to undermine the peace deal by continuing the war in Lebanon. Shocking revelation, I guess, for the Washington Post reporters or the people who read the Washington Post, and the least shocking piece of information if you have been in here at the Hasanabi broadcast, the Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting Service, because I've been literally saying this non-fucking stop. No shit. Okay? Israel has always been the most significant impediment towards peace, the most significant blockage towards any sort of peace initiative, any sort of initiative that actually puts America back in the driver's seat. Okay? Meanwhile, from Jeremy Scahill's reporting, exclusive from Dropsite News, Iran warned Trump, if you do not end the war on Lebanon, we may strike Israel without warning. Israel wants that to happen. What matters is what will happen with America's security considerations for Israel. Okay? Will America turn around and defend Israel to the hilt if Iran strikes Israel? Or will America tell Israel to eat this and restrain itself? This is now the new chess piece. The board has changed dramatically. Okay? If we go back to business as usual, obviously that means Israel will agitate in Lebanon, kill more civilians in Lebanon, and then Iran will inevitably have to establish military deterrence. And in an effort to establish military deterrence, they will strike Israel directly. And when that happens, will America turn around and allow Israel to retaliate against Tehran? Because if America allows Israel to retaliate against Tehran, all of a sudden we're back to Operation Epic Fury, right? Strait of Hormuz is closed. All of the memorandum of understanding and all of the initiatives that both sides took in an effort to get to some kind of ceasefire talks will be cast aside. This is the goal of Israel. The alternative here is, if America is actually sincere about advancing this new MENA foreign policy, where we, the United States of America, are sitting in the driver's seat and not Israel, then they will either tell Israel to restrain itself and then follow through with concrete actions, concrete restrictions, or will they tell Israel that they're on their own? Now, of course, this question was already asked Donald Trump. This is from Channel 14. When asked whether U.S. would defend Israel if it chose to strike Iran independently, Trump answered, absolutely. So once again, this will go back to a closure on the Strait of Hormuz. Like, Iran has to reestablish military deterrence. I've said this already. Iran has to reestablish military deterrence if push comes to shove. If they don't do that and they go back to strategic restraint, as they had famously done so in the buildup to Operation Epic Fury, that will only lead to more domination and more bombing campaigns that go more bombing campaigns that the American and the Israeli side take on, more death, more destruction, and no deterrence established, and America basically dominating Iran over and over again. The only time that these guys were able to carve out a negotiation that benefited them was through military action. There is no world where the IRGC does not retaliate. If they do not, or if America doesn't, and this is what I mean, like if the IRGC has to retaliate if America doesn't restrain Israel. If they don't do that and they go back to the same old method of strategic restraint, America will perceive that as a weakness, and they should perceive that as a weakness because obviously Iran is not going to do anything about it. And America and Israel can behave like bullies once again. But all of this is in the hands of the United States of America. The United States of America holds all the cards. The United States of America can stop Israel from blowing up Lebanon. The United States of America can stop Israel from retaliating against Iran. They just need to make this demand, and then they need to follow up with real material consequences. They need to punish Israel. They need to restrain Israel. When I say this, I don't mean just like drawing red lines that are fake that Netanyahu knows he can fucking push past. Okay? Not the branded method. You actually have to do an arms embargo. You have to do a fuel embargo. You have to start setting up serious consequences for Israel, violating the deal that you've set up and established with Iran. The IRGC may just continue to respond via Hezbollah. Reporting has been that even more than ever before, Hezbollah's chain of command is integrated into Iran's. I don't think that's enough. I mean, they're obviously lasering Israeli occupying forces soldiers in Lebanon. They killed 4 of them. I think they incinerated 4 of them. It was what is it called? It was a horrifying security incident, you know, because like the Israeli military censor obviously doesn't allow people to report. The Israeli military censor won't allow Israeli news outlets to report on dead troops. So there are varying degrees of security incidents. And I think the most significant one is like the difficult security incident, very serious security incident, you know, the worst security incident of all time. You know, that's just the way they fucking report it. Why is bro acting like a military strategist, lol? Buddy, I'm a fucking political analyst and a political commentator who covers global conflict for the past 13 years of my goddamn life. This has nothing to do with being a military strategist. I'm just telling you what the numbers on the... I'm a numbers guy, and I'm telling you these are the numbers. These are the pawns on the board. Yeah, Trita Parsi says, anonymous Western industry source with deep intel on shipping movements and storage levels tells me a buttload of Iranian crude moving out of domestic floating storage into the market. It's moving very fast to where matters were before the blockade of the blockade. Joyce Karam, editor-in-chief of Al Monitor, says, Israeli government has no winning strategy in Lebanon. Ben-Gvir threatening to burn Lebanon, devastate mothers, not a strategy. Katz bragging about wiping villages, not a strategy. Netanyahu raising flag over medieval castle, not a strategy. 1976 to 2000, these tactics were tried and failed. Hezbollah and Iran know this. They capitalize on Israeli hubris, including invasion of South Lebanon. Game changer could have been U.S. brokered talks between Lebanon and Israel, but they've been marginalized, undermined every step of the way by fighting. And now, with the U.S. delegation, U.S. delegating the Lebanon file to Iran. So, Hezbollah is fighting a defensive battle to prevent our forces from completing the destruction of these infrastructures. IDF spokesperson, hopefully CCing the ICJ and ICC. That is crazy that they're openly admitting that Hezbollah is fighting a defensive battle to prevent our forces from completing the destruction of these infrastructures. Dude, the gall, the audacity, the fucking arrogance, the hubris to openly recognize that you are illegally waging an offensive war against civilian infrastructure, and the standing paramilitary force that you've called a terrorist for years and years is actually engaging in a moral, legal, and just defensive battle against the invading, occupying forces. I want you guys to understand something. Like, a lot of people will always be like, Hasan, you love terrorists. You love terrorism. You love terrorists. Hezbollah is legal. Israel's actions are illegal. Not that it fucking matters, because for most people, all it takes is, oh, well, America hates these guys. America says they're terrorists, so I think they're the bad guys. And they're brown, they're Muslim. The reality is, there is at least some kind of like rule-based international order. Whether Israel and America choose not to abide by it doesn't matter, okay? These rules still exist. And in the rules, if you look at the actual international rules of conflict, Hezbollah is legally defending their own territorial homeland, and Israel is violating international rules and international laws of conflict by illegally occupying southern Lebanon. Just so you understand. So this is part of the reason why I don't give a shit when people are like, oh, you said Hezbollah's flag is dope. How dare you? They're fucking terrorists. I'm like, I don't give a shit, dude. Israel is the actual terrorist. Hezbollah would not exist if Israel had not invaded and occupied Lebanon. And right now, it is the only force in Lebanon that is actually fighting back against the alien invaders. The foreign invaders that are illegally blowing up villages and openly talking about how they're fucking blowing up villages. I don't give a shit. I don't care about your fucking feelings. I don't care about your demands for censorship, your demands for deplatforming. I care about the truth. And the truth is, Hezbollah in Lebanon right now is not only fighting a just war, a defensive war, an existential war, they're fighting a moral one. And guess what? Sucks to suck for you. It's perfectly fucking legal for them to do so. You know what's not legal? Israel's actions in Lebanon. Israel's actions in Lebanon are war crimes. And it's not like they're hiding that they're engaging in these war crimes. So sorry, sucks to suck. Facts, don't care about your fucking feelings, Fox News. You can put that shit on the board. Same goes for Hamas and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad and the PFLP and the DFLP. Once Israel started blowing up Gaza, those guys were 100% waging the most honorable, the most just defensive war they possibly could. Put that shit on Fox News if you want. It's just the truth. Argue against the facts all day, every day, but you can't. And that's the reason why you go, oh my God, this guy loves terrorism. This guy loves terrorists. We should fucking bar his entry into different countries. We should stop him from speaking. We should deplatform him. Well, doesn't matter, does it?
Welcome to the Axios show.
Thank you.
We wanted to make this more of a conversation than a typical interview where we're just going to hop around from topics to topic. And we wanted to do, Axios likes to do one big thing.
Okay.
And so the one big thing we want to talk about is power and how you think about it and how you wield it.
He's like, I'm so fucking bored. What are we doing here?
A decade ago, you first became president, and you've had loads of experience since then. In that span of time, what is the one big thing you've learned about wielding power?
Well, I think you have to do it judiciously. I think that experience is good. I always say that potential is far more important. In other words, having ability is far more important than experience, but having both is very good. And I learned a lot during the first administration. And I was told just the other day, because, we had a tremendous G7 and very dominant G7. We got what I wanted. And somebody said the other day that this is a far more powerful administration or term than the first one. And we had a good first term. We had the best economy. We had a lot of good things happening. We rebuilt the military. We did a good job. But I feel it's a more powerful term than the first one. Now, that comes with experience. It also comes by having somebody precede you who was a disaster. I mean, the man was a disaster. And so when you're compared to somebody like that, you look maybe better than you are. That's possible. But I feel that it's a very powerful administration right now.
You mentioned the G7. You saw a number of world leaders. You walked in and you said, "I'm the boss."
Yeah.
How many of them believe that?
All of them. But I was just being funny. What happened is they were all sitting, and then I walked into the room, and it was just sort of funny because it's a very long table, but there's only 7 of them. The table is meant for like 30 people, so the whole end of the table looked like almost a perfect podium type setup, right? And I saw them all sitting. They're all well-known figures, right? The heads of countries. We had a couple of others in there too, as you know.
I'm the boss.
As an example.
Yeah, boss baby. Trump is gay for Xi and Modi. Where is Swan? Swan is not at Axios anymore. I think he went over to New York Times. He got hit with the woke beam. I love Dementia Donnie. I don't. I will love Dementia Donnie if Dementia Donnie accidentally arrives at the correct point and has like that moment of honesty and truth that he sometimes has, right? Where he'll turn around and be like, Israel's wrecking this deal. They've gone far beyond what they should have been allowed to do. And I'm going to put an end to it. I'm doing an arms embargo. If Donald Trump does an arms embargo or a fuel embargo, jet fuel embargo on Israel, oh my Lord, dude. I mean, it probably will never happen. And it doesn't even need to get there. All it needs to be is a threat of an arms embargo on Israel. I'm sure Israel will turn around and unload the maximum amount of blackmail, bots released that just like show Donald Trump with AI footage or maybe real footage, who knows, with children. Who knows what they'll do. I'm telling you, these next like 65 days are the most consequential days for the Zionist lobby and all of its Hasbara operations, its influence peddling operations. This is where it will be tested. Okay? Donald Trump basically needs to come out and say this.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
Modi of India, great guy. A lot of people came. They're allowed to come if they want and sit. But I walked in there, these leaders, and I just looked at them. I said, I'm the boss, and you remember. And that was done as a joke. This thing got carried all over the world. I can't believe it. I was just being cute, funny. I wasn't trying to be the boss.
You have experience, obviously, with world leaders from your 2 terms. What's your definition of a great leader? How do you define?
Well, you have so many different types of leaders. Yesterday, as an example, I'll mention the name again because pretty great. All my life I've watched India. They just kept changing. Somebody would be there for 6 months and then a year. And then all of a sudden, Prime Minister Modi ends up there. He's been there for more than 12 years. Very solid. And he does it through like there's a great calmness. And yet he's not a calm person. He's a very tough guy. I know him very well. And you have such different leaders. I watched Brazil The leader, who I know a little bit, he's a very volatile person.
You're not a fan of Lula, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm not a fan or not a fan. I don't think about him, to be honest with you. I don't really think about him. I couldn't care less. But he's a different kind of a person now, very volatile. I watched as he made a speech, and it was a very volatile, and it's fine. It's all different types. So when you say about leaders, when you say about, what do they all have in common? Look, they're all smart. You can't get to that level without being smart. Who's very smart is President Xi of China. He's a very smart man. You don't get to those levels where you're running a country, even if it was a small country. You have something special. Now, in some cases, it doesn't work out, but you need something special. It's not an easy thing to do.
What is it about Xi that you find most admirable?
So we have a very good relationship. And you probably heard me say yesterday, I said, I want to thank him because he didn't get involved with the whole thing with Iran. He could have gotten involved. He could have sent a nice oil ship surrounded by 12 destroyers and see if he could blast his way through the blockade, which was an unbelievable military. I think it's going to go down as one of the great military maneuvers. It was every bit as important as all the bombing we did. It really, they were dying. They had no money, no nothing for months. But President Xi, I asked him, I said, I'd really appreciate you not getting involved. And he was great. He didn't get involved. And I think if somebody else.
I worry Israel would turn into Rhodesia in the sense that their colonial overlords stopped. Oh, fuck, I missed it. I think Trump love for Xi is very one way. Yeah, it is. All these guys know exactly how to fucking manipulate Trump. And not only that, but they also don't really need to do much because they already have the motion. Let's be real. Donald Trump wants to run the United States of America in the exact same way that Putin is running Russia. Okay? That's what he wants. And that's probably the most advanced version of this kind of like autocracy. Erdogan, to a lesser degree, runs Turkey in a similar manner. And Donald Trump wants that. So he already has a lot of reverence for these people. He already has a lot of respect and reverence for these people because they're kind of, they're doing what he wants to do. There's a level of jealousy almost. As far as China goes, I mean, obviously this is very different. Like the Chinese form of governance is very different than the Russian form of governance and the Turkish form of governance. There's like an obvious party apparatus, a meritocratic approach to the bureaucracy within the party system. And the party's ultimate goals are obviously to undermine the forces of capital. And they've done so very successfully. I'm not going to get into it. It's much more complicated than that. But like from his perspective, he looks at China and he thinks, oh, it's the same thing, right? Xi Jinping commands the respect and is a legitimate leader of a unbelievably powerful sovereign nation. And Donald Trump respects that. He wants that for himself. And same thing with Modi in India to a lesser degree. But like, basically, those are the reasons why he already has a lot of reverence for these people. And that reverence even extends to Kim Jong-un, right? Kim Jong-un runs the DPRK. Trump respects that. And he likes that. He likes that. And he wants that for himself here in the United States of America, right? All of these different forms of leadership that I just explained to you, they're not the same. But from his perspective, it is the same. They're very different systems. But from Trump's perspective, he just sees like banners, fealty, loyalty, almost complete control over the functions of government. And he thinks to himself, I want this in America for myself. So he already respects that quite a bit. And then also on top of that, these guys will throw parades for Trump. And then he fucking loves that shit. So he's easily manipulated when he sees a leader that he actually respect them back, albeit that praise is probably fake. That has a lot of staying power with him. It was a big part of the reason why he hated the fucking European leadership, because the European leadership openly showed their disdain for him in the first term. And then in the second term, The European leadership have actually vassalized themselves. They're so unbelievably openly servile that Trump correctly perceives that as weakness, right? Trump correctly perceives that as weakness. And he doesn't respect that. He doesn't respect the Democratic Party for the same exact reason. I'm willing to bet Trump has far more respect for the IRGC and the supreme leadership and the Iranian, like the Islamic Republic of Iran, than he does for the Democratic Party. Why? Because he had to fucking fight it. He had to fight them, and he lost, and all of a sudden the dynamic shifted, so he has a lot more reverence for those guys. Okay? I promise you, it seems so stupid. It seems so crazy if you think about it with like American exceptionalism in mind. But Donald Trump is truly a different kind of American leader. And oftentimes that's not better than previous leaders. But in certain instances, it can be better than previous leaders who are ideologically minded and invested in the continuation of American hegemony. Donald Trump doesn't give a shit about American hegemony. He only gives a shit about Donald Trump. Okay? Yeah, he doesn't like the Italian prime minister any longer. He had a beef with Meloni. He got real mad. Trump totally fabricated claims. She begged him for a photo, Italy's Giorgia Meloni says. Yeah, and by the way, this isn't like a crazy far-fetched conspiracy. He has openly revealed this. He said, Kim's people sit up when he speaks. I want my people to do the same. This was back in 2018. Like, here's what I believe, okay? I don't think that's like terrifying in the way that like liberals presented it at the time when they were like, he wants to be Kim Jong-un. Like, it's all a matter of whether we allow him to get there or not. And unfortunately for us, the liberal political class will chirp about that shit, but then actually not do what's necessary to stop that from taking place. Okay? I, on the other hand, have a different approach where I'm like, yeah, sure, he wants that, but we have to fight to make sure that that doesn't happen. Okay? He's a weak, cowardly man who wants to project strength and get the respect of strong men he idolizes. Yes. Anyway, Trump to Axios, by the way, in this interview that we were watching, says, unfortunately, I've heard the Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who was seriously injured while showing courage. Okay. So let's get back to this and we'll continue.
Else would have said that. I don't think somebody else would have even asked him that, but I did. I get along with him well. He's a strong man. He's no games. He won't sit down and say, oh, what a beautiful day. This is a wonderful day, Mark. Look how beautiful. Look at the sunshine. There's none of that stuff. It's like all business, which I like. I think it's great.
Is there something about the Chinese system that you think advantages him and his country that you wish you had here?
Well, it's actually supposed to be a disadvantage. You know, we have the entrepreneurship and all the things you read about, but they're there just about as quick as we are. You know, you go to something's hot, and we get there, and the Chinese are standing there before us. Or we beat them by a little bit, but I'll tell you, we're beating them on AI. We have the strongest military in the world. We have the most powerful military in the world. He admitted to me, you have the most powerful. I did a great job. I rebuilt our military in the first term and did it well. Look, take a look at Venezuela. 48 minutes, the whole thing was over. 48 minutes. And by the way, now we have a great relationship, and we've paid for that war with Venezuela many, many, many times. We're taking out millions of barrels of oil, and we're making them more money than they've ever made before. All the big oil companies are moving in. It's amazing. There's no place with that kind of oil. I guess us, maybe we have the most. And they're probably second or third.
Obviously, if I ask you who are the two greatest or leaders you like the most on the world stage, I'd assume one of them is Xi.
Yeah, I think in terms of...
Hey, JD Pondon, baby. Look, I'm not one of these people that'll be like, oh my God, I can't believe he's saying that he likes the leader of our greatest foreign adversary. What the fuck? You know? It's not bad. Trump literally doing the U.S. military when they see oil meme, and he championed himself as different from the Cheney neocon class. He is different from the Cheney neocon class. No Dick Cheney acolyte is ever going to turn around and be like, yes, Xi Jinping is my favorite global leader. Okay? These are the types of things that no other American president will ever fucking say. As a matter of fact, when Joe Biden said something that was not that offensive at all, I think he said, like, we have to just, like, compete with China, but we don't have to wage war with China, something along those lines. The entire political apparatus pounced on him. Okay? There is so much freedom in just not giving a fuck about what the media class and what the political class has to say. Okay? I think it's important to be bold and to be brave. If you are a democratic socialist, you should keep this attitude in mind. It doesn't matter if the forces of capital will pounce on you, okay? You can be bold and brave as long as you have confidence in your message, as long as you have that moral clarity, you have that moral conviction. Donald Trump obviously doesn't have the moral clarity or moral conviction, but he certainly has a good deal of confidence in delivering this message. And he is rewarded endlessly for it. He's rewarded regardless of his awful platform. You have to remember that, because like it's not like his platform is offering anything new or good to the working class, and yet he's still rewarded with fealty, unbelievable fealty that he earns from these moments where he is bold and brave. And he cuts through the noise where he's like, I don't care. Yes, Xi Jinping, he runs the country like a Swiss watch, and I like it.
Leadership, I think that's true.
Who's the other? When you think of power and leverage and the ability to execute on that.
Well, I think Modi is very good, yeah. They've had some very good numbers announced. He stays out of wars, which is smart. He's 1.5 billion people. He's actually the biggest. India's actually the biggest. Modi's a great leader, and we do a lot of business with them, but now we do fair business. They used to really rip us off. I don't blame them for that. You know, we had stupid politicians, but that allowed that to happen. But now we do a lot of business. They're not that happy about it because they used to do a lot better. So, but Modi's great. President Xi is great. Classics, you know. I mean, if you were going to make a movie about either one of them, you wouldn't be able to find the man in Hollywood. I'm telling you, as an example, the look of Xi. He's got a great look. You know, looks don't matter, right? You know, we don't like that. They say don't talk about looks, but he's he's tall. He's 6'2". He's got a great stature. He's got great confidence, and he's smart. Modi in a very different way, just highly respected. I've seen, I know the real Modi is a very tough cookie. I'll tell you, I got to know some that I didn't know very well in Pakistan. You have the field marshal, who's great. Munir, he's great. And you have the prime minister, and they just get along great. I figured, well, maybe the military guy he totally respects the prime minister. It's a beautiful thing to see. But they really helped us with this deal. They were, they knew the Iranians, they knew the people, and they were good. You have leaders you have so many different types. For the most part, if you're a smart person, you can understand, you have to be in these positions. You have to be smart. You have to be tough. Maybe smart even more so, but the combination is probably better. But there are a lot of great leaders out there, and there are a lot of really bad ones.
Okay, well, let's talk about that.
I know. Who's the bad?
Europe. Democrats, all the liberals in Europe, Keir Starmer. And Loki, he's not even wrong. Like, they do suck. They do fucking suck. I mean, obviously, he is probably one of the worst leaders. But, like, he's right when he says the Democrats and all these other guys are dog shit, right? Israel Chayom, long owned by the Adelsons, published an article calling Trump a traitor and embarrassment and a failure to the Israelis. You could have been the greatest president of all, but you failed. Mr. President, you have gravely harmed the human interests of the enlightened world, and you may be remembered forever as the president who brought up America's humiliation. You betrayed us, the Israelis, and in a single moment, the contempt you once faced suddenly seems so justified and logical. Oh my God, they're such fucking babies. I love watching them fucking cry. They're such babies, bro. It's the most entitled, the most arrogant crybullies I've ever seen in my life. And I've dealt with far-right neo-Nazis my entire fucking career. And they're very similar in many respects. They're similar in ideology, but the level of arrogance and entitlement is unique to the Zionist neo-Nazis. Because for the longest time, they've gotten everything they've ever wanted. No questions asked. Bipartisan support. So they just like cannot comprehend being told no. Because at the end of the day, if you remember, I said this a couple days ago. What's the goal here? What is the ask from Israel? This administration has been the most pliant, the most servile to the needs of Israel, down to the wire. This administration is the one that gave Benjamin Netanyahu and the Zionist project their ultimate goal. And they fucking failed, right? They fought in Iran and they failed. What is the demand from the American side against Israel now? Stop murdering people in Lebanon. Stop blowing up homes in Lebanon. Stop invading Lebanon. Stop occupying Lebanon. That's it. That's it. And these guys are running around making it seem like that fucking demand is basically the second Holocaust. Are you out of your fucking mind? Just stop murdering children. What the fuck is wrong with you? Literally, these dudes are just like, I can't even, if I don't blow up another Lebanese village, you literally want the Holocaust to happen to me specifically, is the way that they're fucking freaking out. It is the most insane thing I have ever fucking encountered. If you don't let me do another Holocaust like the one I did in Gaza, but this time in Lebanon, you want me to experience the Holocaust. That's the argument here. It is the most unreasonable people I have ever fucking seen in my life, because fascism, when met with unlimited fealty, creates this incredible cry-bully narrative. That's the only expectation, guys. Listen. If you just read Israeli outlets, if you just read Israeli politicians and their tweets, you would think that the American government is basically saying the IRGC can actually drone strike Tel Aviv every single day, and you can't do anything about it. They're going to come in and they're going to murder Israeli children every day, and there's nothing you can do about it, right? Like, they're making it seem like that is the demand from the American side. No, the demand from the American side is stop fucking invading Lebanon. Stop invading Lebanon. That's the only demand that the Americans are making of Israel. And they are treating this like the biggest existential threat that they've ever withstood, that the entire international Jewry has ever withstood, as a matter of fact. Not just Israel, just every Jew. Every Jewish person around the world is now in grave danger if Itamar Ben-Gvir doesn't get his fucking wishes across and he doesn't like murder Lebanese babies every day. And then they sit around, because they're so echo chambered and so oblivious to the way that the rest of the world sees them, they sit around and go, oh, everybody must hate us because they're all fucking anti-Semitic. It's like, no, dude, they hate you and I hate you because of this. This is the reason. Because you did a genocide in Gaza, and now you're trying to do a genocide in Lebanon, and you're the most entitled fucking country on the planet. You're a fascist expansionist project that has unbelievable levels of entitlement. It's like a mass hallucination incident.
Who are the two weakest?
Well, I can't say that because
you're the president.
I can't say. I will tell you though that this couple of days was interesting. It was held in France, and Emmanuel Macron of France, who won't be there that much longer, he's the president, and he was. I'll tell you what, he did a great job of hosting the G7, really good. No games, no nothing. And he invited me about a week before. He said, would you do me a favor? Would you come into Paris? We'd like to honor you. I view it as honoring the nation. But he said, I'd like to honor you. And he had the biggest people in Europe there and beyond. I mean, some people in Versailles. And I was sort of not going to do it, but he knew my weakness because I think Versailles is one of the great places. So I figured,
what's your weakness?
Like places like Versailles. But no, it's incredible. So, and it's not something they do. I understand that they don't do that. They don't do dinners at Versailles. And we had a fantastic dinner. I think he did a fantastic job, I'll tell you, with the G7. I've seen G7s. I've been to a lot of G7s, and used to be G8s. They should have kept the G8. You probably wouldn't have the war with Russia and Ukraine if they did, but Obama didn't want Putin there. I guess one or two others also, but they wanted Putin out. It used to be the G8. Would have been much better if they kept it that way.
The fuck?
Shift to Iran. There's now light at the end of the tunnel for the conflict. What have you learned about not just the exercise of power, but the limits on your power?
Yeah, like, dude, this is what's so crazy. Mark Levin, Hezbollah launched an attack tonight in which 4 Israeli soldiers were essentially incinerated. I assume Israel will hit back very hard. No MOU or final agreement will change who these terrorists are. Ryan Grimm says, I've never heard of a country invading a neighbor and then calling it unfair that their soldiers died in that invasion. I don't think any other country ever even thought to make that complaint. On top of that, Israel now wants to retaliate for its soldiers being killed while invading its neighbor. This is pure madness. Just leave Lebanon. It's fucking insane. Zionists have a genuine brain disease. Brother, Russia doesn't even do that. Exactly. No, literally, this has never happened throughout history where it's like, the only time that you can make a close comparison to that is literally Nazi Germany. That's it. Nazi Germany occupying other countries and then like punishing the civilian population for the crime of fighting back. That's pretty much it, right? That's it. It's unbelievable, man.
As a result of the conflict.
There are no limits.
No limit.
No, I haven't learned that lesson yet. I know there are, but, there are no limits. We defeated them totally militarily. I was asked by Pakistan, because they're close, to please not do any more. I said, I like them a lot. I think that there are no limits. We have the most powerful military in the world, by far. Who else could have done a blockade like that? I did a naval blockade where not one ship was able to get through. Some tried. They didn't, it didn't last very long.
And it certainly brought Iran to the table more than before. However, beginning a conflict, you had talked about you only wanted unconditional surrender. And the MOU doesn't look like unconditional surrender.
Well, it really probably is unconditional surrender.
It is?
I think so. Look, they have no military. They're all at the bottom of the sea. 159 ships, that's what they have.
Sure, but they could still menace. They only had these small one, Gashti boats or go fast
look, you
boats.
call it what you want. I hear the JCPOA, the Obama nuclear catastrophe, which was so bad. When Obama left, he didn't hit their military.
Sure.
He didn't damage their Navy or destroy their Air Force. I destroyed the Air Force. I destroyed their anti-aircraft weapons. That's why we were flying over there totally unimpeded. We turned off all the stealth. They couldn't do a damn thing. He didn't do any of that stuff. He didn't kill their leadership. I did twice, 2.5 times to be exact.
I fixed the typo in my tweet. Don't worry. And also, wouldn't them having no military make the MOU even more embarrassing? Yeah, obviously it's fucking bullshit, dude. It's bullshit. And it's so funny because like they have to do some sort of face saving exercise here because like obviously there's a higher priority of like maintaining American military dominance, regardless of how stupid that is to try and advance in this very moment when it's very clear that American force projection capabilities are nowhere near what people perceive them to be in the past. And that's why they have to be like, oh, well, we destroyed their Navy. We destroyed their Air Force. Okay, so you're doing this MOU out of the kindness of your fucking heart? No. Is that what it is? Is that what's going on? You just really wanted to give a big shout out to Iran? Is that what it is? Ben-Gvir is coming to New York City next month for a UN policing conference. He should be arrested. Yes. Oh, that would be so good. Yes, I agree.
He didn't do anything to Soleimani. I killed Soleimani.
And you killed the Ayatollah.
And I killed the
And
Ayatollah.
a number of IRGC officials.
And I
most-
sadly hurt the other Ayatollah.
Holy shit.
Who I will tell you, I did not meet him. I did not speak to him, but people were speaking to him. But he's got a certain braveness because he's badly.
Glaze, well, you know this already. When Trump starts glazing the foreign adversary leadership, this is again, it's giving me more confidence, okay? Trump only does this if he is losing and he's recognized defeat. Okay? Trump only does this when he recognizes that he has been defeated. He did this with Ansar Allah as well. He was like, they're brave guys. We shot them dead, but they kept fighting. Okay? This is the way Trump capitulates. Because in his mind, he's so narcissistic that he thinks like, oh, if I'm actually conceding on anything, then it must be a worthy adversary, right? Because in his mind, he'll never concede to a weak leader, right? So in his mind, he has to be like, this guy is obviously fucking brave. He's obviously brilliant. He's obviously strong. Because otherwise, I would never concede. I would never concede to weakness, right? He does not lose to weak opponents. He doesn't even recognize that he has lost, obviously. He will never say that out loud. But whenever he actually finds himself offering concessions to an enemy, an adversary, an opponent, that means that that opponent is actually brilliant, brave, and strong. So this isn't a bad thing. This is actually a good thing. It means that like the MOU, it gives me more confidence that he might maintain the MOU. We'll see.
Injured.
Oh, the second,
yes,
the
son,
the junior. Nevertheless, all of those things being true,
well, you can't just say, "Oh, forget about."
No,
excuse me. I wiped out their military.
I don't dispute that.
For those people that say, "Oh, maybe I wasn't tough enough," I've wiped out. I took out their biggest bridge because they showed up late at the meeting. They said that wasn't very nice. You know that bridge? That's their George Washington Bridge. I wiped it out in 3 minutes. I took out Carg Island, everything except one thing. I said, leave the pipes alone because, I'm not looking to damage the world economy. So I think we were very tough. The people that say, oh, he could have been tougher. The entire military is gone. Ready? Air Force is gone. Do you agree? It's gone.
Wiped out.
There's no airplane.
Yeah.
There's no airplanes. They had a lot of them. They had 200 of them. They're all gone.
Well, they didn't really have a robust Air Force. And what they were able to accomplish with their limited Air Force, many of the fleets are like 50 years old at this point. These are like old American gear that they had purchased with no new parts. These are all jerry-rigged airplanes. Okay? they were still capable of maneuvering through the American defenses and strike the bases in Kuwait and Bahrain. It's unbelievable what they were able to pull off. Okay? Holy shit, his hand is actually deformed. What the fuck? I just realized it is. What is that color, man?
Navy, 159 ships, right? All at the bottom of the sea.
Yeah. Look. Yeah, he says Iran's F-5 pilots who flew below 50 feet and bombed the U.S. military base in Kuwait. The pilots say the crew dropped under 50 feet, 10 times lower than the 500-foot training standard, holding total radio silence past Patriot batteries, AWACS, active radar sites, and Kuwaiti F-18 patrols. They flew so low across the Gulf that 2 ship decks sat above the jet, sailors looking down as it passed between the hulls. Power plants and refineries sat exposed the whole route. They ignored everyone and put the bombs on Camp Buehring in Kuwait's North Desert. Now, that is the reason why the friendly fire incident took place. Because what they were capable of doing with F-5s, because of what they were capable of doing with F-5s, by the way, there's evidence that this is real. I don't know if I don't know if they're exaggerating how low they were flying, but I do know that they were capable of evading all of the surveillance that America had in the region and did actually unironically blow up with direct munitions from the F-5s, both in Kuwait and also in Bahrain as well. Which, by the way, Kuwait is even more impressive because it's further down, further away. And here's the thing. That created such a security incident in Kuwait that the Kuwaiti Air Force accidentally shot down 2 of the American fighter jets because they did not know, in that panic moment, they did not know if it was an Iranian fighter jet or if it was an American one. We were wondering how the Ghost of Kuwait incident took place. Now we know. Oh, 3. Sorry, not 2. 3. 3 F-15s were downed by 1 Kuwaiti fighter pilot. The amount of things. Why are you happy about them hitting Kuwait, man? Wait, what? MTK Suwaidi. Buddy, did you not hear what they just said? They hit an American base in Kuwait, an American base that was housing American fighter jets that struck Iranian soil. Kuwait, whether you had any say in this or not, doesn't matter, but Kuwait as a nation state houses American troops, American assets, and American radar installations. And not only that, but also American standoff launching platforms that actually directly struck Iran. It is perfectly valid for a belligerent to strike at a military base of the other fucking party that's blowing up their schools and their buildings and their fucking infrastructure and their oil refineries. That is a valid military target. There is nothing more valid for Iran to do than to blow up those things. So not only did the Iranian pilots manage to sneak all the way across the strait and over the Kuwait at ultra-low altitudes and decimate Camp Buehring in 50-year-old F-5s, they actually caused so much chaos and confusion that the Kuwaitis ended up shooting down 3 of their own F-15s. Oh, I thought they hit civilians. My bad. No, they hit Camp Buehring. And they hit it they hit it with such impressive maneuvering that the Kuwaiti Air Force panicked and struck down 3 American F-15s in mere moments, if you recall. So obviously, that's a much respect to the, Ghost of Kuwait there. But that is the reason, because they created so much chaos and they were like, what the fuck just happened? We didn't even realize. We had no early advance warnings that there were Iranian fighter jets on Kuwaiti soil, in Kuwaiti airspace. And by the way, there are videos of the F-5 pilots practicing this maneuver. This footage being circulated on Iranian channels from 15 years ago. What you see moving, hovering over the water is not a motorboat. It's an Iranian Army Phantom fighter jet. So insanely low that any mistake and it's over. At that altitude, at that speed, you hit the water, it's the same as concrete. It's done. No survivors. These are insanely old planes too. Again, these are fucking F-5s, dude. These are 50-year-old fighter jets with no new components because of the blockade, because of the embargo. They don't even have new components in them. They've been jerry-rigging these things. This is the difference. Necessity breeds ingenuity. Because Iran correctly recognizes that their war is existential, that they have been forced into this position. IRL Top Gun, though something tells me Hollywood won't touch this, the F-5 is a 60-year-old fighter jet, a genuine underdog against all the latest U.S. militech. It's fine over calm seas. F-5s probably don't have terrain following radars that would make this more relaxing. Pilot has a better grasp on the boundaries of the plane than I do with my car when I'm parking. Yes. And think about all the assistance that you get. They don't have that. It's a 60-year-old fighter jet, man. They don't have any of the new tech that would aid in maintaining low altitude. They got nothing. It's just a hope and a dream. Where is the video with the subtitles? Yeah. Felix would love this. Felix is all over this story. He already loves this.
Leadership. Their first stringers, all gone, including Khomeini, the first one. They then put a new group in there, very good, but very nasty. I dealt with them. They're gone. They're all gone. And we're dealing with the third group, who I actually think is the...
Guys, them being 60-year-old fighter jets is more impressive because they don't have any of the new components to even fix the... They can't get the maintenance parts. They had to learn the inside of this fucking plane and literally make up components. You understand that, right? There's no parts. Like, these things are proprietary technology, as in every single fucking screw on this plane is American technology that you no longer have access to once the Iranian Revolution happens, right? So anything breaks, and these are obviously fickle pieces of tech at the end of the day, it's complex. Things are going to break. Anything that breaks, you have to reverse engineer. Anything that breaks, you have to reverse engineer and build the components indigenously. Okay? You're literally reverse engineering the components and building them internally and then hoping that it fucking flies. It's unbelievable.
Smartest group. And I actually think it's a regime change, if you want to know the truth. These are different people.
How is a regime change if
because they're different people.
But you have Khamenei Jr., you still have a lot of IRGC officials there.
They're different people.
All right.
Khamenei Jr. is different from the father.
You have a number
And we have people that are much less radicalized than the previous two groups, of which I knew them both. But think of it. Oh, why aren't you tougher? The only way I can get tougher is if I go in there for another 2 or 3 weeks and continue to bomb the hell out of them, right? But what does that get us? The Strait of Hormuz will not be open. Let's say I did that. Let's say I decided to do that. It was a decision I had to make. So right now, our stock market is through the roof. The oil prices are tumbling. The oil prices are practically the same as they were before I started. The big difference.
See? This is, at the end of the day, this is what it's about, okay? This is why Iran won. It's not, Iran does not have the capability of defeating America militarily, okay? There's no world where like all of that equipment, all that technology in a fucking head-to-head matchup, Iran is going to be able to defeat America. But that's not how wars are fought, and that's not how wars are won. It's never supposed to be a fair fight. Of course, they're going to engage in asymmetric battle and behave like an insurgency, take advantage of their topography as they have. And that's one of the most brilliant aspects of their production, their productive forces, is that they literally exist underground. They've taken advantage of their topography. It's a very mountainous region. And these missile silos are literally deep underground. So underground that it's like virtually impossible for bunker buster missiles that have been designed specifically to penetrate these deep underground facilities. They're designed in a way where they can't even fucking reach the facilities. And remember, they also did this without the Houthis. They did this without even closing off Bab el-Mandeb, the second strait that they have the capacity by way of the Houthis to close up. So there is even more cards that they can fucking deploy, and they did it without the Houthis. It's incredible. Prior to President Trump signing the memorandum of understanding with Iran, his advisors were flagging to him for weeks that global oil stockpiles were dwindling and the window to prevent the reserves from falling to critically depleted levels was closing. Trump yesterday at his press conference in France conceded to that likelihood before he signed the peace deal with Iran. If they closed Bob and made a Lego movie, America would be wrapped more than my Spotify.
Is that Iran will never have a nuclear.
This is also part of the reason why I said, like, America doesn't just wage wars against foreign adversaries. Like, they have a lot of additional responsibilities. With great power comes great responsibility. America is the hegemonic superpower. So it has made a promise to the rest of the world that they have to keep things stable. They are responsible for the fragility of the global capitalist system. And at the end of the day, that fragility yields promise for the foreign adversaries, especially when there is such close proximity to centers of profit. Iran used the geographic limitations of the Strait of Hormuz to its advantage. America can't just go, all right, we're blowing everything up. America is the shepherd and the torch carrier of this global system of capitalism. And therefore, the American president has a lot of responsibility to the forces of capital. And if the forces of capital are like, this is too much volatility, we're no longer making money, you're actually fucking the board up, they have to retreat. They have to manage a negotiated response. They have to literally say, all right, we're done with the fighting. We're done with the war. We will concede to your demands. There's nothing that they can do in this situation. America's perceived power becomes America's weakness overnight. And that's precisely what happened here. The Middle East correspondent for The Economist, Greg Carlstrom, says, and we should remember that for now, the key question is not does Iran say Hormuz is open, but rather do shippers fear Hormuz might be closed? Whatever the official statements, a sense of uncertainty will have a detrimental effect on traffic. See also Bab el-Mandeb. It is neither the U.S. nor Iran that determine whether the Hormuz is open or not. It's shipping and insurance companies. So he has to also manage this negotiation well, because as long as there's instability, shippers are obviously going to say, maybe there's too much volatility for us. We don't know if the fucking Strait of Hormuz has actually been demined successfully. We don't know. There's no guarantee from the Iranian side that they will refuse to open fire on ships. Yes, the drama shippers.
The weapon. They're never going to have a nuclear weapon. Okay?
I got to pee.
It's very clear and very simple. But if I were hitting them right now, when you stopped, if we're not going to put boots on the ground, okay? I mean, you don't want boots on the ground, right? If we're not going to put boots on the ground, probably the same people, they go deep into the caves. They're called granite caves. They're very powerful. They go deep in, and then when we stop, they'll come up, and they'll probably be the same leaders. So nothing. Okay, ready? When I knock them out, we knocked them out so powerfully, we would right now have the Hormuz Strait would be totally closed. It would have mines all over it, and it would have missiles flying over $1 billion ships, and those ships will never sail. We wouldn't have oil for months. As long as you're dropping bombs, that thing is automatically closed because those ships cost $500 to $1 billion apiece. They're not going to be sailing with rockets. So just to finish, I just looked. Oil is tumbling. The ships are roaring out of there. They want to go home. They want to drop. They're all full with oil. This is a gusher. I mean, we have 700 or 800 ships are leaving. But if I attack them, none of those ships are leaving. The stock market is way up, way up. The stock market is up over the last 4 or 5 days when it looks like we're going to make a deal. Stock market's up thousands of points. Everybody's richer. Now, would you rather have that or be like some stupid people? I'd be honest with you. I lost respect for some people because
who'd you lose respect?
I don't want to mention the names.
Oh, you can.
But hardliners. Oh, you got to take them out yet.
Well, what are you going to?
Let me tell you. And plus, I'm not looking to kill people. I have one primary wish as president. In terms of people, I never want to be the late great Herbert Hoover. So this is the kind of thing that could cause a worldwide depression. Do you know that for the last 2 months, I've been taking many ships out there and nobody knew it? You know why they didn't know it? Because we knocked out their radar. We knocked out all of their defensive stuff, and they were unable to see. Last week, we had one night 25 ships, one night 22, one night 19, one night 21. So every night, all these ships out. Oh, we should a lot. That's how the people were saying, "Where is this oil coming
Herbert
from?"
Hoover.
Nobody knew. We'd leave at 1 o'clock in the morning, all lights off.
I can't believe that there's a literal fucking Professor Morandi GIF emote on this goddamn website, dude. It's so funny.
And we'd have our Navy destroyers going alongside, and they had no equipment because we destroyed all of the equipment that would normally be, used to detect this. And I went for a month and a half taking many ships out there every night at 1 o'clock in the morning, and we were never detected until about a week ago. And then I announced that we're doing it.
Well, I think the New York Times had reported that you guys were engaged in that operation of 20 ships or whatever. I wanted to shift.
They shouldn't have. If they did, they shouldn't
well,
have.
They had good sources.
I mean, that's not very patriotic if they did.
Well, I did want to talk about Cuba and AI.
We'll do it, and we have to do it fast because they're waiting for me at a very important minute.
So you had said if Cuba is, or better said, if Iran is finished, then it's time for Cuba.
Right.
Is there a clock, a countdown clock on Cuba?
It's a flexible line, but Marco is involved very much. Marco's doing a great job, by the way. all my people are doing a very good job. But Marco's parents, it's such a great story. His parents were from Cuba. So you do agree I defeated Venezuela? Incredible.
100%.
I got him out
How do you
of
make the
there.
operation in Cuba look more like the Venezuela operation?
Well,
which
the difference is Venezuela has oil, Cuba doesn't. Cuba has nice property and they
How
have
do you
nice
make it-
shoreline.
Right. How do you make
They
it
don't have-
look more like the Venezuela operation than the Iran operation? Iran operation took longer.
No,
Venezuela was
I
done
think the
quick.
Iran operation, in a certain way, it's much bigger, much more powerful from the standpoint of weaponry than Venezuela. But Venezuela is a very military state. You know, they have a lot of soldiers. You know, we went into that fort, and they had thousands of soldiers in, and we went in with 201 people. And that was the pilot was very brave. He had his leg shot from underneath with the machine gunner who got who escaped a bad life, a bad death. So, no, I think that Venezuela, here's the thing. In Venezuela, it was so incredible, right?
Yeah.
And we waited and waited, and at the right time, I said, let's go do it now. We waited for the weather. We had to wait 6 days. We had some really bad weather. You know, the pilot said, sir, we want to do it. We went in less than ideal. They didn't care. And it actually lasted 48 minutes. And this is an arm, you know, they have a lot of soldiers there, a lot of good soldiers. If you look at Iran, they've been doing this stuff for 47 years. They've been taunting you and everybody else, all of the media, everything. They're very good with the press. They have a great fake media. And I put out a truth a little while ago. I said, if I had the white flag of surrender raised, and if they said, praise be to Allah, Trump is the greatest president, we hereby surrender, the New York Times would write that they won the war. They've lost so much credibility. So it's a very different kind of a place than Venezuela. But Venezuela, you know.
Oh, wow. Oh wow. At least he recognizes that now. Oh, it turns out the Iranian government was designed very differently than the Venezuelan government. Because remember, the reason why this is significant is because he literally believed when Benjamin Netanyahu was like, yeah, you'll just go in there. You'll just go in there. It'll be just like Venezuela. It'll be so fucking easy. It'll be so awesome. He was like, yeah, that seems good. That seems to be real. Nope. Turns out, not like Venezuela at all. The problem is, Cuba, in some respects, is similar. And that's what he's talking about here. He's like literally saying like, and this is him calling his next shot. And I do worry about this as well. We have to fight back against this as well. Because again, senseless militarism, senseless warfare, senseless amounts of death and destruction. He's going to try it again, especially because he has more perceived weakness. He's going to try to get a W here. He's going to try to secure a W here and most likely try to conquer Cuba. I know Cuba has done a lot of privatization initiatives now. They're actively trying to save their country. We'll get to that in a little bit, but libs won't stop the invasion of Cuba. I know. Well, we'll do our very best to make sure that that doesn't happen.
We're running Venezuela with the people that we.
Do you see the Cuba operation running similarly to the way
Possibly,
Venezuela?
it's possible.
Like this is what I despise. I hate hearing this shit. I hate hearing this. It's so callous the way that we talk about other countries. There are people that live there. There are people who have dreams. There are children. There are babies. There are good people, bad people. And the way that we just fucking talk about foreign nations, the way we get to talk about foreign nations is genuinely fucking disgusting. It is literally sociopathic. It is every bit the same energy-wise is what you hear from Itamar Ben-Gvir. Sure, he won't say like, oh, we're going to kill, Cuban mothers for the crime of our mothers crying or whatever. But like, it's the same energy. It's the same principle. It's so fucking dehumanizing. And then we justify this kind of reaction. We justify this kind of attitude because, all of our foreign adversaries are barbaric animals, right? Like they're lesser beings than we are. That's our attitude. This kind of psychopathic behavior, in my opinion, makes us the fucking barbarians, okay? It doesn't make them the barbarians that must be tamed. We are the barbarians that must be tamed. It's disgusting.
Well, there's another thing. These places are close by. Whereas
we have a hype train. If you want to carry the fucking flame, level 2 hype train. If we get to level 10 hype train, I will play the Israeli Charlie Kirk anthem, okay? Speaking of which, Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people, the people's broadcasting service. Support independent media by subscribing for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime, or by gifting subs to others. If we get to level 10 hype train, we will carry the flame once again.
I'm gay and Lebanese.
If you subscribe, you can send links. You can use emotes all around the platform. You can also rewind on a desktop. Maybe I'll play the Arabic version of the We Are Charlie Kirk. Who knows if I'm feeling frisky. The history of colonial conquest has always been justified by taming the beast, the barbarians, the lesser beings. Okay, that's not new. It's totally the oldest propaganda in the book. Manifest Destiny was the exact same. It was the ideology that justified chattel slavery. Wait, there's a country music version? Oh, I love that one too. Okay, maybe we'll do the country music version. Who knows? All right. Well, that is if we carry the flame today. We're at level 4 hype train, ladies and gentlemen. Keep subscribing. Keep gifting subs. Yeah, white man's burden, that sort of thing. It's always been the same. It's always been the same. What's wrong with Manifest Destiny? Every nation should serve its interests. What's wrong with Manifest Destiny? Just because there are people in other countries does not mean America should not progress its interests. It is what it is. We are the God-selected country after Israel, and nothing will stop us. I'm kidding. Oh, my God. Okay. I thought you were genuinely a real hog in the wild who was actually sincerely saying, like, what's wrong with fucking genocide? You were so close. Here, take a second off. Take a second off, buddy. I was about to fucking open up the barrage. Anyway.
If you look at Iran, that's a very long trip. I flew to that area a few times, and unrelated to this, but you're flying for 18 hours. You're flying for a long time. Venezuela is relatively close, and Cuba's hopscotch.
Well, I wanted to talk about...
We're going to have Marco get involved with Cuba. Cuba wants to talk very badly. We have a lot of people that voted for me, like 95%, and we're going to...
Some of your strongest support is in the Cuban-American community.
That's right. I love them.
So wanted to present this to you, just the map of the Western Hemisphere. When you look at, I mean, not as a gift, right? But when you look at this, do you see this as a fundamentally American hemisphere? Is this fundamentally...
More and more so, yeah.
More and more so.
We're much more respected. So we had a man that couldn't walk up a flight of stairs. And I don't want to talk about, because if I ever trip a little bit, they'll say, oh, this is terrible. Okay, can happen. But you can't trip every time you go on a stage. We had a man that wasn't respected. He wasn't smart 40 years ago. He was the worst thing that ever happened to old people, because I have old people, friends of mine, that are 93, 95 years old. They're 100%. Gary Player, great golfer. I play golf. He shot 71. He's 90 years old, and he's mentally exactly the same as he was for the last 30 years. There are a lot of people. Biden was the worst thing that ever happened to old people, because you guys were not honest with the public. The public saw it. He was a disaster. And the worst thing he did, inflation was really bad, but that wasn't the worst thing. The worst, because I inherited all this stuff. look at what's happening with prices. Now they're coming down. And with the oil, they're really coming down. I had to make an excursion to stop a very volatile group of people that are smart, very smart. You know, the Iranians, very smart people. They're sort of primitive genius, but they're smart.
I mean,
okay? I had to stop them because if they had a nuclear weapon, they would use it. And you want to see Bedlam? Let them blow up a couple of cities someplace like they would have blown up Israel. If it weren't for me, Israel would not exist today because I terminated the Barack Hussein Obama deal, the JCP.
This is the best. I personally love whenever he brings up the JCPOA because only Trump gets to do this, where he can point to a pivotal accomplishment of a former leader that he hates that was far better than the current one by American standards, by the American government standards. I don't personally care, obviously, because I care about justice. I care about what's, moral, what's just. And by that standard, yes, the Donald Trump MOU is far better than the JCPOA. But from the perspective of like America, the entity, it's a far worse deal, right? That's why so many people are fucking losing their minds, because their expectation is, of course we get to dominate all of our enemies. Of course we get to do whatever the fuck we want. These sanctions are supposed to be permanent. Why does Iran get to sell their oil? Like that's the working mentality of the American foreign policy apparatus. So from that perspective, this is a huge, ginormous instance of defeat. Now, given the fact that the blob and the foreign policy apparatus's goals are outright antagonistic to the goals and the needs of the American working class, you shouldn't actually worry about this at all. However, it is very funny that he will then go to the media and say, remember when Barack Obama did the JCPOA, which was objectively better than the MOU deal that we're currently signing off on? Yeah, that was actually far worse. That was far worse, actually. No one believes that, man. The very same people that are Zionists themselves, ideologically or paid to be, bribed to be Zionists, will look to this current MOU and then will compare it to the JCPOA, which they despised at the time, openly, and say, oh my God, we didn't know how good we had it. Because their ultimate goal is Israel's goals. And Israel's goals are to destroy Iran, right? To dominate Iran, to destroy Iran, to destabilize Iran economically. That's why that's the interests that these sanctions served for decades. In any case, hello. Hello. How are you? What are you looking at? What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Hi. Anyway, let's continue.
Which was a road to a nuclear weapon. They would have had it 5 years ago.
Context: 2015 JCPOA limited Iran's uranium production capability for 10 years and barred the kinds needed for nuclear weapons.
So they would have used it within the first week, in my opinion, and Israel would no longer be with us. Israel would have been gone years ago had I not done that. Now, what surprised me most is they waited so long. They waited till I came back. They didn't do it intentionally. They didn't think I'd be coming back. A lot of people didn't think so because of weaponization. They weaponized government. But I came back with a roar, but better than before, I think, better than before. And think of it. Israel would have been gone if we didn't hit them with the B-2 bombers. They were all that enriched material. They were 1 month away. It was right there. They could have walked down. They can't do that anyway. You know, the B-2 bombers did their job with those great pilots. That's sitting, the mountain collapsed on top of it. It collapsed on top of it. Had we not hit them, they would have had a nuclear weapon. They would have used it on Israel. They would have used it also on Saudi Arabia. And you saw that on Qatar, on UAE, on Kuwait, Bahrain. Because when that war started, I guess my biggest surprise, almost immediately, missiles were flying at these 5 other countries. I said, why is he doing it? And you know what that did? That brought those 5 countries right into my lap. They were great.
And last one, artificial intelligence.
Just excuse me, just 1 second. If it weren't for Donald Trump and Bibi Netanyahu worked well with me, but he will tell you, we're the ones with the guns, we're the ones with the whole deal, we're the ones with the B-2 bombers, etc. If it weren't for Donald Trump, Israel would have been eviscerated.
Your relationship with Netanyahu's...
It's good, but we have to keep him a little bit sane.
Are you...
Bro. Just fucking unload. You are so bitch made. You're such a bitch, Donald. God damn, dude. We got to keep him a little bit sane. Just cook his ass. Unload. JD Vance understands the assignment. JD Vance knows what time it is. They are literally offloading all of the responsibility to Israel right now. At least those with ambitions of higher office, like JD Vance, recognize what the room looks like, are reading the room, and are straight up offloading all the responsibility to Israel, which is the spoiling party at this moment. It's also the inciting party for why this war started to begin with. Here's what JD is saying, by the way.
I do think that's...
But like, he is literally going on the Tucker Carlson Apologia tour right now, if you haven't noticed.
Sometimes, advocates of Israel or pro-Israel people in the United States.
Yeah, JD knows where the public is going and is trying to jump ahead of it and secure his distance from the administration on an unpopular issue. And all the expected rubes are falling for it. Sad. Yeah. Part of the reason why everyone is falling for it, by the way, is because they're desperate. They're hungry. And that hunger comes from the fact that no one on the opposing side is demonstrating any moral clarity on this issue at all. That's the problem. If the Democrats, because look, the way you present your coalition and the way you present the national opposition party to the Republican MAGA Trumpism matters. And for all of this timeline leading up to this very moment, if the Democrats have spent most of their time, energy, and their initiatives attacking their left flank as insurgents, as oppositional figures that they feel is an existential threat, rather than spending all that moment, all this time, shitting on Israel, shitting on the Trumps, shitting on Trumpism, shitting on Israel for how much they have manipulated American foreign policy, how much of the responsibility is actually in the hands of Israel. Instead of doing that, they yelled at the people who were doing that on their left flank. Then yeah, at this moment, there is a level of desperation for the public that will welcome this kind of response from JD Vance. If the Democrats, on the other hand, spent all this time shitting on Israel and basically being the leader, showing the rest of the country that they were actually the leader of this fuck Israel coalition, then JD Vance's statements in this moment would just come across as hollow. It would not come across as novel. It wouldn't come across as sincere. But because of that desperation from the public that have not heard this from anybody with the exception of maybe Zohran Mamdani at times, or maybe a couple fucking politicians that are running, that are getting yelled at by the rest of the Democratic Party, they hear this for the first time and they go, oh my God, he's brilliant. What the hell is this? Nessie?
Make two critical mistakes. One, on the one hand, is not delineating between America's interests and Israeli interests, because they're not always the same. But the second is always conflating criticism of a particular government with Jew hatred. Because if everything is Jew hatred, then nothing is Jew hatred. I actually think Jew hatred is very bad, which is why I think we have to be very careful about not calling it's kind of like how progressives for 20 years called everything racist. And if everything's racism, nothing is racism. And we have to be very careful not to, in order to serve a certain foreign policy objective, try to criticize.
Yeah, you know what's really fucking annoying? I need to charge this motherfucker for biting my shit, dude. This is literally what I've been saying. Stealing my fucking flow. Bar for bar. What the hell? He just gave the Hasanabi bullet points. What the fuck? Tucker's been doing this too. Obviously, I can't even take credit for this because he's probably fucking cribbing Tucker's shit. Okay? But it's like, but this JD Vance cannot be the highest government official that says this. Okay? Where is the Democratic Party?
Somebody is anti-Semitic when they're just not.
Yeah.
Actually, he did watch Collargate. He did bring up Collargate in the past. So, like, obviously.
Completely agree with all that, and I think that distinction is important. However, from my vantage point, it seems to me like the bigger problem is I don't know exactly how I would describe it in a way that would be charitable, but almost like Israel derangement syndrome, going beyond, okay, yeah, we don't like Israeli policies. We don't think that we should put the priorities of any country first. Completely agree with that. That's fine. But the obsession that some people have, I would say on the right, with blaming all of their problems on Israel, all of their disagreements with Trump on some secret Israeli influence. And I'm not saying all of those people hate every Jewish person, but it seems to get there really fast. I see that more prominently on the right than I see true Israel first kind of obsession.
Yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, no shit. Oh my God. It turns out there's anti-Semites on the right, guys. Alert the presses. Hey, I'm shocked. Guys, let me tell you how shocked I am that there are a lot of straight up anti-Semites on the right. It's crazy. What? How could this have happened? But even then, if the two working political forces in this country is right-wing boomer philo-Semitism and right-wing boomer anti-Semitism, or more so the younger generation's Groyper anti-Semitism, okay? Right-wing boomer philo-Semitism is a far more consequential and far more powerful ideological force in the Republican Party than the right-wing anti-Semitism is, unless you're just on Twitter, at which point it's just all Groypers. Yes. So even on that front, I think she's wrong. By the way, ironically enough, both of those mentalities still come from anti-Semitism, otherizing Jews. Hasan is a gigantic fucking hypocrite. He constantly makes jokes that are meant to be sarcastic, but when a chatter does the same thing, he gets super butthurt about it. Screw you, dude. Middle finger emoji. Dog. You do realize that this is a visual medium as well, right? And I have established political opinions that you are aware of. So when I'm actually being sarcastic, you can kind of tell. Whereas an anonymous account making a statement is going to be a little bit more difficult to figure out, to identify sarcasm in, don't you think? I've made so many comments where I'm actually earnestly making a point that is worth talking about. You only read the comments that are frustrated at you about something you are being stupid about. Dog, you're in an arena full of people. Currently, there are 26,458 other people in here with you. I know from your perspective, it seems like I'm just in your living room talking to you directly. And in this current moment, I am talking to you directly. But like, you have to remember that at times. I think a lot of people forget that, where they go, no, he's talking to me. Please. Understand where I'm coming from every now and then, please. I can't know you personally. It's virtually impossible. Okay? I don't know what's going on. You never read my Toby Durdens? I'm sorry. I agree with you so much of what you're saying. I just think you get stuck on stuff that doesn't actually make sense and then get like reverse critical about stuff that you do exactly the same. Buddy, if you can't fucking figure out the irony of you advancing this cause right now while simultaneously saying like it's your fault that you're getting stuck on it, I don't know what to tell you. So in an effort not to be, bitch made chatter upset because they were timed out for being weird as fuck. Is Jason texting with Ashley St. Clair Lamau? Check logs. Okay, let's not dunk on this chatter. Okay, let's not dunk on this chatter. Let's just be a little bit kinder to one another and let's be a little bit more understanding of one another. Okay? How about that? And in an effort to move along this conversation to more productive waters, I'm just going to move on from responding to that one chatter. And you guys should stop responding to that one chatter as well. Okay? Let's continue with JD Vance stealing my shit verbatim.
You seem to be describing.
So I see both, and I think both are bad. And you know, I'm probably particularly sensitive to the first thing because of the last 2 days I've been defending the president's decision to end the Iran deal. And I find often the arguments are, well, Israel doesn't think this is good, therefore it's bad. And my reaction is, Israel's opinions matter, but fundamentally they are separate. But you're right. I mean, there are certainly people who take every frustration with the Trump administration, every policy disagreement becomes because of Israel. And that is absolutely wrong. And again, I think that is one of those things that can bleed into some very dark places.
Yeah.
So I think that it's upon us as leaders, as public commentators, to just try to be very rational about this, to try to distinguish what is legitimate disagreement from ethnic hatred. And you just got to be careful about it. But I actually think both the Trump administration, but the right generally is.
By the way, this guy loves ethnic hatred so much. This guy loves ethnic hatred so much that he has literally thrown his own Indian wife and Indian children under the bus in order to gain the attention and love and admiration of some of the most odious forces in American politics. So, like,
anti-Semitism is a canary in the coal mine of fascism. It's one of the oldest bigotries that has caused those of the Jewish faith a tremendous amount of pain. From pogroms to the Holocaust, Jews have always been singled out by those in power as a scapegoat for instability and economic volatility people in power cause. A resilient, nascent anti-Semitism is a constant threat, especially as economic instability makes those in power seek out old targets. They're not very creative, usually. They just always rehash the same propaganda over and over again. This is precisely the reason why I am terrified of the conflation of anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism. The conflation is dangerous. Valid criticisms against the state, especially as all of the violence is unfolding, and everyone can see it, valid criticisms against the state committing these atrocities and tying it back to Judaism is a cynical ploy to stop all matter of conversation is truly terrifying.
God, I've gotten so much better at fucking speeches. It's crazy. That written speech sounds like a fucking high school graduate. I've gotten way better. I've gotten way better at speeches, man. I swear. You're way too hard on yourself? Nah, you guys are being parasocial, I think. You're being too nice, which is nice. Normally, you're very unkind. Chat as a blob is very unkind at times, but it's okay to recognize the growth. You know what I'm saying?
Is in a place of figuring this stuff out. Any debate, Every debate has excesses on either side, but that's part of the process of figuring this stuff out together.
You're going to be able to control Israel from attacking Lebanon.
Yeah, I will be. I mean,
How?
I wonder. They have a lot of respect for me, and they do as I say.
You mean Noah got better writing scripts? No, Noah doesn't write all the scripts, chatters. Holy shit. That's crazy.
Remember,
like he edits my shit. Calm down, okay?
Remember this.
No, not
If I
Noah
don't
Sampson, Noah Colwyn.
Terminate the JCPOA. Road to remember.
This is what I mean, by the way. This is what I mean. I just said, oh, I'm glad that you guys are being nice to me. And then immediately someone has to be like, you're stupid. I speak for a living. Okay? These speeches and these scripts have nothing in them that you haven't heard a million times over from me on this broadcast.
That was a road to a nuclear weapon. Legally. It says right there. And Obama thought he could pay them off. He gave them billions and billions of dollars, $1.7 billion in cash. You know, it was a well-known story, but it didn't work. You can't bribe your way out of it. You can't pay off your way. But if I didn't do that, and if I didn't attack their nuclear supply 10 months ago with the B-2 bombers, Israel would not exist today.
So artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
Did not a very artful transition by me. Do you see artificial intelligence as a weapon?
Well, if improperly used, it could be. If properly used, I will tell you one thing. It's so big.
Yeah.
It is big like nobody's, I mean, bigger than the internet. It's bigger than any, I've seen the different things come along. It's an age where people like you, if we're nice, smart people like we are, we watch and we see what's happening. This AI is incredible. Now, it's unbelievable for good. You're going to have medical cures coming up 25 years early because of it. You're going to have other things happening, but you have to watch. You know, we have a situation with Anthropic, and we didn't like what they were doing. And so far, I think they behaved very responsibly to our request.
Do you view Anthropic and, to a degree, its CEO, Dario Amodei, as a threat to national security?
Well, not now, but a week ago, maybe. I was with him yesterday. He made a speech. I made a little speech. We were in the room on the G7, and seems like a nice guy, smart guy. But he responded to us very quickly because, you know, it's tremendous liability. People get put in prison immediately for that. You know, you can't play games with that. And he responded very responsibly, I thought. So far, I think he will.
Do you have the power and the inclination to shut them down or possibly take them?
Well, I don't want to do that because I'm somebody that, you know, we're beating China by a lot on AI. I was with President Xi. We talked about it. We're beating China by a lot. Everyone thought that we didn't have the electricity. I came up with an idea. I thought of it myself. I let them build their own electric plants when they're building their factories. That way they don't have to use an old grid. And they actually sell back into the grid at a cheap price, excess electricity. They need massive amounts. It's amazing, Mark. They need double the amount of electricity that this country produces for everything to run it. So I had the idea. I said, I'm going to let them. I mean, we don't have that kind of electricity. Really, nobody does. And they're building their plants, and they're building the most incredible electric producing factories you've ever seen. So we're leading China by a lot. It's going to be for the good, and we're watching for the bad. I think the good, let me put it a different way, the good far outweighs the bad. We are going to find the bad, and we're going to stop it.
You have the power to use the Defense Production Act,
I have the
potentially?
power to use a lot of things, yeah.
Would you consider using the Defense Production Act to possibly regulate control AI or AI?
I would, but I'm not sure I have to do that. I think so far it's been very responsible. Actually, it was a competitor and a part owner that turned Anthropic in. They didn't like what they were doing. They were very concerned. Think of it, it's a part owner. And I think it worked out very well, I think.
And France at the G7 had talked about having an international group that comes together. They want the United States to share more on AI. Well,
the problem we have is that we are leading everybody by a lot.
Where are you as you wind down your presidency? You've got 2 more years.
Yeah. I don't call it a wind down. I think we got a lot of time. We have every 2.5 plus years.
Every
2.5 plus years.
Presidency has a life cycle.
Yeah.
And as a president comes to in a second term to his last midterm, his party usually loses control of the House. His poll numbers usually start to decline, and he starts to weaken. And that's happening to you.
No, it's not. Fake polls. I have great poll numbers.
How do you maintain?
I would beat any candidate they have by 25 points.
Well, how do you maintain?
I have great poll numbers.
How do you maintain your power going forward? You have the Senate that's rebelling.
Think about it. No, I don't think about it. All I do is do my job. I have more than 2.5 years. I have a lot of time. But all I do is think about doing my job. And we have other things, very big things that I want to do in the next 2.5 years. Some very impactful things. Things are happening that aren't good, and I'm going to straighten them out. And some things are happening that should be better, and I'm going to make them better. This is a great presidency.
Are you going to miss being in this White House?
Well, it's so early. I don't like to talk about it because, 2.5 years is a pretty long time, in all fairness. I love the building. I'm fixing the building. I do that in my little side hobby. You see the granite, they had stones that's broken, the marble's broken, the tile they have is garbage from a low-class place that sells garbage. This is the White House. You saw the white floor, I assume. You saw the beautiful granite. I fix it. I pay for it myself. I don't want money. And
I'm conflicted. Look at how excited he gets about this stuff. Like, you ask him about Xi Jinping, you ask him about Israel, you ask him about the Democrats, he's like, whatever. The moment you ask him about like renovations in the Oval Office, he's like, well, I'm fixing it. I'm doing so much. He lights the fuck up, dude. It is crazy. It's crazy how you can just tell what he sincerely likes to do. And it sucks because the things that he sincerely likes to do are also bad. And they're also objective failures, like the fucking reflecting pool. He loves doing interior design. He loves doing architecture, and it's still all dog shit. Every part of this presidency has been ass. Things that he hates, ass. Things that he loves to do, ass. It's crazy.
The White House will soon be in better shape than it was. And most importantly, when it was built, I'm building what will be one of the greatest ballrooms and safety nets anywhere in the world.
Maggie Haberman already wrote about this, but the new book coming out with Jonathan Swan and Maggie Haberman, it was not uncommon for Trump to superglue gold trim to the walls of the Oval Office. It's so gaudy. It's so gaudy. He wants to be a Gulf monarch so fucking bad. It's just like there is literally nothing redeemable about the Trump presidency. And yet tens of millions of people hang by every word. It is a mind-boggling. Like, there are so many people who are hallucinating an alternative reality, an alternative existence where Donald Trump is awesome. He's doing everything great. Nothing bad can happen. Only everything good can happen. Shoes in TSA, little bro. Okay, facts. Fair is fair. The one redeemable aspect of the Trump presidency is that you can now wear your fucking shoes when you go through TSA. Except for the longest time, there was no funding of TSA as well. So there was also the standoff due to all of the funds going to ICE. He decorates like a rich Filipino grandma. Book describes how after Trump redecorated the Oval Office to fill it with gold flourishes, someone asked the president about the likelihood that the next president would undo all that he's done. Trump said, Cubans love gold. Oh, he's talking about Marco Rubio. Okay, that's a not so subtle remark. Dunking on JD Vance as well. Can we get Zoran to fix the reflecting pool?
All bulletproof glass. It's all drone-proof roofs. It's actually a drone port on the top of the roof with views of everything. It's very high up.
And you're going to be able to get there through the Senate. I know the Senate has been.
I don't need it through the Senate. I'm paying for myself. I don't know what they're talking about giving $1 billion. I don't need money from the Senate. I'm putting up my own money and the money of very great patriots. Apple, Microsoft, we don't need money. We have a judge that said he'd rather have it be put up by the government. Why? We're giving a gift of a tremendous military and also a very important ballroom for safety. You see how many, with all the whack jobs, all these crazy people, the bulletproof glass is this thick. Nothing gets through it. The drones won't hit it. They'll bounce off the roof. We're actually putting a drone port up that's very important, but we have a judge that probably doesn't like Donald Trump. Fortunately, we have appellate judges that, I've done okay with the appellate judges, but I have not done so well with some of these judges that probably have Trump derangement syndrome. But I will say, just in finishing,
by the way, because he was president already and because of the dominance of the Republican movement since his first tenure, most of the judges he's referencing are fucking Republicans or his own personal appointments. And that's why it's so funny whenever he complains about Trump derangement syndrome judges. Because the Federalist Society has been such a domineering force in court appointments in this country since the fucking 90s that most of the judges you arrive at are still going to be Republican appointments. And usually, they're even his own personal appointments. It's just that he appointed these guys, and then he took it too far, and even his own judges that he's appointed are like, yeah, well, we have to keep some semblance of power and some semblance of independence in the judiciary, so we're going to have to say no on this one, big dog. That's it. That's it. And he still turns around and goes, TDS, and it's like the guy that he's talking about is like a fucking Trump appointed judge who's like, yeah, I don't think you should be able to shoot immigrants in the face without due process or something. And he'd be like, TDS. Or I don't think you can actually, put your fucking ass print on the side of this government facility. That seems a bridge too far. And he's like, TDS. I can't believe it. You're telling me I can't write my name on the side of every government facility? What the hell do you mean?
We've taken Washington, D.C. from a death trap to one of the safest cities in America.
Mr. President, I appreciate your time. I know you've been rushed today. I don't think you had any sleep, did you?
Not much.
So you flew across.
I had 2 hours for you. 2 hours.
Well,
you need more than 2 hours for him, right? Anyway, thanks.
Well, I appreciate your time. Thank you very much, sir.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Wow. Watch 10 seconds of this. It's hilarious. Tucker Carlson couldn't help himself. Oh, I saw the clip.
Note to self, don't do that again. But as of right now, we were waging a war with Israel, and we just reached the outline of a peace agreement with the country we are fighting with Israel without consulting Israel. We sent them a copy. Bitch. That's exactly what that means. Shh, adults are talking. It's exactly what Trump is saying to Israel. Then he goes on to say, yeah, I mean, I think what they're doing, and I understand you got to defend yourself and everything, but like, it's brutal what they're doing. It's brutal what they're doing in Beirut, in Lebanon, blowing up apartment buildings. At one point, not in that clip, but in another from yesterday, he said, I just think it's just too much. It's just too much. I think going forward, we may leave the fight against Hezbollah to, I don't know, Jelani, who runs Syria. He's a good guy. Let him handle it. He'll do it in a more measured way. Now, Jelani, of course, is a former al-Qaeda leader who is running Syria, really in thanks to Israeli pressure, because Assad, who is literally a practicing medical physician educated in Britain, he's just too radical, meaning too anti-Israel. So we have to have the former al-Qaeda leader, al-Qaeda, which they told us did 9/11. I don't know if you remember that. Remember those 19 Arabs with box cutters who killed 3,000 Americans? That was the story anyway. One of those guys is now our ally in Syria. And by the way, that guy, the former al-Qaeda leader, he's just a more reasonable person. He's just more humane than Benjamin Netanyahu. I mean, I like them all. They're all good guys. But really, if you're looking for humane treatment of civilians, you got to go to the al-Qaeda guy, not the Israeli prime minister. That's what the president said. It's unbelievable. If I said that, which I don't know if I would say that. Is that true? I don't even know. I have maybe less faith in former al-Qaeda leaders than the president does. But if I said that, it'd be anti-Semitism. What are you saying? Well, Trump is saying that the Israelis are such inhumane savages who do not consider non-Israeli life fully human. That's true, by the way, obviously. That we're going to trust the al-Qaeda guy over them. So again, watching all this stuff for the last couple of days, and your instinct, of course, is always to enjoy the hysteria and the suffering of neocons, considering how much suffering they've imposed on the rest of us for the past 25 years. I mean, it's almost incalculable. No group has done more damage to the United States. No group has come close to doing the amount of damage to the United States that the neocons have done over 25 years. So when you see them go totally bonkers and start rending their garments on Twitter, you're like, I kind of enjoying this. On the other hand, you just got to be honest and say, I get it. You went into this thinking this would be the war that allowed Israel to fully take over and control the Middle East. They would have no more real imminent threats. And yet, in one of those ironies that define life, the war ended up radically diminishing Israel, radically.
Is Tucker feeling like Trump and JD are taking his thunder? No, I don't think Tucker Carlson cares whether or not. I think Tucker Carlson likes if Trump goes back to, cribbing whatever he's saying. My suspicion is that there is a likelihood that this is still a performance, a facade, and that there is a slant for the America First isolationism that Donald Trump clearly leaned into when he was running for office. And he actually benefited tremendously from, as he positioned himself as an anti-war guy. And I can totally see this being, it wouldn't shock me if this was still very much a much more sophisticated propaganda machine from the Republican side, from J.D. Vance, who has ambitions of higher office, who obviously has been closely connected to Tucker Carlson, and J.D. Vance is Peter Thiel's top guy, and that they are presenting themselves as like the anti-war America First isolationist wing now, in an effort to just like garner some level of support because they recognize where the crowd is going, with no real intentions of leaning into this, with no real intentions of punishing Israel or holding Israel accountable whatsoever. Or the alternative is they're fed up and that they are legitimately and genuinely fed up with the level of Israel control over American foreign policy. That could also be the case, right? I am always going to lean on the side of caution when it comes to, very successful propagandas that have played a major role in the American conservative movement for decades. There is an alternative here that Tucker Carlson and maybe even J.D. Vance, but certainly Tucker Carlson, thinks that Israel is an impediment to American dominance and American hegemony. Right? And that is the reason why he's against it. Right? I can see that being the case. There's definitely a level of disgust that Tucker Carlson channels when he's talking about Israel's actions. And I do think that comes from a sincere place. Now, is that a sincere place? That level of disgust is coming from a sincere place because Tucker has had it enough with all the death and destruction that Israel has conducted? Is it coming from a place where he's actually genuinely pissed off that Israel gets to have this level of control over American politics? Is it coming from a place where he just, thinks that the organized Jewry anti-Semitic narratives are real? I don't know. I think it's a little bit of all of those things combined. I legitimately think Tucker Carlson is upset with the death and destruction. I do. It's normal. It's normal to feel that, regardless of your other priorities, regardless of your other perspectives. Like, I think that there are a lot of Republicans out there, and I wouldn't say that Tucker Carlson is Tucker Carlson is unique because he's obviously a spokesperson for a movement, right? But I have said this from the start. You can literally be a white supremacist and still get frustrated with the amount of death and destruction that you've seen. Because I think there are a lot of Republicans like that. There are a lot of just normal Republicans who, on the one hand, run around and want to, create Israel in America for white people, who also are like, this is unacceptable. Because Israel is so multifaceted in its approach to destruction that it is literally killing Christians as well. So there's a good deal of Christian nationalists who look to what Israel's done in Lebanon to Christian villages, who look to what Israel's done in Gaza to Christian Palestinians and go, that's too much. That's fucked up. So there's even that element. Right? I think ultimately, I go back and forth on this where I try to figure out what's sincere and what's not sincere. And I think about it from a more pragmatic perspective where obviously the fundamentals are important, but in the interim, in the short term, if someone is actually critical of Israel in the right kinds of ways, then I just let it happen. You should care about others fucking dying, man. Yeah, but we're talking about people who championed the Iraq War, Afghanistan. So clearly they didn't care about, brown people being slaughtered, brown children being slaughtered when that was taking place. So on the one hand, yes, I do want to live in a world where, my neighbors, my community, the people that I know, all have the same values that I do, where they see any kind of violence, especially towards civilians, and are horrified by it. But we don't live in that world, unfortunately. We live in we live in the opposite world of that. But like I said, I'll take whatever I can, because we don't have a robust enough movement to spare additional allies. But that doesn't mean we should make these guys the leader of this movement, right? You can lean into them and say, look, see, even people who I disagree with are saying these things. When you are making an argument to people who may not listen to what you have to say, but will listen to what Tucker Carlson has to say, right? Like, use it to your advantage. It's always good to, keep an arm's distance. But then, recognize that there are good people of good conscience and even bad people that you can actually convince, whose minds you can change. The amount of Christian nationalists who aren't also white supremacists, like 5%, man, but it also doesn't matter if he's sincere or not. I'm never trusting his ass. Only using his agreement on this to advocate more. Fuck him in his feelings. Oh, yeah, no, that's my assessment as well. Yeah, I mean, here is the three different. I agree with this this assessment from Americanets as well. He says, option one, the Trump admin, Vance being chosen for this, came out swinging against the Israelis because they need to present a credible threat that they'll punish them for refusing to play ball and adhere to the ceasefire in Lebanon. Option two, it's all one big coordinated plan to give the Israeli government someone to blame, Trump, for withdrawing him from Lebanon rather than admit failure. Option three, it's a coordinated effort between anti-Likud factions within Israel and the Trump admin to pin Israeli failures on Netanyahu and remove him. All three options could involve the cooperation of Zionist elements in both the U.S. and Israel. The Iran-Lebanon strategy has been a failure, and even the Zionists should be able to see this. Doubling down will just do more damage to Israel at this point, though they have to keep demanding more violence to satiate the bloodlust of their domestic audience. But yeah, I don't trust J.D. Vance's recent change of heart on this issue at all. As I've said, I think they're trying to offload the responsibility to Israel because they recognize that Israel is an unbelievably unpopular country. And this is a great opportunity to pull the fucking exit ramp and then say, oh, Israel did all of this. We are no longer, we're wiping our hands of this madness here. Israel was responsible for this. And they're trying to obviously navigate it in a way where they're not like too offensive to the needs of the Zionist lobby, which is a very powerful entity in American politics still, obviously. But no matter what you do, even a little bit of disagreements, even if it's ultimately for, Israel's grand design in the region, even a little bit of friction there is going to cause AIPAC to fucking unload on you. Because these guys are very clearly unfucking bearable. They are so used to getting every single thing they ever wanted with no impediments that any kind of like, hey, Israel, you have to dial it back for your own safety and security in the future is going to be met with a tremendous amount of Hasbara bots and a tremendous amount of money being spent in your direction. We saw this with AIPAC with that special election that took place in New Jersey, where they went after Tom Malinowski. They went after Tom Malinowski, who's a lifelong Zionist and a lifelong defender of Israel, because he dared to say, I would probably condition aid to Israel. I can't guarantee that I would always give Israel whatever they want. That was all it took for AIPAC to dump boatloads of money attacking him. That should show you exactly how these guys operate. That should show you the level of entitlement that they have, that they're so zealous. They're so overzealous about the need for fealty from every single politician that they sometimes actually end up fucking themselves over. As a matter of fact, you'll see them fucking themselves over more and more frequently because now the overall appetite for pro-Israeli messaging is gone. Wait, they couldn't do that anti-Semitically? Wait, what do you mean? It's beneficial for us that only hardline Zionists are left, so they're revolting and disgusting and they will fuck themselves over. Oh yeah, no, if if the entire Zionist movement and what remains of like the public advocacy for Israel is like Rabbi Shmuley and like Mark Levin and a bunch of like genuinely unhinged people, then that makes it much easier to advocate against too, because Americans are just fed up with that kind of shit. They're like, ugh, I don't want to hear this any longer. You're out of your goddamn mind. Couldn't they do that anti-Semitically, like blaming Jewish people for this huge loss in order to gin up more Jew hatred? Like the Nazis blamed Jewish people for World War I? Maybe that's too galaxy brain? No. Maybe in the future, but not right now. There are far too many. Here's the thing. There are far too many donors on both parties for either party to legitimately turn around and start being like, yep, it's the Jewish question. It's the Jewish problem. They're not going to speak like that. It doesn't work like that. There are forces that are demanding this kind of thing from especially the Republican Party, obviously, almost exclusively from the Republican Party, the Groyper movement. But that is an irrelevant force in American politics, all things considered, because as I've said before, there is a much larger number of boomer Philo-Semites that make up the most important voter constituency, Christian Zionists, white evangelical Christian Zionists, and therefore that kind of stuff is never going to fly. Now, I say for now, because I don't know what it would look like. Hasan, you mentioned a couple weeks ago that there's no such thing as an anti-war right. How do you see things shaking out? Well, now there might be one because Donald Trump is seemingly presenting himself as an anti-war right-winger. The reason why I said that a couple weeks ago is because these guys are a cult. They're not a normal political movement. They don't have real political opinions. They don't have any. They're not motivated by any purpose higher than whatever Donald Trump is saying and doing. Okay, do you understand? So now that Donald Trump is saying like, oh, the MOU is good, you'll probably see a lot more people. You'll probably see a lot more people hitting the anti-war right, America first isolationism again. But that can turn on a dime. If Donald Trump turns around and does more war, they're going to be like, hell yeah, this was awesome, actually. We've realized that we love war again. That's what I mean. It's not real. It's not like a real, sincere anti-war position that they hold. It's just the position that they hold when Trump is holding it. Or when Trump is presenting it as a genuine movement or a genuine position. Anyway, this guy, I want to read that TrueAnon responded to, Brace responded to. Without Israeli intelligence and Israeli technology, America would be screwed in ways most Americans can't even comprehend. Israelis and American Jews are always very polite about this and frankly rarely speak of it. But that might have been a mistake. The White House needs to be very careful here. What they are allowing J.D. Vance to do is extremely dangerous. They must stop before they make a mess that cannot be unmade. When you lie to the world that thousands of Israelis did not struggle and suffer and die to create and protect and sustain Israel, and instead claim that America created and sustains Israel, which is possibly the biggest lie that could ever be told about the history of the state of Israel, you are playing with fire, because it is the same Israeli people you just lied about whom you depend on to produce and provide the technology and intelligence that you need. And yes, you do need it. And no, you don't have an alternative. This is not a game. Stop now. This is what I mean when I say like the Hasbarists have lost their dang minds. Okay? The pro-Israel crowd has lost their dang minds, brother. They literally just bust out the protocols of Zion. The elders. They literally just they just start protocols posting. It's crazy. It's crazy. They're like, oh, you will see what happened when no ways. You will see what happened when no ways. This is it. This is just like, this is what you arrive at when you are operating on fucking fumes. You have a fascist ideology that motivates your worldview. Okay. And now, with that unbelievable arrogance and that unbelievable sense of entitlement that you have, you've been told no for the first time ever. And of course, that caused you to say some unhinged ass shit, not realizing how it reads to normal people. Seemingly in response to the Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei's comments on the U.S.-Iran MOU, the U.S. President Donald J. Trump posted on Truth Social app that the U.S. did not sign the deal out of desperation, something that Khamenei had alluded to. I like how they published the WAPO exclusive, by the way, came hours after Israel massacred dozens of Lebanese civilians and announced a ceasefire that they immediately violated with more bombing. I forgot to mention that. Transcript from a Channel 12 broadcast. Some parties within the U.S. administration are trying to open unofficial comms channels with opposition leaders in Israel. The context came due to the growing sense of frustration with the extremist ministers in Netanyahu's government and a belief that a change in governance in Israel has become possible. Yeah, okay. They'll work with whoever they can. They don't give a shit. I better not lose my cherry tomatoes because of your bullshit. What about Waze or SodaStream, brother? They're calling him Donald Hussein Trump on Israeli TV. Wait, no shot.
זה נהיה כבר דונלד חוסיין עכשיו.
Donald Hussein Trump. Channel 14 in Israel, considered Netanyahu's most important mouthpiece, continues to use the most insulting language of the president of the United States after years, and especially since he returned to the White House, in which its attitude towards him was admiring and flattering, second only to his treatment of Netanyahu. Everything flipped last week when news of the agreement with Iran broke. Now they're calling him there Donald Hussein Trump. Watch out. I'm actually going to step on your tail, girly. By the way, this is, of course, once again, a very clear revelation of like the attitudes in Israeli society broadly. They are unbelievably Islamophobic. They're unbelievably anti-Arab racist. So the worst thing you can say, the worst thing you can compare someone to in Israeli society is a Palestinian or an Arab or a Muslim. Okay? It's great. So cool that this is the most important ally that we have, the only democracy. It's just so strange because they're so open about their racism. They're so open about their fucking racism. And yet in the media, there is this fucking insane attitude like these guys are actually totally valid. They're just like us. I mean, I guess in some ways they are just like us. We have similar levels of racism in American society as well. It's just not as open and not as overt, because I think the average American, when they hear something way beyond the permissible racism that you see in mainstream media, they go, ooh, that's gross. And unfortunately for Israel and its propaganda purposes, the average Israeli mouthpiece in Israeli television and the average Israeli politician reaches far beyond that level of racism with regular frequency. That's why it's like whenever you translate tweets from Hebrew Twitter to English Twitter, all of a sudden it's like you're unearthing new versions of racism that you did not think existed in the world.
Morning, one day after the new agreement took effect, the deal already being tested. Israel carrying out intense strikes in Lebanon. It comes as the White House is delaying plans to kick off the next phase of negotiations. Vice President J.D. Vance was expected to travel to Switzerland overnight, but his travel called off at the 11th hour. The White House saying the logistics of these negotiations have never been simple or predictable, adding we look forward to beginning technical talks as soon as possible. The agreement calls for the war to end on all fronts, including Israel's strikes against Hezbollah in Lebanon. But the Israelis, who have been the U.S.'s partner in this war but were not involved in this deal, have made clear they aren't withdrawing from Lebanon. Briefing reporters Thursday, the vice president with a blunt warning to Israelis critical of the agreement.
If I was in the cabinet of the Israeli government, I might not be attacking the only powerful ally that I have anywhere left in the entire world.
Meanwhile, on Capitol Hill, a growing number of Republicans are incensed by the president's deal, calling it a win for Iran.
Giving billions of dollars to theocratic lunatics who want to murder us is an exceptionally bad idea.
Senator Tom Cotton, the chair of the Intelligence Committee, concerned that Iran is already profiting simply by signing the agreement and reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
We're going to lift sanctions on Iran's oil exports right away. And based on their pre-war rates of production and recent prices for a barrel of oil, you're looking at somewhere between $150 and $200 million a day.
The vice president describing the deal as a win-win, adamant Iran won't receive any financial benefits unless they, quote, change their behavior. But that's not what the deal says. I pressed the vice president. Under this deal, they are being allowed now to sell their oil freely. Again, how is that not a financial benefit? And they're being allowed to do that without making any new concrete nuclear commitments. So can you explain how is that not lopsided?
Well, first of all, they've made very concrete nuclear commitments. They have committed to the destruction of the highly enriched stockpile that they have in their possession. But number two, all we've done is lift the blockade in the Straits of Hormuz. We basically returned it to where it was before the conflict. The blockade is off. We put that in after the conflict started. The straits are now open.
In the document, Iran does not commit to destroying its nuclear stockpile. The deal only states that they've agreed to negotiate the issue further over the next 60 days. Now, as for what comes next, President Trump has made clear he expects Israel to get on board with this deal, but there is no question this is really testing the president's relationship with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Trump has been increasingly openly frustrated with him, even saying the other day, quote, "Without me, there would be no Israel."
Go to Heidi Pitt first, though. She is entire in southern Lebanon. And Heidi, we're 1 hour
Marco Rubio
into this reported ceasefire. What is the situation there in the south?
So in the hour since 4 p.m. local time, which is when this ceasefire was supposed to have taken effect, we've been keeping count. There have been 13 Israeli airstrikes so far. Some of those in the outskirts of the city of Nabatea, several in Kfar Kabnit, others in Kfar Sir, but multiple other locations along this front line that exists here in southern Lebanon between Israeli troops who have been seeking to continue their advance in recent days. As you just mentioned, Hezbollah launched attacks, including what they say were ambushes on Israeli troops in the area of the Ali al-Taha Hill in the last couple of days, resulting in the deaths of 4 Israeli soldiers overnight. And then we've had this announcement of this ceasefire at 4 p.m. U.S. officials speaking to various news organizations and some Israeli officials as well, unnamed but quoted in Israeli media, saying that this ceasefire had taken effect. But once again, here in southern Lebanon, it's not feeling like very much of a ceasefire. You know, if we're talking about 13 Israeli airstrikes, continued Israeli artillery shelling as well at multiple locations. And we've just had an update in the last couple of minutes, in fact, from Lebanon's Ministry of Public Health that the toll from midnight until this afternoon in this latest round of escalation.
Dialogue of Secret Society by Peter Thiel. Liz League, have you covered it? Yes. And you can find out more about it if you rewind, if you subscribe and rewind. Just kidding. It's actually not. I didn't cover it today. I covered it as soon as it happened. But you can still subscribe and rewind to check out the rest of the VOD if you would like to see if I covered a certain thing instead of asking in the chat.
47 people have been killed.
What is happening with this Al Jazeera American flag backdrop? It's like freaking me out a little bit. I'm not used to seeing this. This reminds me of like Fox News.
Here in southern Lebanon, that includes a number of women and children and 97 wounded. And that is a result of strikes on what Israel has characterized as Hezbollah targets. They say they've struck more than 100 in the last 24 hours. They say they've hit command centers in the Bekaa Valley and a number of other locations. But what they have also hit, once again, here in southern Lebanon is residential houses. And that has resulted in the deaths of entire families.
Yeah, Heidi, like you say, that death toll has risen to 47 killed in the past 24 hours by the Israeli military, and 4 Israeli soldiers have been killed by Hezbollah. Can you just tell us what has Hezbollah been saying about its obligations under the Iran-US agreement?
So we haven't had a specific statement from them in the last hour or so since this ostensible ceasefire was supposed to have taken effect. But in the past, when ceasefires have been announced or arranged or agreed here, the pattern seems to have been that Hezbollah does slow down or even cease their operations entirely. That's what happened on the 8th of April. But we see this continued Israeli activity, and so then we get this blame game, right, where the Israelis say that they're responding to ceasefire violations by Hezbollah. Hezbollah says, well, hang on, there have been 13 airstrikes since the ceasefire has taken.
Yeah. Al Jazeera Patriot Edition. Qatar showing its true colors here, okay? Qatar loves the MOU so much, they were like, today, Al Jazeera, we have become American, okay? We love Donald Trump. We love the United States of America. I am feeling so patriotic about America. We love you, America. Thank you so much. That is the Islamic States of America flag. Yeah. We have become one. Pax Islamica was real. It's happening in America and we didn't even realize it. Yeah, look, it's got the flag. This is the OG. This is the real flag. This is the new American flag. It's got the Saudi flag. It's got everything.
Taken effect, which I presume is a statement that we're going to see coming from them in the next couple of hours. And what it results in is the deaths of people here in southern Lebanon.
Thank you so much, Heidi. Heidi Pett for us there with the latest out of Tyre in southern Lebanon.
Overnight, Hezbollah once again attacked IDF soldiers operating in southern Lebanon to protect Israeli civilians. We lost.
Okay, dude. Okay, dude. Okay, dude. By the way, they're literally complaining about Hezbollah bombing these locations, okay? These are the locations that are receiving fire. Now, what you may recognize for the eagle-eyed Hasanabi heads in the chat, that's inside of Lebanese territory. But of course, because Israel's the most entitled, spoiled, fascist nation on the fucking planet, they literally think it's illegal to fight back when they invade a country. It is a buffer zone. That's just Greater Israel. My bad. My mistake. I was being totally anti-Semitic, not acknowledging the Greater Israel lands that have now recently been conquered, it seems.
4 of our soldiers. They were killed while protecting their country. Over the course of weeks, and including last night, Hezbollah has...
I'm going to repeat this one more time. Those are 4 terrorists who were illegally invading foreign soil and got killed in the process of invading foreign soil. Okay? Just so you understand, like, that's not... These guys aren't like civilians walking home or something and got incinerated by FPV drones. Those are illegal... Those are foreign soldiers illegally occupying Lebanese soil and got killed in the process of murdering children, murdering civilians, blowing up civilian buildings. So the idea that this is like unacceptable is totally ridiculous. I have a really quick solution. If you don't want your soldiers to die in battle, don't go to battle. Don't illegally invade and occupy foreign countries. Okay? Just want to quickly point that out. I know it's not talked about a lot. I know it's not considered. It's especially not considered in the Israeli understanding of waging war. But that's a really quick solution. Yeah, they weren't just standing there, by the way. They were in the middle of invading another village. But if you say it like that, all of a sudden, controversial statement, wee woo, you're an anti-Semitic terrorist lover. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. Hezbollah, as the only paramilitary force in Lebanon that is willing to fucking fight back, okay? Hezbollah is the only paramilitary force that is capable of fighting back against this alien entity, this foreign occupation, is of course going to follow through on their legal, moral, and just right to defend their territory, their territorial integrity, their sovereignty. There is no world where you can convince me that what Hezbollah is doing in self-defense is bad, immoral, or wrong. That's it. You can't. And this is the problem. This is the problem for Israel. In their minds, they're so trapped in this fucking insane hug box that they have designed for themselves, this echo chamber that they've designed for themselves, that like they think international law doesn't matter. And they try to advance this mentality in the Western world. And for the longest time, given the Islamophobia and given the shared anti-Arab sentiment in the Western world, when Israel said stuff like this, because most people were not aware of like the ways in which Israel wages war, mostly against civilians, women, children, and destroys civilian infrastructure, most people will go, yeah, that makes sense. They're just, lasering terrorists. They're eradicating terrorists. Nowadays, that argument doesn't hold any fucking ground because everyone knows what Israel's doing. We've seen what Israel has done in Gaza. We understand that Israel is trying to do what it did in Gaza, but now in Lebanon. That is the reason why anytime propaganda pieces like this come out, most people go, the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, smoke them if you got them. What do you mean? If this shit keeps up, you're going to have grandmothers going, Hezi, when they see fucking FPV drone footage. Okay? Keep it up.
Launched hundreds of explosive drones and rockets at Israeli civilians and soldiers. These attacks by Hezbollah are violations of the ceasefire. They prove that Hezbollah's goals remain the same: to remain on Israel's borders and to plan and carry out attacks on our civilians. This is not a reality we can accept, and this is exactly why the IDF continues to operate in southern Lebanon. Recent events have made one thing clear: IDF soldiers must stand between Hezbollah and Israeli civilians. We will not wait for the next attack to reach our homes. We will continue to remove immediate threats, respond to Hezbollah's violations, and do whatever is necessary to protect our civilians. Our mission remains the same: to ensure that Hezbollah cannot rebuild itself and pose a threat to our civilians.
Well, finally, U.S. President Trump has claimed that earlier this week at the G7 summit.
This is a very funny story. Drama the girlies are fighting. Oh yeah, here, this is good. Kaylin Johnstone posts, they were in Lebanon. They were killed in fucking Lebanon, the country they were fucking invading. I feel like I'm going insane. Kurt Schlichter says, why were they in Lebanon? And Caitlin responds with this, which is, you know, pretty apparent why Israel's in Lebanon. It's the same reason why they're in Syria, for example. It is a security concern. It's expansionist, it's territorial domination, it's territorial conquer, being presented as advancing a security concern, a buffer zone. It's frontierism. That's all this is. Okay? Don't know why we act as though that's not the case. Before I move on to the girlies are fighting, I do want to show you this fucking asshole. Josh Buttheimer, who has been on a fucking tear, losing his mind over the Trump MOU. Democrat, by the way, remember, Democrat from New Jersey, by the way, could have been my congressperson if I stayed in Jersey. Josh Buttheimer is responsible for that dual condemnation bill that he presented alongside Mike Lawler, where he said, me and Candace Owens are anti-Semites that must be deplatformed. That hasn't really gone anywhere, but he still put it in the congressional record regardless. Anyway, let's take a look at what Josh Buttheimer has to say about the comings and goings with Donald Trump's MOU, which he is not a fan of, as I showed you yesterday.
For a lot of these Democrats, unfortunately, are cozying up to people like Hasan Piker, who is a streamer who's got millions of followers. And
thank you for glazing me. Glaze.
And, has said things like Jews are bloodthirsty pigs.
That's not true. I did not say that. You're just fucking lying, but it doesn't matter. You're a lying piece of shit. Anyway, let's continue.
Pig dogs and they're inbred. And
again, none of these things are true, but okay.
Somehow, again.
Hey, notice how those are not true things, and yet you are lying about them. Say what I've actually said that you have a disagreement with. Say what I actually say all the time that you have a disagreement with. Say it. If you believe, if you have tremendous confidence in your worldview, say the actual thing. I don't mind saying it. When I say Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel, say that. Go ahead. Go ahead. Because that's the real thing that he's pissed off about. All this other stuff is just seasoning. He's just fucking lying. The real thing that he's pissed off about is that I go on mainstream outlets and I openly say, loudly and proudly, that Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel. That is what he has an issue with. But he knows that shit is actually totally fucking indefensible. He knows that his position is indefensible.
You got a lot of my colleagues who are willing to go on a show and not go after him. And I don't really get what's going on here. I think we should go after people like Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens, and I've said that pretty clearly on the right. But you got to call this stuff out when we see it on the Democratic side as well. You can't have these double standards. You said, Donnie, like I've got people, my colleagues, have said to me recently, like, why does Israel have a right to exist as a Jewish state? Like, why should they get to have a state? I don't understand why the Jewish people should have a state. And then I said,
yeah, I mean, that's a great question. Ooh, your colleagues are asking you why Israel gets to be an ethno-state that we have to defend unconditionally? Great. What a healthy and productive conversation to have with some of your fucking colleagues. This is good. It means that, like, even people in Washington, D.C. are finally being like, yeah, this Israel stuff is a little strange. No. Nice. Great. Yeah, word on the street has finally fucking reached the streets of D.C. Pennsylvania Avenue. Wow. Finally, he's talking to his fucking colleagues who are, he's not going to be talking to his constituents because his constituents would ask that question a million times over, of course.
Them, well, can we talk a little bit about history? What do you mean? What are you confused about? Well, I don't really, why shouldn't those other people have a right to self-determination? And if they get more votes and there's more than one, why does Israel have a right to be Jewish?
How about the dozens and dozens of Muslim states? How about that as a simple answer?
Right, how about the whole...
Dude, that's not how this works, man. That's not how this works. Again, the underlying sentiment here is racism. The idea that all Arabs are monolithic. All Muslims are a monolithic force. Okay? You only can advance this without recognizing what you're saying if you're a fucking unvarnished racist. Okay? Oh, how about those other fucking Muslim states? Okay, dude. Can you imagine a world where we're just like, yeah, let's purge all the fucking Christians from America and send them to Mexico because they're all Christian after all. It's so stupid. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Yeah, China's going to come in here at gunpoint and purge the American boundaries of all the Christians. China has decided it's an Islamic state now, that Islam are the chosen sons and daughters of God, of Allah, and they've decided all American Christians have to be, at gunpoint, sent to fucking Mexico. Sent to fucking Canada. Look, those are Christian countries. Notice how fucking stupid that is? Notice how insane of a statement that is? And yet, these guys don't even realize what they're fucking saying. Will the Canadians want the Amerifats? Will the Mexicans want the Amerifats? Are any of these other countries offering citizenship on the basis of Islam? On the basis of being Muslim? No. You only advance this argument if you literally you have never thought in your life, not even for 1 second, that Muslims are anything but a blob, just a fucking evil force that exists on the planet. A monolithic force of barbarians. And perhaps it's because your worldview is ethno-states for Jews are good. It's a good thing. It's a objectively fascist ideology. So you're like, I don't get it. Why won't they just go somewhere else? They're the same thing, right? They're all Muslim. Why don't you go to another Muslim state? Get the fuck out of here. It's mine now. It's incredibly selfish. That revelation in and of itself is one that automatically shows what this person's worldview is, how racist this person's worldview is.
Neighborhood.
Yeah.
And how about and by the way, where, of course, Palestinians have not been welcome. No one wants, no one took Palestinians, as you know, during the height of the conflict. They weren't taking them. No. Right? And Donnie, the other thing I say is, well, and then there's other...
Yeah, no one wants the Palestinians. Bro, the Palestinians don't want to leave. This is their fucking home, man. Can you imagine talking about Jews this way? Everyone would immediately understand this is objectively anti-Semitic. Completely fucking unacceptable. Nobody wants the Jews. As a matter of fact, that's literally what Nazis say right now. Neo-Nazis will always be like, Jews have been kicked out of every single homeland that they've been a part of. What is it, the 110 countries shit? Yeah, when someone says that, Josh Gottheimer understandably is disturbed by that sentiment. He gets very mad about that shit, right? But here he is saying that about fucking Palestinians, saying that about Muslims. No one wants to take them. You know who said that? Adolf fucking Hitler, dumbass.
The right of return piece, as you know, that comes about all the time. And I said, so if you're talking about right of return, so what about the Jewish people, and should they have a right to return to dozens of countries around the world that kicked them out? Around Europe and in Africa, right? In South and Central America. Like, what about that? Should we, like, Africa? Dozens, what about the Jewish people? And should they have a right to return to dozens of countries around the world that kicked them out?
Yes. Yes. As a matter of fact, the PLO literally advanced this. You know who killed it? Israel did. Ironically enough, that is, it's so funny that he's saying this. Yeah. Yeah, of course. Of course they have a right to return.
Out around Europe and Africa, right? In South and Central America. Like, what about that? Should we, like, if we're going to give people's property back and return? So what are we talking about here?
Thousands of Israeli Jews returned to Morocco in the past 2 to 3 years. By the way, they got their houses from 1950s back. Yeah, but only because of fucking Morocco is like very pro-Israel, ironically enough. So I suspect that that's like the only place that people are comfortable going back to, even though they should be comfortable going back to everywhere else. Ironically enough, like I said, the PLO advanced a right to return for Jews, and all these other states had actually said yes to that. Not the Moroccan people, the Moroccan government. The Moroccan government.
Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni.
Anyway, I just wanted to give you that little moment there. Joe Kent, by the way, former Green Beret, former National Counterterrorism Director, says, for the MOU to hold and result in a lasting peace, we must restrict aid to Israel immediately and make it clear that we will not defend them. And should Iran opt to strike in response to Israel's actions, Israel's attacks in Lebanon, Israel has not responded to our verbal and written demands. That is not going to change unless we change it by taking action. Israel claims sovereignty and continues to threaten our peace deal, yet they rely on us to bail them out. This is calculated. We have to respond accordingly and stop this cycle once and for all. Lead with action, remove their leverage. Otherwise, they will not take us seriously. An open SOH and peace in the region have to be our focus. Israel's playing spoiler. We must limit their ability to do so. Beast mode. I agree with him 100%. Jeremy Scales says, Trump's former head of counterterrorism. Yeah. Oh, also, there was some funny moments from CNN as well. And then we got the clavicular thing. And we got Cuba. We'll talk about all of that. One thing I wanted to show you is CNN saying what I've also been very frustrated watching, very envious watching. J.D. Vance gets to say whatever the fuck he wants about Israel. All of a sudden, it's like, oh, yeah, no, that's the vice president. He's right. He's so critical of Israel. That's great. I say it. I get fucking branded a goddamn terrorist. Let's take a look.
According to the polling, support for Israel has only decreased in the last couple of years. Now, 57% of lean GOPers or GOPers have an unfavorable view of Israel. That's up from 35% in 2022. This is sort of like the Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly view of the world. And it's almost as if J.D. Vance's sense is that Trump is giving him a little bit of space because Trump is a little annoyed with Netanyahu. And so that gives him some space to sort of align himself with that pocket of MAGA. But what's interesting is that if a Democrat had said anything like that, whoa, I mean, they would be called an anti-Semite, period.
Yeah, Abby Phillips. I hate to do this because I think you're all right. And I don't think you're not a part of the group that I'm talking about at CNN. But your network has done that to me. Okay? Abby, your network has two prominent anchors, Dana Fash and Jake Asstapper, who have literally done that to me. Jake Fapper, Dana Fash.
Well, I don't know if there's anything anti-Semitic about what was said, right?
No, they would just be called anti-Semitic.
Yeah, I'm glad that dude, this is wow. And just like that, Overnight, the permission structure has expanded. It's great. Just like that. This is why the bully pulpit matters. This is why it matters when we have bold leaders who will advocate for things that we all agree on. Okay? Do you see this? Just like that, JD Vance comes out and is like, Israel is out of control. It's a belligerent country. It's like, you know, trying to spoil this deal for longstanding peace. They're an impediment to longstanding peace in the region. We got to put an end to it. And boom. Now you have commentators on CNN panels at primetime saying, yeah, isn't it crazy how every time you criticize Israel, they call you anti-Semitic? Ha ha ha. You don't even have to be anti-Semitic for them to call you that.
I'm not saying that would be saying that
like rubber your glue kind of stuff.
To be clear,
Jennings were here,
but it's an important point. To be clear,
is he?
I am not saying that it is anti-Semitic, but I am saying that for at least the last several years, any critique of Israel, its conduct in wars in Gaza, in Lebanon, how it conducts itself in the region in general, has been Republicans have accused Democrats of being anti-Semitic for pointing any of those things out.
Yeah, I think it's very hard to make those kind of generalizations, Abby. I think at the end of the...
All right. It's time. It's time for me to get invited on CNN.
I mean...
It's time. I'm going to at Abby Phillips or Abby Phillip. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to say that. It sounds too desperate. I don't really care that much. I don't really care enough, but they should. They should invite me. Not on Juneteenth. Wait, what? I like Abby Phillip. What the fuck's wrong with you guys? I just said I don't think she's a part of the group that I'm talking about. Also, Barack Hussein Obama came out and is now defending the JCPOA.
And pussy too. What we know about the deal so far.
I am very happy to see a ceasefire.
And pussy too.
And I'm hopeful that it holds. But in terms of what was the original rationale
and pussy too.
For this war, which was there was a deal in place
and pussy too.
In which Iran had agreed not to develop nuclear weapons. This administration, or a prior version of this administration, pulled out of it.
And pussy too.
Which caused then Iran to develop more nuclear capacity. We've now fought a war, spent billions and billions of dollars, put an enormous strain on our military. A lot of people have died.
And pussy too.
And it feels like we're back where we were before we started the war, except maybe a little bit worse off.
And pussy too.
What do you make of?
I'm about to be 35, by the way. Just make no mistake. Yeah, he just loves talking about pussy too. I don't know why. That's so strange. What is this important vid for today, by the way? RIP Charlie Kirk. We couldn't even carry the fucking flame today. We need a hype train. We failed to carry the flame today. That's true. We did. Do you miss him? Every day. Every day I miss him. You know, my haters think I say America deserved 9/11 every day, but what I actually do every day is I carry the flame. That's right. I do. In the end, he was right. Oh my God, dude. Hasanabi heads are fucking posting bangers, dude. Look at this, 116,000 likes. God damn, son. Where'd you find this? Shocker. AIPAC Super PAC publicly reveals it is funding the Super PAC backing Adriana Espaillat over Daria Liza for New York. Add another $750K to EDW Action, whose sister PAC, which it shares money with, is spending back to back Diana to get over Melat Kiros. This is not shocking. Islamic Resistance offers us this nasheed for the martyr Charlie Kirk. Listen, I told you I would play this if we carried the fucking flame. We have not. Oh my God, there's a hype train. It's level 1. It's level 1 hype train. If we get to level 10 hype train, I will fucking play this, okay? I will play this if we get to level 10 hype train. It's that simple. It's that simple. Okay? I'm paywalling the carrying of the flame, folks. Gift subs. Subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. It is that simple. Did you see Jasmine Crockett is refusing to? Yes, I did. Jasmine Crockett is so unserious and selfish. She refused to go to the Texas Dem Convention because she's still salty about her primary loss to Tallarico. Yeah, I did see that. You're giving Erica a run for her money? Excuse me. I, unlike Erica Kirk, have been carrying the fucking flame. I've been honoring the gospel. Universally respected Orthodox Jewish reporter. Here's a noteworthy quote from the vice president presented without comment. Self-parodic Hosboro's twit, who just got his first byline from Jeff Goldberg's Atlantic. I always knew you were a Nazi. Always knew you were a Groiper, Jacob, though your fervent support for genocide slightly surprised me. Dude, if Jacob Kornblue is a fucking Groiper, then it's over, okay? This reads with the same energy as saying Benjamin Netanyahu is Hamas. Like, this is literally like saying Trump is Hamas, Benjamin Netanyahu is Hezbollah. New, Trump is privately raging about Israel's attacks in Lebanon and efforts to stop him from bailing on the war. He's madder at the Israelis than the Iranians per source, yet he's been furious before. This time he's just mad it's hurting his movement. Lucker QC! Thank you. Thank you. We're about to unlock a new level in the hype train. Why? Level 6 hype train almost done. We're closer to carrying the flame. Keep subscribing. Thank you. Kodak Browns, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. We already watched this Harry Emden video about democratic socialism blowing up like a rocket. Unless he did a new one later in the night, because we did. Oh yeah, there's a panel discussion over it as well. How should we read that Trump is mad but privately? Well, this one has been written by
the Democratic
Prem.
Socialists.
Level 7 hype train almost done. Level 7 hype train almost done. We are 3 levels away from We Are Charlie Kirk Arabic version. Tolam Nias, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Brit Meets World, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Hammond Fist, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Why? Here's an appetizer before level 10. Oh yeah, I saw this. Are you a fan of... I disavow. Well, why don't you go dig him up and bleep him in the neck hole? I disavow. We carry the flame around these parts. And we honor the gospel. Okay, we honor his name. We fight for the gospel. We honor his name. They stopped me. I don't like adverts. Is there a way to disable them, fellow streamer? What do you mean? There's once a day I demand we carry the motherfucking flame, and some of you are not. Some of you are not. Level 8 hype train, 47%. 2 levels out. That's kirked up to even joke about. I know. Kirkentually, low kirkentually, that is kind of kirked up to meme about. Okay? Have you ever met Charlie Kirk? Oh, brother. Have I? Yay, I get my request without subscribing. You better fucking subscribe right now. No, I'm not gonna do the country remix. I got the Arabic remix ready to go. It's fucking locked and loaded in the chamber, and it said level 9 hype train now. Why? Piker Broadcasting Service. The People's Broadcasting Service. Support independent media. Yeah, ironically enough, I was going to debate Charlie Kirk on Israel, and he was, of course, going to take the pro-Israel position, which is why I found it very funny when everyone was like, "No, they killed him. Israel killed him because he was turning on Israel." Lil B Stan and holy shit, Steveroth, thank you for the 5. 3 Mug Girl, thank you for the 5. Skag Nasty, thank you for the 5. Gifted subs. And it's at level 10 hype train. We did it, folks. We're carrying the flame. 100 big ones? I missed it. Kandak, thank you for the... Ghani, thank you for the 50. Ghani with another. Ghani with 200. Oh my God.
نحن شعرلي كيرك نحمل السيف نجاهد للأمان وكرر معا نحن تشارلي كيرك بشجاعتنا ما لا ننكسر نمشي الجنة جند وشهيد راية معا
We're at level 11. When we get to 15, I'll play the country version. Wait, Kufar?
فينا يرد في الأمة يثيان نحن تشارلي كيرك نحمل السيف نجاهد للأمان وكرر معا نحن تشارلي كيرك بشجاعتنا ما لا ننكسر نمشي الجنة بالمعركة تشتعل القدس لنا نكرم أبوت الشر لينا لبي نداء الإسلام بدي والرسول الله دليل والله قائدنا نمشي سويا نحن تشارلي كيرك نحمل السيف نجاهد للأمان وكرمها نحن تشارلي كيرك شجاعتنا ما لا ننكسر نمشي الجنة نحن تشارليك يا حينا أبدا نحن تشارليك كالشدى ارتفع
Did you notice you were in the Israeli We Are Charlie Kirk AI? Yeah, I don't think that was the intention. But it's a real honor to be able to carry the flame like that. Great job on the subtitle, bitch. All right, shut up. All right, we're at level 11 hype train. At 15, I'll double carry the flame. I almost tear up now when you bring up CK baby teeth this way. People hugging emoji. I know it's complicated grief you experience, and you carrying the CK flame better than anyone else is somewhat healing. Thank you. This song relaxed me. Me too. That wasn't made by Arabs, by the way. Clearly, it didn't sound like Arabic music at all. Anyway, carry 2 flames at level 15 hype train. Sure, fuck it. Why not? Fuck it, we ball. It's not gonna happen. The first time you played it for a hype train, it got 11,000 likes. Hasan has a level 20 hype train and plays We Are Charlie Kirk reggae remix. 20. It's 9 seconds remaining. We are not going to make it to 20. Michael Fusco Ward. Oh my God. He put it at 100. Oh my God. Okay. This is a special level 20 hype train. Level 19 complete. We're at level 20 hype train. So of course we have to do this.
A voice in the storm, a man of conviction, a heart reborn.
Buzzer beater. That's what secular Arabic music sounds like. I only know nasheed. I only listen to Islamic nasheeds, my friend. And the Shia, whenever they do the hua hua, like that kind of thing. Normally. Actually, yeah, the only type of music I listen to is AI kirked up remixes and Islamic nasheeds. This is extortion. Charlie would be so proud. Yep. Anyway, Ashura is on next week. You're going to get a whole hell of a lot of those vids. I love those vids. Israel used white phosphorus in Lebanon. Now no one can go home. Displaced Lebanese cannot return to southern Lebanon because of Israel's documented use of white phosphorus in villages. Yep. You make me look right-wing when you play that shit on the streets, bro. Well, who cares, man? You're on the side of truth and justice, buddy. How about that? They probably bought it from the U.S. They did. They did buy it from the U.S. All right. Now let's get to, as I was saying earlier, let's get to the girlies are fighting. This time, Donald Trump, weirdly enough, lied about Georgia Maloney begging for a photo. Let's take a look.
Maloney begged to have a picture taken with him. And that has turned Bella Italia into angry Italia. Trump made the comments in a telephone interview broadcast Friday morning on an Italian TV network. Trump said that he wasn't obliged to take a photo, but that he felt sorry for her and that he agreed. The broadcaster
2 minutes remaining
only has
for
a
level
dubbed
13 hype
version
train
of the interview online, not the original English audio. And Maloney responded by blasting Trump on social media.
Certain things merit an immediate reply.
Spaghetti, thank you for the
Donald
10.
Trump's declarations are completely fabricated. I am frankly stunned. I don't know why the U.S. president behaves this way towards his own.
Giorgia Meloni, they begged to have a picture with me.
Allies. After all, this isn't the first time this has happened. I can only say that it's a shame he doesn't show the same resolve towards the enemies of the West, towards the enemies of the United States, towards leaders with whom he is, on the other hand, much more accommodating. But there's one.
Damn. Okay. She's like, yo, I saw you with Xi Jinping. I saw the way you were glazing Xi. Why are you lying about me? Why are you lying on my name? Says Giorgia Maloney. Fascist yapping, who cares? I mean, it's funny. It's funny to watch fascist infighting. 1 minute remaining at 90% at level 12, a hyper train. She's starting to realize he likes to be dominated. Maybe. You also have to back it up, though. You have to back it up with like actual material changes in the way that you deal with America. And I'm not so certain Europe could do that without complete cooperation from the European Union. And I don't think that's how it works. I don't think that's how the EU operates. I don't think that's how the EU works.
One thing he must remember, Italy and I do not beg.
And by Friday afternoon, solidarity with Meloni had poured in from across the political spectrum and included a call from President Sergio Mattarella. Italian Foreign Minister Antonio Tajani posted on X that Trump's comments were an insult to Italy and that he'd canceled a planned visit to the U.S. Giovanni Battista Fazzolari, an undersecretary to the Prime Minister's office, posted a statement saying it is unclear whether, out of intent or ineptitude, it's wrecking the historical relations between the United States and Europe.
Thank you for the 25.
He went on to say, with his inappropriate outbursts, he has managed no easy feat to make the U.S. unpopular across the entire European continent.
Wait, what do you mean? I think he's been managing that in a spectacular fashion. That's kind of all he's been managing to do. This is the serious news. No, it's just really stupid, but I like it.
Damaging not only Europe, but above all, the U.S. Well, the row marks a dramatic deterioration in a relationship that until recently was seen as one of the strongest links between the Trump White House and Europe. Meloni was the only European Union leader.
Yeah, Trump is the most goated at making everybody fucking hate America. Like all of our allies, at least the people living in these countries, they despise us. Why shouldn't they? Trump is a nasty little freak. He's a nasty little pervert. The way he talks. Have you talked about the algae pool? If so, how can I rewind to watch that? Oh, you need to subscribe. MTK Sawady, thank you for the other 10 gifted subs. Moogie, thank you for the 5 gifted. Terrible Comforted, thank you for the 5 gifted as well. Hype Train level 13, by the way. Oh, wait, it completed. I think at level... Oh, no, it completed at level 12. It didn't get to level 13. We couldn't carry the fucking second flame, unfortunately.
To attend Trump's second inauguration and had presented herself as a bridge between Washington...
No, MTK Sawady is not a Qatari oiler. He's a Kuwaiti oiler. He revealed... He geolocated himself when he got mad at me because he was like, why are you championing Iran hitting Kuwait? And then I was like, Iran didn't hit like Kuwaiti civilians. It hit American bases. And he was like, my mistake. Level 15 is too difficult. I know. It really is. I used to have motion back in the day. When we hit that level 20, that was motion. I don't have that motion no more.
And Brussels. But policy differences, they've strained that relationship in recent...
Yeah, I don't really care about this. All right, this is what I do care about. Ladies and gentlemen, obviously we're going to be talking about the most impactful situation. Watergate, the real Watergate, not the fake one with Nixon. Yuck. But the real Watergate. Algaegate.
Workers with waiters and pool cleaning equipment are working overtime at Washington's iconic reflecting pool, battling the algae that has turned one of the president's prized projects from American flag blue to green.
If you take a look...
No! 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 This isn't funny. Reflecting pools only do this when they're in extreme distress. Paint has begun stripping off the reflecting pool. Oh my God, that's so fucking awesome. Oh my God!
Not only has the green of the algae come back, but look at that American flag blue in the paint.
It's funny, you're saying God hates us, but it's literally because... Okay. What do I always say about this administration? No matter what initiative they seek out, just always expect it to fail. Okay? Because they refuse to listen to experts. They refuse to listen to people that would be competent in accomplishing the task that they set forth. So even when they have this super high priority thing. Like, and this is a very high priority issue for Donald Trump. It's probably the highest of priorities for Donald Trump. Okay. They cannot accomplish these tasks because they consistently hire incompetent morons, and they refuse to listen to people who would be like, hey, you shouldn't do that. It's a perfect metaphor for everything. The beautification initiatives are failing in spectacular display because Donald Trump went with this fucking guy. This is the Trump donor and Mar-a-Lago neighbor, John Cafaro, who got the no-bid contract to install a water purification system. I don't even know if this is real. I don't even know if this is the actual guy. Fuck it, we ball. Okay? I don't even care if this is the real guy because this is comical. It's awesome. MTK Suwaidi, thank you. He has 2 prior convictions, one for bribing a member of Congress and another for an illegal loan that violated campaign finance laws. I don't even know if it's real or not. I don't care. It's awesome. I'm going with it. There is no way the guy who got the no-bid contract for using bottom shelf Home Depot sealant on the reflecting pool looks like this. Come the fuck on. Paint was seen peeling from the floor of the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool weeks after a $14 million renovation that included a new color President Trump called American Flag Blue. A mafia-affiliated contractor, by the way. Yes, that's him. That's a real guy. He looks like a mafia guy because he has mafia connections, and mafia guys tend to have the same gauche mafioso look. This is beautiful. This is the gift that keeps on giving. This story gives me so much fucking joy. It gives me so much goddamn life. Every day there's a new update from this story, and it's better than the last day, okay? Every fucking day there is a new update on this goddamn story, and it's even funnier than yesterday. The pool is not only green, but all the hydrogen peroxide they dumped into the pool was not able to kill all the algae. But you know what it was able to do? Strip the fucking paint. No, the company's not called Green Water Services. No. 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 Ah! Yes. 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 The 1.7 million no bid, or no, it's 17 million, not 1.7 million. No bid contract to clean the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool went to a company ultimately owned by Trump donor John J. Cafaro, who's previously pleaded guilty in separate federal cases involving bribery and campaign finance violations. The company's name, Green Water Services. Oh my God, who's John Cafaro? Trump donor scrutinized amid reflecting pool debacle. Businessman who has donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to President Donald J. Trump is coming under scrutiny over alleged ties to the company contracted to install water purification system in the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool after algae blooms have returned. The renovation of the reflecting pool, the latest Washington, D.C. landmark to undergo a transformation during Trump's tenure, has drawn criticism after algae spread across its surface, turning the water green. A woman chants, algae smarter than MAGA, as the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool turns green following President Trump's renovation. Team Algae. It's so green. It is so undeniably green. It's literally every shade of green. In the last week, we have seen every shade of green and never a shade of blue from this fucking pool. Oh my God. What a beautiful fucking story. What an incredible story. The pool turned the same shade of the Pakistani flag, the Saudi flag, the same green that you have seen on the Iranian flag. And never green. Or sorry, never blue. See, I'm mixing my colors now. This is incredible. Federal contract records show that a $1.7 million contract was given to Green Water Services. Oh my God, it's literally called Green Water Services. A second person has been arrested at the reflecting pool, captured on video by the reporter Emily Miller, who has been following the story daily. Exclusive, raw video. Man arrested for vandalizing Lincoln reflecting pool. He grabbed the hose that female National Park Service workers were using to clear the algae. Wait, what?
What's happening? Can I help? Huh? Can you help? I think that's really funny. I think that's a joke. It's funny.
It's looking kind of blue right here, right? Wait, they're like, stand down, sir. You are not allowed to operate that vehicle. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We're arresting this perpetrator for the most heinous crime, which is spoiling the beautification initiatives in Washington, D.C.
Yes, go that way.
Yeah, you're under, we're also issuing a citation for you riding a homosexual choice vehicle, which is a bike. That's right. It's illegal to ride a bike in Washington, D.C. around the big, beautiful blue reflecting pool. It's such a fucking shit show, and it's awesome. CNN of reflecting pool. This is the output from what's going on over there. You can see it's clearly green. This is the water that the federal officials are saying is absolutely clear. It very clearly is not. Oh, come on. Come on. They did that on purpose. Oh, dude. They busted out the St. Patty's graphics, dude. Come on.
And I do want to show you, this is the
the water they're dumping out is also objectively green.
Output from what's going on over there, and you can see it is clearly.
Dog, that shit looks like Mountain Dew. That literally looks like lemon lime Gatorade.
Green. This is
This is Brando. This is Brando. This is Idiocracy. This is literally. Oh my God. Oh my God. This looks like the Chicago River during St. Patrick's Day, dude. What the fuck?
This is the water that the federal officials are saying is absolutely clear and perfect at this point. It very clearly is not. It takes no walking around at all here to see all the debris in the water, the continued presence of algae. Can they get it under control?
Every time they point to the fucking pool is so clearly green, brother.
Control, maybe they can, but currently they do not have it under control. And whether they can get it done by July 4th, we'll see.
The interior press says it's blue. Yeah, I know. That I saw this. It's so funny that they're like, no, it's very clearly blue. Look at this angle of the photo. Yeah, guess he should have hired Blue Water Services instead of fucking Green Water Services, except then it wouldn't be so funny. Kafaro's donated hundreds of thousands to Trump over the years, including a $250,000 donation in 2020 and a $100,000 donation in 2024. Katie Martin, a spokeswoman for the Department of the Interior, told The Times that the company is selected because they had the expertise, workforce, and materials, and that the White House was not involved. Benny Johnson weighs in. Oh my God, it's going to be awesome. The libtards are so enraged by Donald Trump that they've defaced the national landmark just to try and discredit him. Last night, it was discovered that left-wing activists carved 8647 in the renovated reflecting pool. This morning, MPS covered the spot and is beginning repairs. The left is so pathetic and desperate that they've been reduced to vandalizing national parks. I'd say I'm surprised But then again, this is the same party that rigs elections, assassinates political opponents, and imports third world savages and lets our cities and culture burn. Buddy, I feel like this is not at the same level of severity of these other accusations. No. Where also, if there's one party that has vandalized this national monument, it's Donald Trump. Important images. It's green from space. Stop. What is dude? Oh, that's so awesome. The extent of Trump's destruction of Washington, D.C. is truly stunning. It's the ultimate metaphor. The algae-infested reflecting pool, the destroyed grass from the UFC event, the bulldozed East Wing grounds, 8647 etched into the lawn near the reflecting pool. It's so funny because, like, this is lib resistance stuff, right? It harkens back to, like, liberal hashtag resistance in, like, the 2016, the first tenure of Trump, right? Except half of the shit is just Donald Trump fucking it up on his own. The first arrest was for this sabotage.
Jumped in the reflecting pool today with all these crowds around. Cut out a huge piece of the blue sealant and tried to get away, but he was arrested.
By the way, Emily Miller is fucking jacked. Sorry. It's just, you know, congratulations to her, I guess. I love Emily Miller's correspondence because she does, like, we're tuned in to the MAGA right now. She'll also then do like a little running sequence in the end, and she always puts this like weird music in the background too. Like she's reporting on this like it's the most severe crisis, okay? See? Why? Why is this a part of the coverage? It doesn't make any sense. But fuck it, we ball. Anyway, let's look at the Benny Show water. Look at the Benny Show watermark. Dog. Don't you realize when you post this, you're literally fucking doing a disservice to the goat, to the king? You're showing how fucking green it is. Bump my response. Benny, put your phone down and go celebrate your month. Okay, dude. As a hate crime, okay? You're making fun of a gay man on Pride Month. It's fucked up. Oh. I love this. I love that this is the guy. God, what a stupid story. Holy shit. It's greener than the grass. Oh my God. What do you say, man? It's beautiful.
It's actually
starting
to peel. It's coming up.
That was not what the president had in mind for this project, which was completed just last week.
You're going to be very proud of, and it'll last for 50 to 100 years before you have to do anything with it. Very strong, powerful substance that we used.
The companies that did the work to drain the pool, repair the leaks, seal and paint the bottom of the pool, and install a filtration system were awarded no-bid contracts worth about $15 million, despite having virtually no federal experience doing federal contracts. The project was completed last week, and for a couple of days, it seemed to work. But the water quickly started turning green. By the beginning of this week, algae everywhere. The National Park Service has brought in workers from across the country and hired another contractor to combat the algae bloom. Wading through the shallow water, they're using vacuum pumps and strainers to clear the water and remove the muck. And just days ago, workers dumped hydrogen peroxide into the pool.
They've been working for days to try to kill the algae using something they call nanobubble technology. But take a look at the water here. I mean, it's still as green as can be and just plain filthy.
In a late-night social media post on Wednesday, the Trump administration said the water was now, quote, crystal clear. It may be eventually, but it's anything but clear now.
Officials at the Interior Department say they are confident that the water will be clear by the time the 4th of July festivities start happening here in Washington. As for that peeling sealant, we've reached out for comment from the White House and the Interior Department. No word back yet.
John, that was incredible. They let you just walk up there and peel the paint away?
I mean, look, we didn't peel it away. It was.
They should arrest him. I'll say it. They should arrest him. He is vandalizing and scandalizing an objectively blue pool. Okay? It's very clear that the pool is blue. They should arrest him. How come he gets to vandalize? Once again, lying media, lying liberal media. We got him. That's terrorism.
It was floating around. We're just showing it to you. I mean, it's right there. It actually became somewhat of a tourist attraction down there.
Okay.
Okay, by the end of this story, we will hear
workers.
I'm here at the reflecting.
By the end of the story, we're going to hear from Trump saying, "Well, I brought more attention and more tourism to Washington D.C. with the objectively blue pool. Isn't that so wonderful?"
Cool. These guys behind me, they're trying to vacuum up as much dead algae as they can. I'm Matt Visor, staff writer at The Atlantic. President Trump wanted an American flag blue.
I feel like it's greener than it was before. Like, it literally feels like he tried to make it blue and then it turned out to be greener than it was ever before.
Instead, he's gotten a swamp that's a green, mossy mess. Trump's second term has been all about trying to change D.C., beautify different areas of it. And one of his most prominent pledges in recent months has been to change the reflecting pool, an issue that's bedeviled many presidents before him. The Trump administration awarded a no-bid contract to both coat the bottom a new, darker blue and to install a new nanobubble technology that's meant to clear the pool of algae. Trump started the project during the hottest part of the year when algae flourish, and he made the cement dark blue, which retains even more heat, turning this area into an incubator. Sort of biology 101, one expert told me. This isn't rocket science, he added. There's a chance that this can get even worse. Scientists don't know what kind of algae are in here. To the best of our knowledge, it hasn't been tested by any outside sources. And so we don't exactly know the toxicity of it and how harmful it could potentially be. Scientists tell me this will be cleared up in the winter. For now, the President of the United States is being foiled by science and plant growth down here in the National Mall.
Like, I do legitimately think that there is like, if they hired a bunch of scientists and hired a bunch of like actual engineers to look at this instead of going with like this, real life human penguin from the Batman series, they probably could have figured this out. Okay. Because it's not impossible to have, shallow bodies of water and pools that don't turn green. It's just that they don't do those things. They never do those things. It's antithetical to the Trumpian movement, the Trump movement. It's a pool. It's not rocket scientists. There are pools all around the world, as a matter of fact. Big pools, little pools. I suspect that they could just figure this shit out. They just didn't. They just chose not to, and now they're living with the failure, and it's been awesome.
The Democratic Social.
Anyway, let's talk about the Democratic Socialism rocket ship. Oh my God!
Holy Toledo!
seem to be doing considerably better than they used to be, and they have the chance to knock off, in fact, Democratic incumbents in Congress. And part of the reason for that, why we're seeing these Democratic socialists having such good chances or outright winning nominations, is take a look here. Net favorability among Dems. Democratic Socialists of America, look at that. A plus 17-point net favorability rating among Democrats. That is actually better. That is better than how congressional Democrats are viewed by Democrats at just plus 4 points. So no wonder that Democratic Socialists have such a good chance, because simply put, they are a better brand at this point than Democrats in Congress.
Among Democrats, it's interesting to see who they like more. All right, and you've used this number before. I always find this fascinating. When you compare socialism to capitalism, how are they doing right now?
Yeah, how are they doing right now among Democrats? You see this Democratic Socialists of America more positive than congressional Democrats. And I'll tell you, take a look at the trend line, the favorable rating among Democrats on socialism.
This is a big part of, listen. This is a big part of what I wanted to happen. I want people to associate good governance with democratic socialism. Okay, obviously that's just one piece of the fucking puzzle. It's not about like rehabilitating the brand of the Democratic Party in the way that a lot of people suggest. As a matter of fact, it's making a clear distinction between do nothing Democrats and business as usual Democrats and people who are being elected into office as democratic socialists. Okay, because for a big part of the American population, there's still tremendous amounts of residual Red Scare propaganda that makes them fear this brand, that makes them fear this ideology. Okay? This is why sewer socialism, I think, is very successful, like municipal socialism. Socialism at the municipality level, and having that be associated with a very different kind of governance, because Americans are terrified since the Reagan era of big government initiatives, Google Gaga government, big government. Like, they have starved the beast. They have no confidence that their elected representatives will ever be responsive to their needs, their desires, their demands. And we have to penetrate the collective consciousness that has determined that socialism is a scary thing. That's the first step. Okay? And that's why I think people like Zohran Mamdani and everything that they do that is seen as a positive is good for this movement overall. It's not the end goal. The end goal is not to rebrand the Democratic Party. The end goal is not to engage in entryism to the Democratic Party. The end goal is not to rehabilitate the Democratic Party. The end goal is to create a more responsive politics in this country, okay? A politics that centers the working class and its needs over the interests of corporations and profit-seeking behavior. But at this stage in the United States of America, we're seeing a lot of success in deep blue districts and blue neighborhoods, and that's great. But there's still a long way to fucking go. All right? You're doggying people into the DNC. Yes. Exactly. Or rather, I'm using the largest outlet of legitimacy and the largest platform that socialists have ever had in American history, in contemporary American history,
doing a rally
to preach the gospel of socialism. Anyway, Zoran was also asked, bad empanada supporters are so cringe, can we just say it? Yeah, I mean, they're irrelevant. You don't even have to bring that shit up. For the most part, Twitter is not real life, obviously, and a lot of what you see on Twitter is either bots or it's not like a serious movement that has sincere demands. A lot of people, I think, have recognized they're powerless in the face of unchanging systems. That's number one. And number two, they have not only have they recognized their powerlessness, but also they're just sitting around and hoping for a spontaneous revolution. It's not going to happen. If you want mass politics, which is what socialism is, You have to speak the language of the masses. You have to speak to the desires of the masses, and you have to go where the masses are. You can't just sit around at home and keep chirping from your living room, from your basement, about how people just simply do not understand Lenin. Okay? It's not just bad empanada people. There's a lot of young leftists popping up that genuinely view you as an incrementalist, electoralist. This isn't an accusation. I'm warning you about what I see. Great. That's fine. A lot of the newcomers, here are going to have views that are uncompromising. That's normal. Many of you used to be this way. Many of you used to be reactionary, and then you found socialism, and then all of a sudden you had black and white opinions about how to best move and best navigate in the space of American politics. That's normal. Baby leftists will always have that kind of attitude. And then they grow up, and then they engage in activism, they engage in organizing, they talk to other people, they try to convert other people, they try to get other people to understand their worldview, and then they slowly move into a much more reasonable and a much more pragmatic stance. That's fine. That always happens. Okay? I have never and will never say that electoralism is the only route. It's one of many routes. We have to exhaust all readily available options. And one of those options, especially when the opposition party is unbelievably weak, is to take advantage of the massive platform that it offers, especially at a time when there are no political organizations that are as robust as the Democratic Socialists of America is. No political organization, no left political organization in contemporary American society has seen the level of success and seen the number of actual elected representatives and the number of actual paying members as the Democratic Socialists of America has. Okay? And the best pathway to increasing the numbers of self-identifying, self-described Democratic Socialists is through election success, through electoral success. For many Americans, post-2016, they arrived at socialism because of Bernie Sanders' insurgency run against Hillary Rodham Clinton, where Hillary Clinton's establishment Democratic approach was met with someone from their left flank in the biggest platform that they ever could have actually had, socialism could have ever had in America, right? A lot of people first encountered socialism for that reason. They were like, oh my God, there's a different way of doing politics, a one that actually I agree with. Now, many of those people have moved far beyond Bernie Sanders and actively fucking talk about how he sucks. They have forgotten that their journey started at some point. And that journey started in this run, in this 2016 run. So my goal is to get to unlock the potential of so many others, the ideological potential of so many others to go on this same exact ideological journey that a lot of people went through, in this exact same way. That's it. That's also part of the reason why, although I have my personal disagreements with Bernie Sanders on a lot of issues, especially when it comes to foreign policy and especially when it comes to Israel, I still understand the role that he plays in this movement and has played in this movement. Okay? You're not going to always agree with 100% of the things that people are saying, that other socialists are saying. But a big part of successful organizing revolves around keeping a coalition together, regardless of your disagreements. And it's one of the most frustrating elements of any kind of socialist organizing, that there are so many people that go, no, my position is the moral one, is the correct one, and I refuse to budge, and I refuse to try to understand where others are coming from, and I refuse to ever align with these people if there's even a little bit of ideological differences in opinion or a difference in tactics overall. Because there's so many fucking Marxist-Leninists, for example, that looked at what I'm doing and say, fuck you, you're a fucking piece of shit. You're a sheepdog for the Democratic Party. You want to take the revolutionary potential of the masses and then filter it back into a comfortable neoliberal party like the Democratic Party, a bourgeois party, a capitalist party. And to them, I always say, what revolutionary potential? Is there a successful Vanguard initiative right now that I'm actually standing in opposition to? No, of course not. I see the material realities. I see the overall, the overall mass politics in this country and where the masses see themselves as, and I try to shake them from their stupor. I try to foment class consciousness amongst the masses. We are all doing the same thing, by the way. We are all, at the end of the day, doing the exact same thing. We're just posting. I'm posting a little bit more efficiently than you are, and I've seen a lot more success in my posting than you have in your posting. And I think at the end of the day, that's what matters. That's what makes you mad. Because that's what we're doing. We're all posting. A self-described Leninist and getting mad at using all available tools, ivory tower dogmatism. Yes. There is very little class consciousness in this country. The working class do not see themselves as members of the proletariat, but temporarily embarrassed millionaires and billionaires. Okay? That's it. So as it stands currently, we have to foment class consciousness in this country. And some people are putting the cart before the horse. They're saying, no, you can only do that with a communist party. And yet there are a million communist parties in this country. They have never reached viability. They've never reached the masses. And that's not because of people like myself standing in opposition to them. I don't. There's something that I think, there's something in this. It's a never-ending, it's a never-ending struggle. It's a never-ending issue on the left. The people that can't figure out the perfect method, which, by the way, I'm not saying mine is perfect. Okay, I'm not saying that at all. Alternatives could be far better. I will never stand in opposition to them, but you also can't just fucking assume that your posting on Twitter is the most successful way to change people's minds. That's what's so frustrating, because for so many, there is this supposedly untapped revolutionary potential in the masses here in the United States of America. So why are you, instead of broadening your horizons, why are you a revolutionary, right? Someone who is engaging in praxis, why are you focusing your efforts on someone like myself rather than the rest of the fucking working class that's waiting to be armed and ready to go and be a part of a militant vanguard? Why do you hyper-focus your efforts on someone like myself? If this revolutionary potential exists out there, don't you think that there is a far more robust and far more productive outlet? Don't you feel like you could just go to the masses and convert them? What makes you think yelling at a fucking Twitch streamer for trying their own method that might be different than yours, even if the goals are still the same, why do you think yelling at a fucking Twitch streamer is actually going to foment the revolution, is going to bring about the revolution, is going to foment the class consciousness? This is what I always say, because my goal is to go out to the people that don't agree with me And slowly but surely, hopefully, if they are charitable in seeing my worldview, slowly but surely change their perspectives. And I've seen a lot of success in this, right? I've seen a lot of success in this over the last decade or so. And I see a lot of success in the Democratic Socialists of America doing exactly this as well. And yet, a good deal of my time nowadays is spent having to fucking convince ultras and wreckers that I'm not their enemy. And the more I give any the more I give any attention to that, the more galvanized they feel about how they're doing the right thing. Because in their minds, it's like yelling at a fucking Twitch streamer is the most successful way to radicalize the working class. That's not how this works. You've seen a lot of success during your lifetime, huh, Unc? Yes, I have. I mean, this community and its size and its impact is living proof of that, right?
With this slate of congressional candidates that you've endorsed and Bernie Sanders in Brooklyn. These are contested races. There's some early voting data to suggest that the electorate that's voting so far is considerably older than the electorate a year ago that helped elect you and propel you to victory in that primary. There is a risk here. It's a pretty high leverage bet. You've gone out on a limb. You didn't have to endorse in these races. You really didn't to basically take on a bunch of incumbents and possibly sort of risk your own political capital if a bunch of them don't do well. Are you prepared for what that's going to signal to the people that oppose you in the city, the interests that want to see you go down, if that happens?
You know, I think there will always be risk when it comes to fighting for working people. And I made a promise to New Yorkers that I would use every tool at my disposal to deliver on the agenda to transform the most expensive city in the United States of America into one that's affordable to the people who helped to build it. And these endorsements are part of that because you cannot win that agenda alone. And in Daria Lisa, Claire, and Brad, I see partners who would not only be fighting for that same agenda in D.C., but also be side by side here as we fight for it in New York City. And you know,
what is this? Every vanguard is insufficient until it isn't. I know, I'm glad you remind me constantly. Because we always have new people. All the rightoids achieve purity only in decline. A la the current moment is because they don't feel like they belong there and they understand the need to work to do that. The worst part is they are like seriously ideologically fucking the new generation of leftists, largely because the orgs like DSA don't enforce ideology or reading requirements or reading level requirements. Hence the need to support things like PSL. Okay, well, PSL is probably not the best time. It's probably not the best time to bring up PSL, you know? Maybe wait a week.
I understand that New Yorkers are facing a number of things at the same time. We not only have had the Knicks' historic run and an NBA championship, we also have the World Cup, and then all of that at the beginning of a summer that feels like one we'll never forget. And so we have a few days left of early voting. I'm hopeful today we saw more younger voters come out. We saw more voters in general start to come out and vote. And we know that Election Day is on Tuesday. And so I'm going to be doing everything that I can to let New Yorkers know that.
Okay, this was not a good answer. I mean, this is just a classic Zoran answer. He didn't like actually answer it. The question just said, I'm doing my own thing. My own mission.
Look at this. In 2010, they were about equal. 50% had a favorable view of socialism. 51% said the same about capitalism. But capitalism has absolutely fallen through the floor. Look at this. It's now just 42% of Democrats who have a favorable view of capitalism. Socialism, on the other hand, up like a rocket. Look at this. 2 in 3 Democrats have a favorable view of socialism is on the rise among Democrats. Capitalism is on the decline among Democrats. And again, this is part of the longer-term trend in which we are seeing Democratic socialists doing considerably better among Democrats, electing a mayor right here in New York City, for example.
And as we said, there are primaries next week with Democratic socialists, self-proclaimed, on the ballot. What are the prediction markets saying about how they may do?
Yeah, this to me is one of the more stunning trends, right, that I have seen in covering politics over the last 15, 16 years. And if you believe the prediction markets, it's not going to just stop suddenly. It may extend into next week because just
like this is why I used to always reflect on like people who call social democrats in 2016 the people who were responsible for the death of Rosa Luxemburg, pure LARP, pure and utter LARP. And the reason for why is because so many of these people, like from the perspective of like the broader American working class, like they think social democrats are literally fucking USSR style commies. Okay, they want to do Soviet style centralized control over the economy. Most Americans don't understand any of this shit. Okay. Now that doesn't mean that social democracy is the end all be all, but that should help you identify how to, better message. That should help you identify where the fucking, overall perspective of the masses is when it comes to things that pertain to socialism.
Just take a look at the chance that Democratic Socialists win in Dem primaries, House primaries here in New York. You go to New York 7th District, right? You got a Brooklyn Borough president who at this point looks like an underdog compared to a Democratic Socialist. And then you may get a Democratic incumbent in Northern Manhattan get knocked off. That's closer to a 50-50 race. But the bottom line is this. Next week in New York may be a very good one for Democratic Socialists. Mayor Mamdani endorsing them. His political star is rising, and he may bring a few Democratic Socialists along with him and put them in a Congress.
I think you have to give respect to the people in the DSA movement, the Democratic Socialist movement. They've been winning elections around the country. You see that happen in New York. We just saw it happen in Washington, D.C. We saw a congressional race in New Jersey where nobody saw that coming. So you're looking around the country and you're seeing the energy of the Democratic Party coming out of this part of the left. What he's right about is that whoever the Democrats field in 2028, they're not going to just be able to run on, let's go back to the way things were. People are going to have to push forward into something that's brand new, and it's going to have to be big, bold ideas that are going to make meaningful changes.
Bro, I never thought in my lifetime I would see a CNN panelist straight up on primetime television be like, you got to give respect to the Democratic Socialists. What a crazy fucking time. And then people see this momentum and think, no, that means it's over. That means it's been perfectly captured by corporate interests, okay? It's been perfectly captured by corporate interests. It's over. We have to find something else now immediately. Like some people genuinely think socialism is about not a mass movement necessarily, about normalizing this concept, but instead is like supposed to be gatekept. It's supposed to be some hipster shit. Stop being a fucking lifestylist, ideological hipster. Jesus Christ. We want motherfuckers to say, no, this is good. It's the same with the anti-Zionism. People literally were like, oh, dude, these people came on board too late. These people came on board too late, both with socialism and anti-Zionism. I was fucking there. I was there for a decade plus. You don't see me fucking behaving this way. Why the fuck are you? You learned about these concepts last week. Shut the fuck up.
I'm not convinced that all those changes have to come from the most progressive or left part of the party. I think centrists ought to be able to come up with some pretty bold ideas. Because I don't know if you say to someone, women only get 2% of venture capital in America, we need to double that or triple that. Is that a progressive idea or is that a centrist idea? I don't know. It's an idea that makes things better. Every African-American entrepreneur in the country has raised less money than Donald Trump made off of crypto last year, right? We can fix that if we want to. So, but that, I'm not sure where that sits on the ideological spectrum. And so people are going to have to come up with big ideas that affect real people.
And you do point out that we're seeing more self-proclaimed Democratic Socialist candidates finding more success across the country. What do you make of that? How are you seeing that?
Well, I just think there's an overall kind of upset in the American political environment. Folk are kind of tired of business as usual, and they're reaching for other sorts of languages, other sorts of solutions, because the way in which we lived our lives so far, the general conclusion is that everything is broken. And so folk are reaching for new languages, new ways, more inspired ways.
Yeah, because it is, by the way. Like, that's not people just like arriving at the wrong opinion or something when things are actually good. why do these people not realize how good things actually are? Like, that's not the position. That's not the case, right? Things are bad. And things are so bad that in the most propagandized nation, Americans have arrived at the correct conclusion by accident almost. That's how bad things truly are, that people are literally arriving at socialism off of just straight up the contradictions. Well, that and a lot of organizing and a lot of advocacy. Let's be real. A shit ton of organizing and advocacy. And also a decent number of electoral successes.
Of trying to respond to the conditions of everyday ordinary folk. So I think if we don't get caught up in labels, if we don't get caught up with shorthands, it's not progressive or centrist or conservative to say that working people should make enough money to provide for their households and send their kids to college. It's not progressive to say that folks shouldn't go broke because they're sick. It's not progressive to say, right, that basic education should be every human being deserves it, no matter the color of your skin or where your zip code is, right? So I think let's get beyond the labels and just get to what everyday ordinary folk are experiencing on the ground, and maybe we can actually address some of the issues that American people are facing.
I want to go to this sound from another prominent voice in the Democratic Party, former President Barack Obama, and he had a similar message about the need for our politics to look toward the future. Here's what he said.
The exhibits in the center are not meant to evoke nostalgia for some gauzy bygone era, some unattainable past that we can dream about and say, oh, we miss you, Barack. They're meant to remind us of who we can be.
Yeah, pussy 3 about to drop.
And your book does a lot of soul searching about this quest, right, to be a more perfect union in America. And I'm wondering how you view the president's comments.
Well, I thought it was a breath of fresh air. We heard complete sentences for, I shouldn't say that, right? I thought it was a breath of fresh air. Look, America, in my view, suffers from what I call a divided soul. We imagine ourselves at once as a beacon of freedom and as a white republic. We can't hold those two things together without contradiction, without depositing a kind of madness at the heart of the country. And what I think, what I hope, what I pray, is that in this moment when we're so divided, that we can actually make the choice to be a beacon of freedom. We can debate what that is, but we cannot hold the view that some people ought to play minor bit parts in the nation's history, in the nation's present and future, while others sit at center stage. That I'm not an object of charity, that racial justice isn't a philanthropic enterprise, that the country doesn't belong to a specific set of folk, that we have to ignore the history so that we can be who we think we are without judgment. Now, I think if we're going to get to where President Obama just described, we're going to have to tell the truth about who we are, what we've done, so that we can release ourselves into a better future.
How do you see it, Lulu?
That's a lot.
I know.
That's like, I mean, there's an entire world in that statement.
And I think it does hold special meaning today. We should note on Juneteenth.
Yes, it does indeed. This is at the heart of actually what we're experiencing now. I agree with you that what people are looking for is radical change. I think Donald Trump was an expression of that, actually, on the right. You know, I think the debate on the left about moderates versus progressive, I agree with you. I think that those labels have ceased to have meaning. If you asked a regular person, even though we live in a highly partisan world, right, where it's red hat, blue hat, but if you ask a regular people...
How convenient. Coming off the heels of a bunch of analysis that shows polling data that suggests more and more Democrats are now identifying themselves as democratic socialists. You have an entire panel of centrists going, labels we're all a part of the same team, right? I mean, who cares? Come on. What America needs is more centrism, more reasonable, moderate changes.
They hold so many contradicting opinions that could fall on all sorts of different spectrums. At the heart of this, though, we are a country that I believe many people think has lost its way. That we are a country at the moment that doesn't know what it should be in the world and inside the United States. Do we want to be a country that stands for democracy, that stands for freedom? And what does that mean? What does freedom of speech mean? Republicans have a certain view of that, and Democrats have a different view. These are fundamental differences that I think labels don't necessarily address, but I do think our next leader, whether they be from the right or from the left, is going to have to find a new language that includes more people in that debate. I think the very narrow lanes that both parties have driven down is not going to satisfy this electorate.
But what happened is you picked a fight, Joe Rogan.
I think it's fucking insane that they're still trying to be like, well, you know, it's not left and right. It's top versus bottom is the common meta, except these guys go, it's not left versus right. It's middle. That's where we're supposed to be, in the middle, right in the fucking middle. Smack dab in the middle. Anyway, let's get to actual case footage from the Liver King. Apparently, Liver King's arrest footage just got dropped. Another exhausted contradiction. Shit libs will swear up and down that their top priority is purple districts and congressional majorities and spend all their energy making sure that D plus 30 districts have the most conservative representation imaginable. Yeah. Yeah, this guy's a fucking racist piece of shit, and I absolutely despise him. Every time that his worldview is destroyed by yet another electoral success against some kind of like corporate neoliberal shit lib, he doubles down and triples down and becomes extra gross. I think he's not worthy of the attention that I'm giving him right now. He's not worthy of the attention I'm giving him right now, but he's just such a repulsive, odious little shit. I despise him. And I know he'll make like 700 fucking TikToks off of this, because anytime he is capable of attracting my attention, he loses his fucking mind. It's like, oh, I've made his day. Yeah, you're a fucking loser, dog. You're a fucking loser. I think deep down inside, you know you're a fucking loser. I wish you could maybe find it within yourself to believe in something, anything beyond, you know, whatever you think is going to be your next paycheck from the DNC. And you will probably forever be a goddamn loser for this reason. Utterly irrelevant. Most people in the real world despise this kind of like partisanship, especially for a party that doesn't really deserve it.
With another man, a real one. Welcome to Texas, Joe Rogan. My name is Liver King.
A series of videos posted by social media influencer Liver King leaves his followers increasingly concerned. But when he arrives in Austin claiming he's there to pick a fight with podcast host and media personality Joe Rogan, police are forced to step in.
Can this video of me being in this
Ain't that a dude you ate penis with? Yes, it's true. I did do that. Happy Pride Month, by the way. It's true. I did eat penis with this man that you are seeing on your screen. His name is Liver King. He was the talk of the town. Another one of these like influencers that blew the fuck up way back in the day. Feels like a bygone era. Clearly he had this was almost a year ago, what we're watching, when he very clearly had a mental health episode and was trying to assassinate Joe Rogan. His life kind of fell apart after he was outed of steroid abuse, which is crazy because like it's the most obvious use of steroids of all time. But people were shocked, I tell you. For some strange reason, people did not realize that this guy was using steroids. Anyway, let's take a look at what this arrest looked like.
Painter, can it go on social media?
The following is based on official police records to date, and the footage has never been seen before until now. Please note that all persons charged with a crime are presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court of law. On June 23, 2025, 47-year-old fitness influencer Brian Liver King Johnson posted this video to Instagram.
Joe Rogan, I'm calling you out. My name's Liver King. Man to man, I'm picking a fight with you. I have zero training in jiu-jitsu. You're a black belt. You should dismantle me, but I'm picking a fight with you.
The next day, Brian posted another video revealing that he'd arrived in Austin, Texas, the home of Joe Rogan's podcast studio.
Just pulling up to the capital of Texas. What's the capital of Texas? What's the capital of Texas? Houston. It's Houston. Guess what? You're
Officers with the Austin Police Department locate Brian at a hotel and move in to arrest him on a misdemeanor warrant, hoping to avoid negative publicity through an altercation with a high-profile influencer. They move through the hotel covertly without their uniforms and speak with him directly. Brian agrees to go with the officers, first taking a moment to say a prayer with his team.
To discern what matters, nothing that doesn't. To discern what matters, to be profitable with time. Bridge the gap, the delta of perfect into God's life. King time, that's walking with the light, that's God's time. That's it. I ask that you protect us, while that's walking your light, not.
We're gonna go down this way.
Everything is the truth, nothing is a lie. You should be recording everything, and you should have Cam and Lodi, and then you and Justin are taking turns to live stream it, and or make sure that you just post everything you can. As soon as you.
Dude, his prayer featured prophets. There is nothing more American than that, I feel like.
You can. Okay, because it's today, and that's the truth.
They escort Brian outside and check him for weapons, but allow him to keep his cell phone.
Sit all the way back, handcuffs. Oh, yeah, you get. Hold on, let me figure that out real quick. Hold on 1 second. I'm mobile, bro. I could do. Okay, that'll work.
How do you feel with that?
That's fine. You guys put handcuffs on people in the back of the car?
Yeah, everyone's got handcuffs.
Inside the car, though? How come?
Department policy. Yeah.
Because it seems pretty protected.
Okay. Thanks, excellent. Okay.
What day?
They didn't even hit him with the front cuffs. Is he drunk? I think he was definitely under the influence of something.
So today's Monday? Monday or Tuesday?
Today's Tuesday.
Oh my God, it's Tuesday. Oh, I'm supposed to have all my meetings today. You know, every day is someone else's day, and Tuesday's the day that I transact with the outside world. And I'm just thinking I hope that somebody on my behalf will share that I'm not transacting now with the outside world today.
Where are you from originally?
Puerto Rico.
Oh, really?
What?
Naval base. And my wife is from Poland. I'm telling people now, from now on, I'm from Poland, actually, because we went to every base, you know. Yeah. So where are you really from? You know what? I'm from the friendliest state in the world, the best country in the world. It's called Texas. You know what Texas means, bro?
What does it mean?
Do you know?
No.
It actually is like Spanish. Tejas is Spanish for friendly. Yeah, Texas is pretty friendly. But you know what I love about how friendly it is? We can only be this friendly because we
we can also be as dangerous as it allows us to be with these laws that make this great place called this blues. But I'm kind of telling people, my roots are Poland and Texas.
We'll meet you out that side, okay?
Sure.
Brian arrives at the station and is escorted to an interrogation room, where he remains uncertain why he's even here in the first place.
Yeah, if I'm gonna be, what was that? Am I arrested?
You are, yeah.
And they don't tell you why?
Yeah, the lead detective will give all that information to you. It's a terroristic threat, is what it's called.
Is it Texas or FBI?
We're with the Austin Police Department, so Texas.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hang tight for me, Mr. Johnson.
Okay.
Someone of you in your show.
Okay.
What the fuck?
Wow. No, didn't see that one coming, but it came. And it's awesome. I'll take that for $1.
According to police records, Brian posted another video in which he was seen carrying a medieval axe, as well as a black box with a Joe Rogan Experience sticker on the top. Though he was secretive about the box's contents, investigators would later find out what was inside.
A terrorist threat. Wow. I didn't know terroristic. They don't have to tell you here. In the state of Texas, they don't have to tell you. They can just arrest you. I don't know how you get out of this box. How long do you...
He's talking to himself, by the way. Just...
How long do you spend in the box? Do they tell you how long you spend in the box? Can this video of me being in this container, can it go on social media?
The detective finally arrives, but his attempt at an introduction is quickly shut down.
I don't know if you have any involvement with law enforcement. I just kind of want to tell you about myself.
If you don't mind, I'm going to skip all that. I don't want to know about you. I just want you want to know about me. And so let's skip everything about you, and whatever you want to know about me or the situation, let's elucidate that as fast as possible.
Okay, absolutely, sir. I respect that.
The detective reads Brian his Miranda rights, then asks if he understands each of them.
There's one that
Crazy way balls with this guy. Who could have predicted? I mean, come on, dude. I ate fucking bull scrotum with this dude. Obviously, it was somewhat predictable. If there was any fucking influencer that I've interacted with that would be in this predicament, it'd be the guy I ate bull dick with.
I don't. If I have the right to terminate this interview at any time, what would happen next?
And then you and I are done talking.
And when can I leave?
Yes, sir. You'll be arrested and go down to the jail.
Oh, so I'm not arrested?
You are arrested. That's what I'm saying. When we're done talking.
Okay, I'll terminate this interview.
Absolutely.
Cool.
Okay.
Put me in jail. Let's go.
Do you mind? I saw that you have your phone on. Do you mind if I have that? You're not allowed to have a phone in here per policy.
Oh, I already posted everything that I had in here.
Okay.
Is that okay? Because do I need to undo that?
No, that's fine. But just.
So you're asking me the question. If it's a demand, you guys can do whatever you need to do. But you said, do you mind? Yeah, I mind. It's my phone, and it's what I have on me right now. So maybe there's a protocol, and you should use different language.
Well, I don't want to demand. I don't want to be disrespectful or any sort of I'm trying to show you the utmost respect. So I'm just asking. Okay, I'm just asking. You don't think I'm being...
Why are they treating his status as a social media influencer like he's a Jehovah's Witness or something? He's like, well, we know, sir, that it's your culture that you have to have your phone on you at all times. It's so funny. They're like, well, yes, you have a religious exemption. You can carry your phone on you at all times because you're a social media influencer. Because it's Texas. I mean, yeah, they're treating him like it's if you're a famous right-wing chud social media influencer in the state of Texas, it's a protected class, okay?
Respectful.
They heard about the prayer circle and it triggered a different set of protocols. Yeah.
Well, think about this. You said,
Important Liver King related link.
And now we're going to show his parents what we made, and they're going to give us their honest reaction.
Yeah.
Primal. Shit talking. That bitch big mucking and that bitch big walking. They rich talking, but they bitch when I'm stalking. They been showing nothing, but they switch when I walk in.
That was good. That was awesome. That was fun.
My mistake for clicking on a fucking MHUD link, as always. Yes, I ate bull dick with this guy, dude. Happy Juneteenth, Hasanabi.
That's so good.
I've really liked that song.
Oh.
You mind? Yeah, I mind. So the answer is yes, I mind.
Okay. Can you give me your phone?
I could.
Isn't he 35? Why is he looking like he's pushing 50? You know why. Steroid abuse. Steroids accelerate aging. How do we not know this by now? I think all of y'all should know this by now. Have you not seen the Trent twins, for example? They're like 22. They look like they're 40. Also, I don't think he's 35 anyway. I think he is probably in his 40s.
Will you give me your phone, please?
I would like not to do that.
Okay.
He asks for his phone one more time, but Brian once again refuses to hand it over. On that note, the detective leaves the room, and Brian continues the conversation alone.
Post that one also. Posted that one, we'll post the next ones too.
Wait, they just left him with his phone? That's so crazy. Like, I've been arrested before. They did not let me have my motherfucking phone, dog. What the hell is that? I swear to God, bro, they're treating him like he's a part of a protected class.
What happens next? What happens next? Well, I'd take you down to the jail is next. Okay, so I could just interview with you and then go to the jail, or I could skip that line and go straight to the jail. New experiences, new information, collect more points.
Okay, here's what I also don't understand. He has a fucking phone on him. Why is he talking to himself if he has a fucking phone on him? It does not make any sense to me. He's recording himself? No, he's not. No, he has a phone and he's not even playing with it.
We already did it in Poland. Yeah, in Poland, that can happen too. And it did. And so
Bro, do you not see what like you can see from different angles? He is talking to himself. I feel like if I was in a room like this and they let me have my phone, I go live. I'd be talking mad shit. I'd be like, these guys fucking arrested me on some bullshit.
kind of have a little bit of a reputation, a little bit of experience in jail. And I learned a lot, so I collected more points, adventure, novelty. The evolutionary hunter, that's what you do. You go out to do adventure, accept the risk. Hopefully it's commensurate with the reward. Hopefully that you can make a calculated risk that geometrically magnifies the reward, but never at the risk of like self, really, unless the reward is worth it.
According to police records, an officer with the Violent Crimes Task Force spoke with Brian's executive protection employee, Justin. When asked about the contents of the black box donning the Joe Rogan podcast sticker, Justin claimed it held 2 custom-made staccato pistols that were meant to be gifts for Joe Rogan.
So to know your high swords, your 4 of them, decision-making matrix. 2-way doors, just go. Fire, fire, aim. 1-way doors, spend some time to aim. Maybe aim, fire, depending on how one-way it is. And then 1-way, let's go to jail for a little bit. I've already done that, but maybe I'll learn something new in the process. We'll collect some more points and do some squats. Not real squats, like the ones that you kind of do, like the pistol variety. The ones that count. Oh, you probably won't get his attention, even, But what happened is you picked a fight, Joe Rogan, with another man, a real one. Maybe a worthy one. Maybe not the one that you thought you'd pick a fight with. And so now there's real consequences. And then you'll just make this one stronger in jail.
Dude, what the fuck? He's like a fucking Spider-Man villain, dude. This is crazy. He's like, yeah, put me in jail, dude. I'll only get stronger in jail, and then I'll come out of jail and I'll fucking kill you anyway. It's crazy.
How long will I be here, do you think? What law did I break? Which law did I break?
You literally posted yourself traveling to a different part of the state to kill someone. You said you were there to kill someone. That's illegal all the time. Okay? It's kind of funny that he's just like, oh, I wonder what I did that was wrong. I mean,
whoa, Joe Rogan, you compromised something big. It's the state of Texas. You allowed this to be happening. You wanted it to happen.
Records state that officers spoke with Joe Rogan himself, who was made aware of the threats by his own security team. Joe Rogan claimed he'd never had any sort of contact with Brian and was
Wait, didn't Liver King go on the Joe Rogan Experience? Am I crazy? Why is he just straight up saying that? Why is he acting like he's never met the guy?
aware of why he would be targeting him. He went on to say that he feels that Brian appears to be, quote, significantly unstable.
Wait, did Liver King never go on Joe Rogan? Chatters are saying Joe Rogan only knows him as Liver King, not Brian Johnson. Dude, you know what's crazy? It's because he is the most Joe Rogan Experience guest type of person that I just assumed that he had definitely been on Joe Rogan. And I don't even think you can blame me for that. I think we all collectively hallucinated Liver King being on Joe Rogan because he's so perfect for the show. Didn't Rogan talk about him a lot, though? I think he had, more plates, more dates on. Holy fuck, 8.9 million views. God, Joe Rogan has fallen off so much. But yeah, he had more plays, more dates on. Yeah, look at this shit, bro. Look at this shit. I mean, he's still popping, but... It's so cool to be as famous as a guy who eats testicles, was on gear, stinks like a turtle tank, and plotted on Joe Ro's life. I wish I cared about Joe Rogan. There was a point in time when we used to care about Joe Rogan so much. I would watch all of his new videos and stuff. He is so washed now. Like, he used to be a real thought leader. No, you imagined it. Now you're saying we did to try and share the blame. Dog. First of all, who cares? Yeah, sure, I imagined it. And secondly, there was a shit ton of people in the chat, including M. Hunt, who said, yes, Liver King's been on Joe Rogan. We can just go back and see all of the yeses. And I think the reason why everybody all thought that that happened is because he's such a perfect guest for Joe Rogan.
And seems like he needs help.
That's kind of cool, right? You're arrested by the Violent Crimes Division. You know what's not cool is to be called a terrorist. That's not cool. A terroristic threat. That's not cool when your home is Texas. And then the person that's hoping to put you there is not from Texas. He's not. He's from California, y'all. Yeah, you know what we do from outsiders? Like Pace Picante style. Get a rope. Not a threat.
Is he saying he's gonna lynch Joe Rogan? What the fuck? What is happening, bro? Does he hate Joe Rogan because it's like Highlander? Like there can be only one guy who's 5'3" and jacked to the fucking gills, abuses steroids, and talks about, you know, self-improvement. But he is anti-white racist James Fishback.
Just that's the commercial. And that's in principle, that's what Texans do. We honor that kind of friendly. Welcome to Texas, Joe Rogan. My name is Liver King. Who do I want to fight? Who am I picking a fight with? Joe Rogan. What week is it? What week is it? Rogan versus Liver King week. No, actually, that was wrong. The week is the same as the password for the free Wi-Fi. It's you, Joe Rogan, with a thank you mark.
Many of Brian's followers expressed their concerns with his mental state after he posted the following.
This is
one of them came up to me in Vegas.
Oh, really?
Yeah, one of my security guards stopped him. He was like, "I'm a producer for the Liver King." I'm like, what the fuck do you produce? What are you producing?
Like, how many UFC events did he try and kind of like cozy up?
He was front row at one of my shows in Vegas.
Oh, damn.
At the MGM. And then I saw him again at the Canelo fight. He was trying really hard to get on the podcast. And he's been trying really hard to get on now. He contacted a few friends of mine.
Yeah, he told me he's trying to get on.
Yeah, for what?
Oh my God. Bro, wait, why does Joe Rogan hate this guy? Wait a minute. This actually is so strange. Why would Joe Rogan not want to have Liver King on? Because he's a fucking stalker? No, but like clearly Liver King was popping at this point, and he was trying to, you know, get on the Joe Rogan experience. And Joe Rogan was just like, no, I don't want you on for some reason. And then he got annoyed. Like, guys, I'm sorry. Joe Rogan recently had a guy on that's just a gas station preacher. Okay? Like, it's not like he is very selective about who he has on the show. When he doesn't have Jeffrey Epstein affiliate billionaire pedophiles, he will literally have any guy that has a dumb opinion. He just actively looks for perhaps the dumbest opinions that he can just, present as. Whoa, Fern did a whole video on how Israel kills journalists? That's crazy. God damn, that's how you know it's over. I mean, Fern has always been a pretty decent channel, but like, I feel like this would be unthinkable, no? Maybe like 5 years ago, this level of like actively saying Israel kills journalists. Isn't this like German government funded too? This is like, they might throw this motherfucker in jail. This is why Fern is the most West NATO cuck channel ever. Yeah. The fact that people like this feel totally criticizing Israel is so new. As a Palestine supporter for decades, it makes me want to cry. Yeah, I never in my... This is like a Kyrgyzok video on how Israel is doing a genocide. You know what I mean? This is like the Hank Green coming out and being like, here's why Zionism is a fascist ideology type shit. That's what's like remaining at this point. Wow, what a spectacular defeat for Hasbara. It's unbelievable. Fern is a part of a big VC thing going on for YouTube. They're also a part of like a big German and Dane network of creators. Yeah, but a lot of these guys normally wouldn't do like outright call outs of Israel. Because Fern has done some cool videos in the past about, I think it was Olof Palme's assassination. That was Fern, right? So yeah, they'll do videos that are like CIA adjacent, right? Dutch, aka Netherlands. They even reached out to the IDF for a comment on this video, Lamau. Oh my God. They still try to remain neutral. They asked the IDF for a comment, and there's a lot of those in the vid. Fern blamed Hamas for starting the war, though. Buddy, they're Euro libs, okay? The fact that they put the word Israel and kills and journalists behind one another as Euro libs, German and Dutch, are you fucking kidding me? This is literally like, this is akin to Holocaust. Actually, I was going to say this is akin to Holocaust now, but this is probably treated as a more severe crime in half of these fucking countries than Holocaust denial at this point. Yeah, it is literally, yes, saying anything mean about Israel is literally classified as Holocaust denial level hate crime in Germany, so I'm not even that far off base. Hank Green and John were super disappointing. Many Palestinian. Hank literally said no Palestine topic in his community post October 7th. Lib coward. Yeah. Yeah, they'll turn. They'll start talking about it eventually. One day, everyone will have been against this, okay? That's just how it is. That's how it always goes. Anyway, speaking of something that nobody was against, Liver King. Let's get back to that for now.
Video.
Because I'm here all week. I don't know if you heard. Rogan versus Liver King. Period. COM. All week this week. It started on Monday. It's going to go through at least Friday. It may go over the weekend, but no longer than that. I'm going to record a.
Why are all these Israeli-friendly countries importing so many Muslims then? Doesn't make sense. I love guys like this. What's the point that you're trying to make here, dude? You think Germany is like importing Muslims? Like, what do you... I want to know what's going on in your mind. Because from my perspective, you're probably just as well put together as Liver King here. Euro racism hits different? Yeah. Go ahead. What do you think is going on? Please enlighten us. It's your time. Go ahead. De-radicalize us woke libtards. Please.
A lot of videos this week. And then I'm not going to record any for a long time.
Brian takes out his phone and plays what appears to be a...
People were saying Germany and the Netherlands are very pro-Israeli, but those countries import lots of Muslim immigrants. Are they importing Muslim immigrants, dude? Like, these are people you're talking about. They're not fucking commodities. Okay? They're not, shipping Muslim immigrants. And also, the number or the percentage of Muslim refugees that are coming in. Oh my God. Where's the George Floyd game? Oh my God, you got banned from Asmongold's chat? You got banned from Asmongold's chat for being fucking racist and annoying, dog. That's crazy. That's like getting kicked out of the Klan rally for being a little too crazy about the black folk, you know? Holy shit. That's wild, man. I didn't even know. I didn't even know that was a thing that could happen. No lame gay shit, dope fighting, AI fatigue, Japanese company and alien. I'm one of a kind. Yeah, well, now you're two of a kind. Motherfucker said Germany and the Netherlands are importing Muslims. I wanted to understand what his logic was, like what he thinks is what his suspicion is, and he couldn't even fucking reveal that to me. I just wanted to know like what he thinks. Like, why does he think, if he believes that Germany is importing Muslims, why does he think they're doing that? It's like Elon not being invited to Epstein Island. Yeah.
Recording of himself, captured just moments ago in the interrogation room. He listens as he waits for officers to collect him.
I think this is cool. I like seeing this. Because it turns out some of his weird shit is real. Like, it's sincere. He does this shit on his own time, too. He's not just putting on a show for the cameras.
What's up, man?
So,
Hello, sir. Turn around.
Turn around?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna place you in handcuffs for right now. Yeah, no, you're good. You're good. Don't worry about it.
Appreciate you.
Where's your phone at, sir?
In my pocket.
The phone continues to play.
It's in my butt pocket.
Play on the table as they remove the remainder of his property. He's then transported to the local jail.
Would it be funny if I told you I had another phone on me?
Ooh, rat.
Well, that would be a little funny, you know, because they're supposed to take a bunch of stuff from you the first time.
Yeah.
And then they leave a lot of stuff. And then sometimes that happens again. That would be funny, right?
It might be a little funny, yeah. Brian, I don't know all your backstory. Where are you from?
Poland.
If you don't mind, I'm not going to be as friendly as I normally am.
Early up to you.
Yeah.
The following day, Brian posted a $20,000 bond and was released from jail. As a condition of his release, he was ordered to have no contact with the victim or his family and to wear a GPS monitor. The next morning, Brian posted a new video to Instagram, suggesting he still has future plans involving Joe.
Look at his eyes, bro. It was crazy.
Rogan.
If anybody knows where Seth Rogen's, the other version of him that rhymes with blow, if anyone knows where its family's going to be today, if you could let my team know so that we can stay within 200 yards, not close to them, to stay away from them. Oh, please, actually, I redact that. Don't do anything to their family. If anyone who's around us can alert us that there might be anyone with the last name Rogan around, then I'll happily go the other 200 yards. This thing will help me make certain. You know how good that feels on the ankle? And then we're going to go to the Capitol at 7 p.m. every day. We'll be at the Capitol.
He sounds like that because he's on a fucking like vibration machine. Isn't that some major neurological issue? I mean, clearly. This is one of the few instances where you don't have to see his pupils dilating to recognize that he's having a serious mental health episode.
Where they make laws. Rogan versus Liver King. I'm picking a fight.
According to court documents, 47-year-old Brian Liver King Johnson was charged with terroristic threat causing fear of imminent serious bodily injury. His case was dismissed in November of 2025, following the completion of required...
Yo, I'll be honest, dude. The criminal justice system is so bad that they can't even protect like a unfathomably rich white guy from receiving very clear death threats, okay? That's crazy. Do they ever does anyone ever get prosecuted for just straight up being like, I'm stalking you and I'm going to kill you and I'm going to kill your family. I mean, sure, in this situation, it's very clear that he's like not all right. Okay, but what is this? What King the Loser said? What is this?
Counseling classes. Get less restricted content and an unfiltered look at our cases. For extended coverage, join us on Spotify and see.
That's wild. Oh, Jesus Christ, this is horrible. Okay. We got a Drew Gooden. Video. We got some fun. Stuff that we can watch. And maybe not so fun stuff. There's a clavicular and the evolution of incel culture video that I was going to watch. I don't know who this channel is, Jarrett Moore. But I think it dovetails nicely into what I wanted to talk about. Clavicular is doing a MOG course in Florida. He's officially reached that level. Every influencer eventually has like a sequence of botched surgeries and then some other financial entanglements that don't turn out the way they want to, and then they do some sort of boot camp. And that's where Clavicular is right now. Sequence of botched surgeries that he did not need to take, that he did not need to get at all. And now he's doing a in-person course.
The internet's newest main character is 20-year-old streamer Braden Peters, aka Clavicular. He serves as a representative of the looksmaxing community, an offshoot of the incel black pill ecosystem that have come to the conclusion that with society and the dating market stacked against them, the only way to ascend out of their social caste is to become as physically attractive as humanly possible. He's taken this to extreme measures, including starve maxing, abusing stimulants, and hitting himself in the face with a hammer, referred to as bone smashing. He started taking black market steroids and testosterone at age 15, leading to infertility, erectile dysfunction.
Okay. Put some respect on the GOAT, dude. Come on now. Clavicular will never be... Clavicular could not hold up to the pinky nail of my GOAT, Rich Piana, okay? That's crazy. Rich Piana was a G. He was a legend. Rest in power, Rich Piana. That's the GOAT.
And eventually getting him kicked out of university for drug possession. With formal education out of the question, he went all in on looksmaxing, spending his free time researching ways to improve his appearance with experimental peptides, and planned to travel to Turkey for a double jaw surgery to attain more masculine features. The spectacle of this pursuit exploded across the internet. Less than a year ago, he was working as a line cook, and today he's become the fastest growing streamer on Kick, with teams of thousands of dedicated clip farmers, gathering millions of views daily on his newest controversy.
Drive. Yeah, he also almost killed a guy.
Oh my god. Oh my god! You probably just ran him over. Oh my god.
He's still mogging. Oh yeah, he overdosed too. God, this guy's journey has been so crazy, man. He almost killed his stalker. And he never broke frame. He might have broken the dude's back, but he did not break frame. Okay, he kept mogging. I will point to that. He had the Everglades incident where he like killed a crocodile. He overdosed on camera, and he's gotten bought surgeries. It's awesome.
Is he dead?
I don't know.
Hopefully.
He's been profiled in GQ, the New York Times, The Atlantic, and made his modeling debut at New York Fashion Week. This video will explore his worldview, the origins of the movement, if there's any validity to his claims, and why it's resonating so much in our current climate. The surface level critique of looks maxing is always, bro, you're really overthinking this. Girls do not care about looks to the extent that you think that they do. There's easier ways to get chicks than
cope. It's cope, dude. It's cope, buddy. Okay? That's all people care about. And it's not even about girls. It's about guys. Okay? It's about hot guys who are sexy and muscular, and I want to kiss them, but I can't. I have to keep maintaining this facade that I want to kiss the girls instead. And every time I kiss the girls, it looks like I'm in a K-drama or something. I look like Josh Hawley kissing his wife. Not gay. Okay? But that's what mogging is all about. Making other men feel hot for you.
Smoking peptide-laced meth and hitting yourself in the face with a hammer to reinvent phrenology.
Weren't you one of the OG looks maxers? No, man. I'm just a normal person who cares about self-improvement. As a matter of fact, for the most part, I have always talked about, because before the looks maxing thing was called looks maxing, I was always making fun of like the lookism guys, the incels, because they were just like, they cared about this shit to a unbelievably unhealthy degree. You are not normal about your appearance, Lamau. Honestly, he's punk as fuck. I think I am. I think it's good to groom yourself, okay? I think it's good to be healthy. Bro, working out and dieting is not looks maxing. What the fuck? Exactly. I am, however, a little, I have a little bit of body dysmorphia, just a little bit, but it's fine. Like, if I had a far greater problem of body dysmorphia, all these fucking weirdo losers, like the new meta amongst my psychotic cyber stalking community is to constantly be like, you're fat. That would actually hurt my feelings. It doesn't, because I know that's not the case. But I still have a little bit of body dysmorphia. Just mild amount.
You could just meet a girl with a similar interest at like a run club and be nice to them. Wrong. The point is not to get girls. They don't particularly like girls very much. The point is to mog.
Okay, yeah, he gets it. Never mind. The point is to mog.
The term mog originated on bodybuilding forums as a shorthand for the
A-mog,
alpha male
of the group.
The pack leader, the hottest, the richest, the highest status.
Yep.
Getting girls isn't the end goal, but rather an affirmation that you're a Chad. The blonde around your arm is symptomatic of your success, more akin to a Lamborghini or a Rolex. Despite what some rich guys say, they don't particularly care about Swiss engineering or motorsports. They want it because they know other men can't have it. It's performance art for the male gaze. This quality has historically been associated as a feminine trait, with women saying they're not dressing for male approval, they're doing it for themselves. The first part's definitely true, they're not doing it for men, but it's also not solely for themselves. A woman by herself isn't wearing high heels and a full face of makeup. She's wearing an oversized Scooby-Doo t-shirt and Garfield slippers. When they go out, they're dressing for other women. But they're doing it in a collaborative nature. They want everybody else at the party to be hot and are excited to see their friends serving. The looks maxers see it as more of a zero-sum game in a competitive nature. They're aware of the prevalent hierarchies and have a desire to stand out. To mog is to be free. It's to be safe. From external threats, as well as safe from the voice in your head telling you that you're not enough.
You need to have positive thoughts. It's all about like manifestation. He's like, everything that's going on in your head, that just shapes reality. Which is probably the worst possible thing you could tell a depressed person. Just like, hey, when you wake up in the morning, that voice in your head that calls you a loser? That's actually only a force of nature that shapes the fabric of reality. Oh God, I gotta go buy a gun. That's not good at all.
The perpetually mogged are constantly looking over their shoulder,
fun.
paranoid that what little they've earned will be taken from them by the oppressive Chad.
What are you lacking, Myron, that you can't hold her desire? Why didn't you have her soul locked in? I mean, she was your girlfriend, right?
Damn!
You claimed to have her as a girlfriend. So where did you lack as a man? You had a girl?
You saw this guy recently open up for Adam Friedland? Damn, this dude is... Yeah, I remember. I've watched one of his videos before. This guy's going places, dude. Okay, respect. I remember I watched one of his videos in the past.
But you didn't have her soul. So Rico, he didn't really steal Angie. He collected her. Yeah, man, they call him Rollerblade Rico. He's a shadow that just rolls out of nowhere, man. Smooth wheels, smoother game. You don't even hear him coming. 1 minute you're holding her hand, next minute, pew, gone.
More so than desiring what the Chad has, their main objective is to escape the perceived power balance between the two. This hieroglyph contains an eternal truth that's essential to decoding the incel psyche. The Chad vs. Virgin meme has tortured the minds of the youth for decades. But the Chad didn't always used to be the goal. At one point he was the enemy. Before he was depicted in his current form, he was written about in legends told at the cinema. Karate Kid, Heathers, Revenge of the Nerds. The mob took their resentment to the silver screen and created a revisionist history of themselves getting one over on the bullies, creating a fiction to shape the culture.
Is he wearing a Teamsters jacket? Because I have the same exact one. I have the same exact jacket, but for the Teamsters.
And humiliate the ones that once humiliated them inside of the junior high locker rooms. As the genre went out of style,
never mind.
The resentment remained, and a whole collaborative extended universe of the nerd jock archetype was...
Is Twitch capping you at 25K? Yeah. No, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? I just have 25,249 people watching right now.
Proliferated on sites such as 4chan. Chad, Stacy, Becky, and a whole roster of soy jacks were used as stand-ins to represent the power imbalances in people's lives. What started out as a meme for most people.
Every weekend we have this exact same song and dance where people will come in here and be like, "What's going on, bro?" Feels like not a lot of interest. It's like Monday through Thursday, it's always 30K to 40K. And then Friday till Sunday, it's always 25 to 30K. That's how it is.
Started
People
to become
touch grass
more
in this
real than
community.
the outside world. Instead of these figures being used to exemplify tropes exhibited by people, the real people were simplified to be nothing more than the living embodiment of these figures.
They legit asked this yesterday. You got to stop responding to these people. Is bait for the Twitter clippers. They've been using this reaction to this question to post these so the roach can respond. Dude, that's got to be so crazy. So there's guys in here that are like sitting in a Discord server who come in here and ask that question, and then they immediately clip it and they post it on Twitter so that Asmongold can react to it. That is like, I don't understand what that does for you. I will never understand what that does for you. Literally every time you respond to the chatter, they post it and then Asmongold reacts to it. Wait, Asmongold has less viewers than me right now. What the fuck? Who gives a shit? Go ask him if he's being capped at 22K. Watching your clips or sometimes VODs a daily thing for the HDS community. But I don't like, okay, here's what I don't understand. Genuinely, here's what I do not understand. Is literally bait they post the following day. But like, what satisfaction could you possibly get out of this? Because like, I get what Asmongold is doing, right? He's like serving a market. There's a lot of there's a lot of appetite for people to be like, oh, I hate this fucking guy. You need villains, right? In your story, you need villains. People get bored. But like, what do you get as a random person? They think they're making you feel bad. That's all they want, but it doesn't work. I've always wondered this. I have always wondered this, where I'm like, what could you possibly get out of, like, what kind of satisfaction could you possibly get out of, like, even if you got your wishes across, like, let's say I got killed or fucking deplatformed, went to prison or whatever, like, will that actually offer you any salvation? Will you legitimately feel accomplished? Because you might feel that way for a brief moment, but your life still fucking sucks. You know what I mean? Let's say you got a bunch of likes. Let's say you got a bunch of likes on Twitter. Asmo's audience literally just enjoy just watching this type of content. The other day, he said his job is to make people's lives miserable. Being mad at people is the content. Yeah, I don't understand it. Like, I think it's important, as long as the dog doesn't get choked. Shocked. Their loss, Rotoliz, the only blips of enjoyment they receive is that type of content. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's internet-induced brain damage almost. Do you never... Here's the thing. Do you never sit by yourself when you're alone with your own thoughts and you think to yourself, like, what have I done for the last year? And take an accounting of the things that you have experienced, the things that you've enjoyed. And if the highest dopamine inducing moments when you do that are instances where, like, you know, you got a content creator that is never going to know about you to feel shitty for a brief moment, or you perceive them feeling bad for a brief moment in time, if that's the highest intensity output that you have, doesn't that all feel worthless? Ironically, now it's going to be a clip, then he's going to respond to this without ever directly talking to you. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like you should channel this energy into something, you know? Channel this energy into something. You know, go join a club or something. Meet some people in the real world. Oh my God, you weren't wrong. Why are you getting so angry? This is so sad. By the way, we have a hype train. Give money now. He's actually becoming an old man. Asmongold reacts to Hasan snapping at a chatter, bringing up his viewer count being botted. Hasan had the same exact reaction years ago, in case both timing out the loyal subscriber and claiming Israel view botted him. Wait, what? Oh my God, you weren't lying. That's literally what these guys are doing. And then they clip it to a clip farm. And they have like other clips ready to go too. Why would anybody do this? This is why clips on Reddit of your stream aren't posted immediately, but like 12 to 24 hours after the clip was live. They needed time to comb the stream and come up with a narrative of an out of context portion. I think they do it because they do feel good for that 1 second. Their favorite content creator takes notice of them and maybe bring up their clip on stream and talks about it. It makes them feel alive when they get noticed by the content creator they base their live around. I think, look, I think it's because there's a sense of community, right? There's a sense of community around this sort of behavior. This is something that, like, ironically enough, the video that we're watching actually pertains to this as well. What used to be relegated to the darkest corners of the internet, where like some of the saddest people exist, you know, bodybuilding forums or lookism forums, incel forums, is now mass produced as content. And there are like champions of this kind of content and this kind of ideology, like Clavicular, ironically enough, that people actually follow. pretty aggressively. Some of them follow him as a lol cow. Some of them are fascinated with him. But then there's also plenty of people who are just like genuinely fans, right? And what's really interesting is this is exactly that as well. This is called A-logging, right? There are entire communities on the internet that used to be on some of the darkest corners of the internet, like some of the worst parts of the internet, like websites that are constantly at risk of getting taken down, like Kiwi Farms and whatnot, that spend a good deal of time and good deal of effort getting together, congregating to identify certain targets that they want to cyber bully, right? That is something that people used to do, and the saddest part about it is like, yeah, they used to do this on 4chan and whatnot, but for the most part, a lot of content creators in the mainstream side of things, and the more mainstream side of things in independent media on YouTube and whatnot, rarely ever entertain this lol cowing, right? Nowadays, there are actual content creators who have designed their entire content around this kind of behavior. Sex Pestiny is one of them. Ethan Klein is another one. Asmongold is another one. Rape Tone is another one. Some of them are objectively like right-wing, openly right-wing. Some of them don't present themselves as right-wing. Some of them even consider themselves to be liberal. But there is like this whole ecosystem now of content creators who spend basically all of their allotted time on camera doing this kind of thing. And then they foster this community that is organized around going after people that they have ordained as enemies. I've never been a big fan of this kind of content. I never understood it. I have friends who do it, right? I have friends who like entertain it, where they'll go and find like someone curious or fascinating, and they don't try to impact that person's life. Of course, they never tap the glass. But what these guys do is all about trying to tap the glass. What they do is all about like trying to manipulate that person's life in some way in a negative manner. And I just don't understand what kind of satisfaction you could derive out of participating in a negative smear campaign permanently over a content creator that you just don't like. I feel like when you snap yourself out of that stupor, you'll probably be a much healthier person. And every now and then I try to, have a real conversation like this. And I feel like all of those people that are in these, like, yeah, you said there are entire Discord servers watching and tracking you, but it's to get likes on Twitter, make YouTube vids, super simple Hank. They don't want to go outside. Their Twitter impressions are down for the month, so you are an easy vehicle for them to rage bait others. That Kaide clip from years ago is an obvious indicator. Read Hasan. But again, it's very strange. I will never understand it. Like, you should probably fight for something bigger than that, Another topic that used to bait you is mentioning Kaya. Literally every single time a chatter asks you to respond, it gets clipped. That Brandon Buckingham tweet was ironically quoting a clip of you responding to a chatter about Kaya. Yeah. Is baiting you that different from putting money on Kalshi? I guess not. But you do give them the satisfaction, though, instead of just being an instant ban for being a lazy bot. It's so annoying. You reward them with attention and reaction. I will never stop trying to fight for others, including some of my most mentally ill haters. That's it. Like, no matter what happens, I do want these guys to live a better life. I want them to have health care. I want them to have a better future. I want them to like live a life of dignity, you know? It's obviously also beneficial for me because if they did do all those things, if they did have that life, then they probably wouldn't be wasting it away on the internet stalking my ass, right? But like, I want them to have a job. I want them to have job security. I want them to have autonomy in their workplace. I want them to be able to start a family, purchase a home on one fucking salary. You know what I mean? Genuinely, that's what I want. And part of it is I do legitimately believe that part of it is like for every 1,000 hate watchers, there's got to be at least a couple hundred that hear what I have to say. Maybe they don't internalize it immediately, but they hopefully second guess themselves. I'm sure there's some people in here. I'm sure there's some people in here who were that person. And now they're fans. You know? I'm sure there are a lot of people who are maybe ashamed to openly say that like, oh, I came in here from one of these communities and I'm actually a fan now. I realize that like a lot of these people were, a lot of this was just like worthless. You just gave them a reason to not do what you said. What are you going to do? Yeah. Live a long enough timeline, and on a long enough timeline, some of them will become lifelong fans, and some of them will even become woke scolds on Hoscord. Exactly.
Obnoxious men.
Date the Chads.
Yeah.
The Chads of this world. Yeah.
Basically, the Stacy's going for the Chads.
Exactly. The Stacys are the dizzy dumb.
Maybe not that.
Girls.
Maybe not that one guy who said whiny virtue signal boy. Okay, that's the last comment I'm going to respond to before getting back to the video. All I'm going to say is this: whenever people come in here and say, "Oh, you're virtue signaling," you show that you have a deeply cynical, deeply nihilistic worldview. Just swallowed my spit.
States are the chances.
I'm gonna go back on this, and then I'll rewind and then play it again. Whenever you say, "Oh, you're virtue signaling," whenever you say someone on the internet, someone who you found to be in opposition to is virtue signaling, you're just showing everybody else that your worldview is deeply cynical, right? You can't possibly fathom that someone is being sincere and hold an opinion that's different than yours. That every single person is out there championing causes for some other ulterior purpose. No one could possibly believe the things that you also identify as a virtue, by the way. You are openly admitting that what I'm saying is virtuous. You're saying it's actually good. It's the morally correct position. But you can't fathom someone arriving at what you perceive as the morally correct position and the virtuous position without some other ulterior motive. I promise you, there are people out there who are not like that. And perhaps the only reason why you feel that way, is because of the spaces that you occupy on the internet. You only go and congregate around people who are legitimately fucked up, like genuinely having a bad time, and their whole output is to try to make others also feel bad and feel shitty. And they're training you to believe. They're training you to fucking believe that anyone that says, "Hey, be kind to others," like it's fine. It's not going to take, it's $0. It costs $0 to be nice to people and to want what's best for others. Anyone that says shit like that must be disingenuous. I mean, look, I have my moments where I'm very angry, where I get very passionate, where I get very mad. There are plenty of moments where I'm not embodying the virtues, right? As a matter of fact, a lot of people, as a matter of fact, a lot of people are looking for those moments so they can clip a certain perspective and like show the rest of the world the truth about me or something. And like, no human being is perfect. I'm certainly not. But again, a Jewish guy trying to sell me by calling me a hook-nosed yid is pretty ironic, don't you think? Yeah, looks identical, Sammy. They all have the same look. It's uncanny. 100% chance this guy calls Hasan Piker a vicious anti-Semite. He does. Whether you think Hasan is an anti-Semite or not, yes. Saying he spent his entire professional career combating anti-Semitism is absolutely hilarious, gaslighting bullshit. Guy is so comically full of shit. Yeah. Always. Always.
Obnoxious men.
Date the Chads.
Yeah.
Chads of this world. Yeah.
Basically, the Stacey's going for the Chads.
Exactly. The Stacey's are the dizzy, dumb girls dating the goofy, jocks.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. I came from one of those communities and I'm proud to say I'm reformed now and active with Houston DSA. Gave me, friends, and myself a purpose. Thank you. Fuck yeah. That's what I'm talking about. That's why I do it. For all the fucking chirpers in the chat who are like, why do you even address these people? That's why, bro. That's why. A better future is possible for yourself. You just have to be able to seize it. You have to be able to snap yourself out of your normal existence that possibly is leading you down this like deep, dark pit of despair every single fucking day that you sit at home and rot and watch people and you're like, oh, I hate these fucking people. I hope they could also feel a fraction of the pain that I endure on a daily basis. I'm just going to go out there and fucking hurt them. I'm going to go out there and fucking disparage them. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. Like, that's not productive for you. Okay? What's productive for you is to have a real purpose in life. Okay? Anyway, let's continue.
So you call them Stacey's and Chads.
Yeah.
I've heard that term before. And so that's in the alt-right?
Yes.
That conversation takes place in the alt-right as well?
Yes.
Do other things take place in the alt-right? Or
red pill. You can either take the red pill or you can take the blue pill.
Right.
And some alt-right members even consider.
But you come across like this guy. This guy's at the end of that. Okay. The pit of despair that I'm talking about, that's at the end of that pit of despair. And what's so funny is all of the people that are a part of his in-group, his closest associates and affiliates online, are probably on the internet after this guy gets arrested, calling him a homosexual and a LARPer and a weirdo and a loser. I've seen it so many times. The Terrorgram guys will literally egg each other on until one of them goes out and inspires a mass shooting, right? Until they successfully inspire one of these guys. But this is obviously the worst of the worst of the worst, right? Like that's the final level of the darkness, right? And when they get there, when they finally do it and then they kill themselves in the process, all of their closest associates go online and they joke about it. They joke about how much of a fucking loser or how Mexican the person was, you know? I see it all the fucking time. It's literally the same. It's the same fucking people. It's the same goddamn people that were egging the mass shooter on that will then turn around and go, this guy was a trans Mexican, dude.
That was to be a black pill, which in essence means they're a MGTOW, men going their own way.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. But the conversations tend to be focused around fellas who have been unable to lose their virginity due to the Stacey's of this world and the Chads being celibate, involuntarily celibate. What does that mean?
That means celibacy means someone who never has a sexual intercourse.
Right.
Involuntary celibacy means this wasn't your choice. You essentially have been thrown into true forced loneliness and you're unable to lose your virginity.
Right.
This is especially painful for young males.
When did you first go on to 4chan?
2014.
2014. And specifically when in 2014?
He posted in the comments about you 15 minutes ago. Did he? He's done this before while I was watching.
May 23, 2014.
And how were you able to remember that?
Because I remember that was a very significant day.
Okay, what day was that?
That was when Elliot Rodger decided to essentially commit an uprising, a beta uprising, if you will, against the Chads and the Stacys.
Okay. It was Elliot Rodger who was the
cop is laughing.
The father.
Basically, the founding forefather of the entire movement.
Right. So explain to me this movement. What's this movement about?
It's basically a movement of angry incels, such as myself, who are unable to get laid. Therefore, we want to overthrow the Chads, which would force the Stacys to be forced to reproduce with the incels.
Oh, so that's just a short form for fellas who
can't get laid,
can't have sex, right? Okay. And what happened in the Elliot Rodgers uprising? What did he do?
I know he used a gun as well as a vehicle to convert the life status of certain.
I mean, this dude has 100%, 110% mental issues. Yeah, I know. No shit. But if he had a fucking healthy support system around him, there are plenty of people who also have probably a similar type of mental illness to him, but they're lucky enough to not find themselves in this deep, dark pit of despair. Okay? Like, look at all the fucking tropes he's using. Look at all the statements he's using. It's very clear. Like, there are clear markers of where he spends a great deal of time on the internet. This is a fucking incel mass shooter, if I'm not mistaken. Okay? Like, it's so obvious that he's on 4chan. He's in these sorts of like I'm sure he was fucking A-logging motherfuckers, you know what I mean? For fun. And he thought that, anti-communism and A-logging what he perceived to be like feminist influencers or cyber stalking e-girls or whatever was the most productive use of his fucking time. Yeah, oh, this is the guy who who drove the minivan. Alec Manassian. He like drove over a crowd with a minivan. He did a vehicular terror attack. And if he had a fucking support system around him and he just like snapped himself out of this like the weird right-wing radical circles that he was online, he probably would not have acted out on these like unbelievably violent desires. He wouldn't have like snapped. He wouldn't have gotten to the point that he got to. This guy was diagnosed with autism as an autistic person as well. It's so clear this guy was struggling socially, fell through the cracks and into the incel 4chan circles, probably got constant reinforcement being, yes, exactly, from those around him, from the same people that will bully him for being autistic. Well, those other people are also most likely autistic.
Individuals to death status.
Right.
Only to carry the message that incels can't be oppressed. You could call it an incel rebellion.
Incel rebellion, exactly. Right, yeah. Okay. And were these fellas active on 4chan?
Yes.
They were. Have you ever communicated with these fellas?
I actually have, as a matter of fact.
So what did you discuss with these guys?
We discussed our frustrations at society and being unable to get laid.
He said in the comments, Hasan, I paraphrased something at the end. You said about capitalist realism referring to clavicular. You get writing credits on the video. I'm on a Southwest flight right now with dog shit Wi-Fi. I'm only hearing bits and pieces, but thanks for the watch. Shout out, chat. Nice.
And we were plotting a certain timed strikes just to put all the normies in a state of panic.
Okay, and who would be a normie?
Normie means normal people. That would be anyone who is considered to be normal by the unfair standards of society.
But not...
I also didn't realize... that there's a deeply anti-Semitic octopus at the top of this fucking TV, for the record.
The Chads or Stacys?
Chads and Stacys are actually above normies, or at least they think they're above normies.
Of course, yeah. Okay, all right. So is it fair to say you've got Chads and Stacy's up here, normies down here, incels who believe they're being suppressed or repressed, and so as a result, to even the playing field.
Yes.
They convert the Stacy's and Chads from living to dead, and to
so
make
that we come out on top. But we do wish to subjugate them in order to make them understand that that our type is the more superior one.
Right. So when you say subjugate, what do you mean by that?
Meaning either imprison them or put them in a lower position in society.
Okay.
So that they acknowledge the incels or the Pepe the Frog types as the more superior ones.
So you're saying things that I'm not familiar with.
Sorry.
What's a Pepe the
he's a mascot on 4chan.
There's an octopus-related anti-Semitic trope chat. Yeah, but I'm also it's a deep cut. This is Greta Thunberg. Remember, this is like a autism helper or something. It's like an octopus plushie that Greta Thunberg posed with one time, and the pro-Israel crowd made it seem like she was deeply anti-Semitic for it.
He's a mascot?
Yes.
Who is this 4chan? Oh,
I never say this, but I feel for the cop. I mean, yeah.
Who is this 4chan? This 4chan.
He may have been just a system administrator.
But 4chan is, you can go on it right now, and the thing about it is
Explaining 4chan to a void. Oh, buddy. You know, I always find it fascinating that the same people that freak out about the octopus trope use it all day, every day when describing Iran. Yes. I mean, Israel defenders deploy every Nazi trope. Every fucking Nazi trope against like Pax Islamica, for example.
User friendly by design. There's porn playing on the banner ads on the side to make people that are uncomfortable about that uncomfortable right away and to get off there. The user layout is also, it's not user friendly. Like the threads, they look weird. The way stuff is stacked is not intuitive when you first see it. There's no usernames, everybody's anonymous, so that's another factor to it, that you have complete anonymity and you can't have like post history or anything, so you can just say the most inflammatory shit, which we found out in the Jeffrey Epstein leaks. Like the creator of 4chan was talking to Jeffrey Epstein, and they have different boards, and they're kind of like subreddits on Reddit.
Yeah, it's safe. It's like safe, edgy. Couple mass shootings inspired here and there. Safe, edgy anti-Semitism, never actually impacting the halls of power, never actually moving you in the direction of any sort of like productive. Like it's not safe for the average person, but it's safe for those in positions of power, right? Because if you're like a fucking billionaire, if you're a billionaire, you love that there is a fucking internet forum out there of individuals that are like, you know, engaging in conspiratorial thinking, but you can actually maneuver them into a much more productive way of conspiratorial thinking, constantly assuming, first of all, it's a place to contain this kind of nonsense. That's number one. Number two, in that area that you've contained these people, some of these are, you know, extremely online individuals, you can actually slowly but surely manipulate them, slowly but surely move them in the direction of certain political positions that are not actually harmful to societal elites. If you noticed, none of these guys ever get mad at the rich. Okay? They get mad at Jews, they get mad at Muslims, they get mad at trans people, undocumented migrants. It's never those in positions of profound power. So yeah, this kind of, they get mad at women, right? It is a perfect incubator of anti-communist thought, A perfect incubator that moves away people from ever recognizing their class position, understanding that, a lot of the people that they're actually shitting on have the exact same class position that they do, have the same exact class interest that they do. It's a great way. It's a great way to get the pedophilic elite billionaires off their backs.
But the worst one is called Pol, which is politically incorrect, and that's where all like the neo-Nazis and shit.
And sometimes they obviously make this statement.
Like, billionaires like funding this thing to create like division and like chaos. And like
sometimes they make it very obvious. Like when Asmongold literally said, when Asmongold straight up said, it's not the top 2% that's like responsible for all of the societal failures, the bottom 2%. Like that was incredible. He's just giving the game away. Guy who is literally a part of the top 1% of the 1%, telling all of these other working class folks that they are, that their enemies are actually the bottom 2%.
Like fake universe with all these like caricatures of like the Stacys and the Beckys or whatever. That became more real to them than reality, which they're not living in. They're just living on these forums. But yeah, it is like compartmentalizing and just like all of them are like, because I've had bad experiences with girls or dating or whatever. It's like, oh, there's no hope. It's like the black pilled thing. Just like, oh, it doesn't matter. Everything is fucking shit. And they are all like this. They're like isolated and neglected. And then they find this group where there's just like a pity party and they're all talking about how bad shit is. And they like all relate to each other about that. But there's also normal boards on there. Like the Moo board is just like for people sharing cool music with each other and like torrents of like ripped files. And they just use that platform because it would be taken down for like copyright reasons on other websites. So a bunch of people into underground music like death.
Fortunately, I made my whole World of Warcraft guild Ron Paul supporters. I remember they got me to take the bait too. Jesus Christ.
Scripts would go on the Moo board and then they don't go on the Pol board. There's another 4chan board called R9K, which is supposed to be like Robot 9000. And it's for like people that they like identify almost as like they're so autistic. And you talked about like it's not all autistic people, but it's these people that like self-identify as this like type of autistic where it's like very school shooter heavy, like I can't relate to literally anybody on earth except for like I feel like I don't feel the emotions that other people feel, and then that's just like other people amping you up that's like a valid and not trying to get better but actively trying to get worse. It would be like if Dexter didn't have a dad to tell him to kill the other murderers. It would be if Dexter was left to his own devices with unlimited internet access and found other Dexters.
Incel groups flip the power structure of status. Whereas on mainstream platforms like Instagram, with people trying to show off their looks or their wealth, these forums invert flexing, with people trying to one-up each other over how shitty their life is.
Yeah.
It's like when you try to tell somebody that you're tired, and they go, you only slept 5 hours. You think that's bad? Try being a 38-year-old diaper fur. They're posting their L's like it's a money spread. Don't even try to go in there claiming to be a real incel.
I've never touched pussy before, not even at birth. It's fucking over. I think I'm thinking pussy is a psyop by the government used to control and pacify men in this world and it doesn't even actually exist. I've never actually seen or touched a pussy in my entire existence. Therefore, it doesn't exist. Correct. I was a C-section baby. Respect to that guy.
Unless you were born via C-section. Now, I'd be lying to say that these are not some of the funniest people on the internet. The best place to see their posts is on the subreddit r/kitchen cells. Girlfriend left me because I'm autistic. Drop my meatballs. Fuck my stupid chud life. I'm Indian.
What the fuck?
I beat my shit to a girl using the reflection of her face in her dog's eye on Instagram. I'm allergic to tomatoes, so I made this punishment meal. Tomatonator.
What the fuck?
I drop my salad. I fail at everything I do. I'll never amount to anything. I'm a perverted incel freak with weirdly long toes. I'm a pathetic imitation of my father. Salad. I live next door to a dog grooming studio, and I like to pretend that they're talking to me when I hear "good boy," and you're doing so well.
Okay, but that food kind of looks bomb. So I thought they were supposed to look like shit. That looks like some kind of like tofu curry maybe with potatoes.
I'm a fat, greedy fuck and should be put down like a useless horse. Failed my fucking driver's test today. I'm 26 years old. I can't hold a job. I can't get laid. I can't even drive.
I don't deserve flavor.
I don't deserve flavors.
No!
Girls will stay with men who beat them. That means I'm worse than physical violence and abuse. Can of sardine rose. $20 male. Bought underwear from an OnlyFans.
I saw a short guy subreddit the other day, and wow, these pity holes are intriguing. I'm only slightly above average, and it blew my mind. Dude, the real fucking red pill is the faster you realize that all this shit is bad for you and that your mentality is what matters above anything else, the faster you can overcome these fucking trials and tribulations that you have set for yourself. I know I've spent years and years talking about this. And back in the day, in like the early, 2018, 2019, 2020 era, people would always come to me and be like, dude, you're just a fucking chat. You'll never understand it. It's like, no, dude, no, I promise you. I experienced a lot of growth. I experienced a lot of self-improvement. You can too. And one of the most consequential aspects of it is it's your fucking mentality. Bro, how is he saying this shit without laughing? Just multiple takes until he doesn't laugh during one? No, I mean, these are, I think a lot of these are just like satire. I don't think this is like serious. But it's literally confidence. What so many people fail to grasp is like being an alpha male. That's just being confident. That's what they're talking about. Being masculine. That's just being confident. That's what people are talking about. So many of the shit that these dudes, usually a lot of young men, are trying to fucking figure out is their deep-seated insecurities. That's what it is. If you're self-assured, and if you have confidence, none of this stuff matters. And the only way you can develop that confidence is by setting goals for yourself and then achieving them. Stop, dog. You're just the most wrong you could ever be on an issue. I know. Shut the fuck up. This is the one take that's going to radicalize me against you. Buddy, if you think you're the first person who has said that to me over the long fucking course of my internet commentary career, especially considering the fucking website that we're on, you're out of your dang mind. Okay? I'm not saying confidence is easy. I'm not saying it's a choice. Wait, I love you. I'm famous, but I also stand by my opinion here. I know. Listen. I've talked about this before, and I haven't really talked about it in a while, so maybe it bears repeating. I used to be so fucking insecure, I couldn't wear sunglasses. I couldn't wear hats, okay? The level of social anxiety I used to have as a fucking teenager was to that degree, because I thought if I wore a hat, everyone around would be like, look at this fucking asshole. Why are you wearing a hat? That they'd call me out, okay? I was scared to wear glasses, dude. That people would be like, why are you wearing a glass? Why are you wearing sunglasses? Who the fuck do you think you are? You think you're a celebrity? That's how fucking scared I was. Okay? Not wearing a hat prevented you from going prematurely bald? Fair. True. Saved on that front, I guess. But my point is, like, that was a legitimate, like, I'm not saying this to be like, oh, I overcame great odds by being able to wear hats. That's not the point. My point is, that's how fucking unbelievably insecure I was, okay? That is how insane I was. That's how insanely I was riddled with social anxiety. And I promise you, what you see now before you as a guy who is relatively successful at the age of 34, who looks a certain way, that's not how I came out of the fucking womb as, okay? It took a long ass time. I was a fucking fat loser chud. And in many ways, I still carry a lot of that weight with me. No pun intended. Okay? But it's just like setting goals for myself and achieving those goals, whether it be body improvement, improving my mind, improving my daily habits, and focusing on trying to, you know, be as healthy as possible. It goes a long fucking way. Many of you in this community have hopefully gone on that journey as well. Yes, I'm wearing a denim shirt. I had alcohol issues. It sucked. You know, we all go through a different version of this. Brother, I've gone on the reverse journey. It sucks. Worst part is I'm too old to do it again. No, you're not. There's no such thing. I mean, I went through it during COVID. I went back to my fat chud ways. Maybe younger you was right about the Has though. See, this is an achievement, okay? This is a profound achievement for me. I was able to fucking overcome great odds, and now I was wearing ugly ass bowler hats and shit. But yeah, at the end of the day, of course, there's no such thing as it's too late. Okay? There's no such thing. You just got to start on that journey. Put one foot in front of the next and keep going, no matter what. Okay?
Model.
Now you dressing like Jamel Bowie? I'm not even wearing a fucking hat no more. Why are you saying I'm dressing like Jamel Bowie? And also, he dresses well, so I take that.
Put it on. Got an STI. Cheesecake. No cracks. Finance groceries with Klarna and have no way to pay it back. 427 credit score. Broke maxed Goysil. Dad
The
told me
Goyim are
today he's
not
come to
all right.
terms with the fact I'm gay, and he accepts me. I'm not gay, so I don't know why he said that. Fried pickles and garlic mayo. Type W in my mom's laptop, and the first search was what happens if both parents don't want their kid in the divorce. So I'm eating her whole lamb roast and rage jerking to her romance books.
Oh my god.
This isn't even a depression meal. My mom just made me literal chum. Me think me guan take me own life. Sushi Irie. My biology professor used me as an example of inferior genetics because I was short. I have a master's degree and I earn minimum wage. Chicken burger of absolute despair. Words cannot express my anguish at my own failures. There is a dopamine hit that you get by throwing a pity party for yourself. Like when I was in high school, I made a burner account and shared a screenshot from a breakup to some Facebook group that was like depressing text out of context. Just sharing shit to strangers that you could not waterboard out of me at this point in my life. I think it may have even been a poem. I don't remember. I just tried to erase it from my memory, drinking bottles of Robitussin like it was the Men in Black Flash. And even recently, my buddy just posted on Kitchen Cells, after he got stood up for a date that he made reservations for, he took a picture of himself eating oysters alone. There's something about owning your shame and humiliation where you just remove it from yourself like a tumor and put it in a display case to be able to compartmentalize it.
Funny, eh? You see something happen to you on camera? It's like it's not even happening to you. It's like it's happening to a different person. It's crazy.
Martin Scorsese's Taxi Driver is really the first kitchen sales post. Somehow convinced a Stacy to go on a date with me. I take her to the theater close to my house, thinking we'd watch something romantic together. The face when the Foyd starts screaming at me that I'm disgusting for taking her to a porno theater. She doesn't like these type of movies. I didn't know she was a cinephile. Another day in my shitty chud life. Bowl of white bread, soaked in milk and brandy. These groups relish in their trauma and embarrassment, and instead of using these experiences as a spark to change, or at least contextualize it into something creative, they stay stuck in the muck. It becomes their whole identity, and if somebody tries to change, they pull each other down like crabs in a bucket, or gatekeep that these guys are just LARPing the sadness that they've all embraced.
Yep.
You can tell if a man is misogynistic by asking him one simple question. Is offering him any meal.
Foyd warning. How to tell if a man is misogynistic. True cell response incoming. Oh my god. Oh my god. Unfucking bearable, dude.
Has tofu in it.
If a Foyd asks me if I'll eat tofu, I am going to immediately hit her with my true cell rage. Hey buddy, I don't appreciate you LARPing, okay? You're saying
So fucking tired of fake cells on the sub whose main problems are personality. I'm 5'3" and my cock is 2 inches long. A healthy and balanced meal. Vodka and salty peanut bear bells. Those go hard, by the way. Well, not together. What is a Foyd? A Foyd is a shortened version of femoid, which is a pejorative for female, which already is like a weird thing to refer to a woman as. But that's what it is. Incels used to just call women females. Then they started calling them femoids because it wasn't like, it wasn't mean enough. It wasn't derogatory enough. And now they have shortened it to Foyd. It's funny. I think it's hilarious. I'm sorry. It's just very stupid. And you can't take it seriously. There's no way that you can look at something like that and be like, well, this is serious violence and misogyny. They do believe seriously violent misogynistic things, but that's kind of a hilarious way to approach the subject. It's so unbelievably pathetic that it is actually self-defeating. Anyway, there you go. Now, the more you know. It reminds me of the Goy brick, right? Like, it's like one of those things where it's like, oh yeah, this is like violent, dangerous neo-Nazi ideology born out of these like internet servers and internet forums where people are anonymously sharing some of the most unhinged thoughts about how Jews control everything, right? But then the final outcome of that is a guy angrily taking a photo of their Delta Economy free sugar cookie and then calling it the fucking Goy brick, saying that back in the day, before the Jews decided to feed us Goyim, the Biscoff cookies, we used to eat full 4-course meals on these planes. That's fucking hilarious. Yes, on the one hand, it's coming from a, deeply weird and often violent ideology, but it's fucking hilarious objectively. Bro, what the fuck are you saying? Also, it's objectively the funniest thing to complain about because, like, not the biggest Delta fan in general, but those Biscoff cookies are so fucking good. Oh my God.
Know them. You're acting like you are them. You're not them. Stop faking.
A woman willingly sat across from you instead of sprinting away in fear. Fake cell. She even spoke to him. What a fake cell. She looked him in the eye. That's basically sex, bro. It's all because he's a gay cell.
Thank you.
There are a lot of fake cells now. People talk about there being a MAGA cultural victory and a shift in the entertainment industry.
I did invent being a fake cell because I used to always say I'm false or I am an incel, and that is like low-key the invention of being a fake cell. I think it was like in 2017, 2018 when I started saying that. So I will take credit for that. And people would always say like, oh, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? You're actually Volcel. I was like, nah, I'm an incel, dude.
Not really. That kind of petered out.
That Kid Rock halftime show
Yeah, this
was
is the
the
Goy
most
break.
dusty, divorced-ass shit I have ever seen in my life.
I just want to catch my fish, drive my fish, drink my fish.
That's not the future, no matter how hard they try. Incel culture is what's starting to permeate the mainstream. Kanye West is like a groundhog for culture. Whatever he's doing is going to be the mainstream 5 years later.
It is true.
In 2013...
I mean, Kanye West literally invented anti-Semitism. Like, I mean, I'm jokingly saying that. Obviously, anti-Semitism was very much around, but like, he was quite literally ahead of the game. I cannot believe it because we're on the other side of it now. But he was straight up there. He was literally there, bro. It is crazy.
Critics hated Yeezus, and then by 2018, that was the sound everybody was trying to copy.
Like at
in
the
2016,
at the time, I genuinely thought like this is fucking ridiculous. Everyone's obviously gonna, say this is ridiculous. Hopefully, he gets some medical help or something. Nope. He straight up took Groyper culture to the next level, dude. He really did. He really did. And what's really interesting is in his most manic moments, he brought up Netanyahu every now and then. But literally at a peak of the anti-Semitism, he never once even talked shit about the nation state of Israel, which I find to be unfucking believable. Like at most, he said a couple things about Netanyahu. That was it. Once he actually moved into the, the full-blown, the Heil Hitler version of Kanye West, he never once said anything bad about Israel. He never said anything about Gaza except for when he said, you can't actually psyop me into giving a fuck about a free Palestine. So he was literally anti-Palestinian while he was doing the Heil Hitler shit. I always found that so strange. I'm not like expecting him to be fucking pro-Palestine, but it's like, it is kind of wild that he didn't even like accidentally arrive at those positions at all. He just straight up was like, I don't like Jewish people. Israel is fine, actually. Israel's really cool. Jewish people I don't like, but Israel is awesome. He was the OG.
He put on the red hat, and MAGA stayed a cultural force until about 2021. In 2022, he linked up with Fuentes and was entirely on the 4chan troll culture wave. So it's going to be an incel winter until at least 2027. Open Instagram Reels and tell me that's not the zeitgeist right now.
Hi, welcome to Callie Groyper Piggyverse. Imagine you're a boomer. You think, well, I bought a house when I was 20. Decided to debate the most powerful
Taylor Lorenz liked
person in Gen Z, Piers Morgan, Nick Fuentes. Psh, psh, get back to work, Piers Morgan. Oh, psh, psh.
Normie, mid-tier normie, high-tier normie. Clavicular's name, do you know what clavicular's name means?
Is it like the bone or something?
So, because...
Oh, so it's really bad that he got frame mocked because that's like his name.
Yeah.
Oh, so that's why it's brutal.
Yeah, and it's one of those... Yeah, because he got frame mocked.
Who's like the #1 gesture maxer, if you had to say, like at this company?
I'm slowly learning that being neurotypical and being a normal person, it doesn't fucking matter, because when I talk with this vernacular and I talk, say the words that I'm used to saying, which by the way is not like something intentional at all. It's just genuinely how I've...
Of course, you're well researched.
I've talked, because I was on forums for hours every single day. We'd say this lingo, so it's quite normal. And now...
It is kind of wild that Andrew Tate just gets to be an out and about rapist. And I say that because like he's literally unpunished, okay? And it's insane because like even after everybody knew he was a rapist, he still ended up raping more people, like conservative commentators like Lauren Southern. Rapist sex trafficker, sorry. Like I always find that so strange. That he just straight up, I mean, Conor McGregor was just on Jimmy Fallon. So I guess as a society, we've decided to not only look the other way when people are doing rapes, but instead just like highlight and cherish our most prized rapists. since the president is one, since the Department of War, the Secretary of War is one, we as a society have decided like, no, rape is good, I guess. How did that happen? I don't know. Like, I know people will say this has always been a byproduct of patriarchy. I understand that, but I thought, perhaps foolishly, that there was like there was levels to this. You know what I mean? Like we are unironically living in a system now where people are just like encouraging it, like we're celebrating it. It's not even like oh, you fucked up, like that was bad of you to do, wrong. Like people aren't even maintaining some sort of like social standard that like rape is a bad thing to do. It's now more so just like a celebrated, cherished event that some of the worst people engage in, and then everybody just kind of moves on from it. Very odd.
Everyone's adjusting to it, so there's no point of me trying to act like a fucking neurotypical loser. Because everyone's going to adjust to me. I don't have to adjust to them.
Well, that's it. That's right.
Even the fucking NFL is saying maxing.
Of course. Of course. You are the culture.
Netflix is saying fucking jester and all this shit. Yeah, I'll just do what I do until everyone is on my side of the aisle.
Your coworker in the office will be like, ugh, I am just fat-ass pilled. If I have another bite of this goy slop, I am going to rope max. If Elliot Rodger could live to see the day, he would feel like a ghost that just became reanimated.
I don't know if you know, but he made a tweet condemning the false claim of 250,000 rapes by Pakistani males in the UK as an obvious rapist. Wait, which side did he take? Was he saying that the Pakistanis are the only ones that are doing the rape? As a rapist who has an active rape charge in the UK, who low-key technically benefited from the United Kingdom's awful track record at prosecuting rape? That's crazy. That's like Jeffrey Epstein saying, I hate pedophiles, okay? Another thing that happened by another rapist, ironically enough. From a bygone era, of course. If Jeffrey Epstein never killed himself, I swear to God, people would see him as like a fucking unbelievably important red pill lifestyle influencer by this point. And that's not even speculation. Nick Fuentes literally sold Jeffrey Epstein merchandise. Or, well, he didn't kill himself, but you know what I mean. I just fucking accidentally said that, but like if he hadn't been fucking murdered, right? That's the new meta in Eurotrash. The only rapists are migrants.
Just like, wait, you can see me. You speak my language. You're black-pilled too? There has been a total incel cultural appropriation. I can't stop talking like that. Like, I was talking to my wife the other day and offhandedly called somebody a wagey. She goes, a what? I go, you know, like a wagey, a wage cuck? She goes, you have a slur for employed people? I'd be like, no, that's not one of the ones that I made up. That's a thing that people say. And I know that implies I do have a list of slurs that I've made up, but shut up. You don't know what those Armenians did to me. Anyway, the point is that culture is created by people.
Yeah, you have a slur for employed people is such a funny bar, but it's true. It's crazy.
Affirming and amplifying the reality that people are experiencing around them. And that reality is not good for a lot of people anymore.
So I took out 2 loans to get here today. I don't even have money for a hotel. Slept
Give
in
him
my
a big
car.
hand, guys. Homeless dude.
Give him a big hand. He's fucking homeless.
Yes, I've slept in my car the past 2 nights, but I just wanted to show up. So my question is, how do you 10x your mindset to like break through that fear of just like getting to the next point?
If you adjust what has been the trend job creation over the past, let's say 6 months, if you adjust that for what we think, our staff thinks, is the overstatement due to overcounting, effectively there's 0 net job creation in the private sector.
10 to 15% of men aged 16 to 24 are NEETs. Not employed, educated, or in training. These are the guys you get matched up with on Rocket League after a long day of work, wanting to unwind, and then these sweaty motherfuckers that have been home all day honing the blade start diddling you with flip reset musty flicks on their Smurf account.
They've lost all hope for the future and have chosen not to participate in regular society and have regulated themselves to parallel worlds. Even if you have a job, it's easy to feel like a NEET, with all the markers of adulthood and self-sufficiency being pushed back, with more and more people living at home or staying in squats with multiple roommates because of the housing market, pushing 30, reading passive-aggressive sticky notes on whose turn it was to do the dishes. People are delaying having children until they feel they're financially stable, which turns into a photo finish race on whether or not they'll have fertility issues by the time they're finally ready. Nobody even bothers saying children are the future anymore. John and Mary have been replaced by Claude and Grok. A lack of social third places that don't require you to spend half your day's pay are causing people to primarily socialize online. Instead of having some sort of social cohesion with different types of people in a community, you can be relegated to niche echo chambers online where people amplify the worst aspects of their personality. You fell into a career that you're not particularly proud of, with limited opportunities to advance. Meanwhile, you're given boomer words of wisdom that are about as applicable as somebody telling you to become a blacksmith or a milkman. Well, you just walk in, give them a firm handshake and look them in the eye, and then they'll give you a job sweeping floors. And if you stick around long enough without complaining, you could become CEO of the company.
That's how it works.
The only way to increase your salary is through job hopping and supplanting that through gig work. There's no pension or securities, and you always feel like you're on the bubble, that your job will be replaced by AI or eliminated due to downsizing after being acquired by private equity. For newer grads...
Bro, please tell me there's a way to get my mustache thicker like this guy's and yours. I'm so tired of having a wispy cuck stash, bro. Minoxidil. You can put it on your lips. Rogaine. Put me down, please. No. You wanted to be held up. You wanted to be put on the public square, and now everyone knows you got a wispy ass cuck stash, dude. But you can fix it. Just don't kiss pregnant women. I think if someone is saying they have a wispy ass cuck stash, I don't think they're going to be kissing anybody. Okay, at least until they have a real caterpillar up there. Okay, Hasan, I want you to give my mom a rug burn. Jesus Christ, dude.
Most of the entry-level jobs to get your foot in the door are being outsourced and automated, limiting upward mobility if you lack a nepotism connection. The middle class has been hollowed out. For the most part now, it's just going to be the rich and the working poor. So with any fantasy of...
Humiliated by a chat streamer in front of 22,000 people, spaghetti and meatballs.
working your way up the ladder gone, people are just in a holding pattern, biding their time and punching a clock until they can come up with their own grift or get-rich-quick scheme to escape. Selling Pokemon cards or feet pics or a kidney. I don't need both kidneys. Fuck, I'd trade an organ for a reliable car. Selling crap from Alibaba on your TikTok shop used to be the meta before tariffs patched that exploit. You can become a Section 8 landlord and take even more single-family homes off the market for young couples. You might be able to retire that way. Oh, you can organize a fake hate crime with your black friend. That way he can set up a GoFundMe, and then you set up a counter GoFundMe and say that you lost your job because of the woke.
Okay, low-key, though, the white guy would make so much more money. It's not even funny. So you'd have to literally divvy up the gains on that. Like, it's not even a joke. It literally is just the new meta. I mean, there was that one girl that went to the fucking trial. This is actually now sincerely the right-wing meta. Elijah Schaffer is like famously possibly gay, definitely had some sexual assault allegations, broke his family apart. He's like one of these fucking right-wing chuds that's like a neo-Nazi now. He literally picked a new like white girl to be his like new e-girl, and she became famous overnight because she went to the Carmelo Anthony trial, and outside of the Carmelo Anthony trial, she literally said the N-word with a hard R and then said, you know, they're chimping out or whatever, okay? And she said it with an earshot of black people, and they filmed it, and instantly after they filmed it, she became famous. That is how people try to become famous now. What I'm telling you is a real story. This is not fake. It's not made up. There are people out there monetizing white supremacy, and not like Ben Shapiro, like straight up, unvarnished, straight to the vein, chud maxing, Chud the Builder style. We are living in a horrible timeline, man.
The possibilities to make money in this country are limitless, unless you plan to do so by actually working or providing something of value to society. It's a smash and grab economy. That's why the jaded apathy is resonating so much with people. The normies are jokingly leaning into the culture, embracing how absurd it is the fact that everything is over. But the true cells deep in the trenches are desperate to escape. The malcontent found looks maxing as the cheat code to unlock all other cheat codes, and that by striving towards physical perfection, they can participate in a hyper-real version of normal society instead of being relegated to their alternative worlds. The question is, are they right? Speaking of not having any money, I also have a Patreon. I have been committing low-level fraud and breaking and entering to make these videos over the last year. This business owner doesn't know that I'm here right now. And half the videos on my channel have been demonetized. I'm fucked. Oh my god, I'm in so much fucking debt. What a horrible life decision. There's a reason other YouTubers don't put this much fucking effort in it. Anyway, that's not your problem. It's also a good deal for you, the listener, because you get access to an exclusive podcast. I've extended interviews with military veterans, a plumber talking about the world of OSHA violations, comedian friends, and an insider into the world of finance and tech startups. I also have solo podcasts, like the one where I recap the time I was interviewed by a public intellectual and media theorist, but it was the weekend after Charlie Kirk got shot, and that was the only thing I could talk about. So I derailed the whole show. I just started crashing out about Randy Fine. So that interview's never getting released. I don't know if that's the reason or there were technical difficulties. They never followed up. But I hope to do the show again someday. I had a lot of fun. I'm a big fan. Shout out Douglas and Team Human. I also have another episode that will eventually get me disappeared by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So that's staying behind a paywall. They scare the fucking shit out of me. Anyway, so it's fun stuff like that. You also get access to the Discord server, so you can hang out in the group chat, share music or conspiracy theories, or just find people to play video games with. That's how I met the plumber that I interviewed. If money's tight right now, don't worry about it. You can support the channel by just liking and subscribing. Shit, if you want, you could even clip segments from the video essays on the main channel. Throw your own ads on them. I don't give a fuck. The only thing I'd copyright strike are the Patreon episodes, because I talk massive shit on there, and that's a secret. Anyway, back to the beautiful people. A case often cited by looksmaxers as the story that blackpilled them is that of Jeremy Meeks, a Crips-affiliated career criminal from Vacaville, California, who served time for identity theft, grand theft auto, assaulting a 16-year-old, forgery, and his last conviction was for being caught with an illegal firearm in 2014. What was different with his last arrest was that the Stockton Police Department posted his mugshot on Facebook, which then accumulated over 90,000 likes. Hashtags such as Prison Bay and the Blue-Eyed Bandit spread like wildfire, with women thirsting over him in the comments.
Vanessa Vieira writing, if this guy broke into my house, I'd make him forget why he broke in within 30 seconds. Laugh out loud. Lady Santiago, I'd got 50 shades on that man. Oh, God, yes.
And within 24 hours of getting locked up, I had hundreds and hundreds of letters coming through. Oh, no.
Yo, this kind of shit doesn't happen anymore. Like, that is like a... That back in the day, even the internet was a little bit more united too. Like, because this is like the early aughts of the internet era. Like, damn, Daniel. Bro, you said Luigi? Dog. I think there was a different reason for why Luigi was a mass publicized incident. Hello? Did you guys forget what allegedly happened? I'm talking about like random guy that gets booked and then his mugshot goes viral. Like the closest you can get to this is Haktua. That's it. Luigi is a totally separate story. Like Ellen would have had clavicular on and he'd only be viral for a week. Yeah, true. I guess that still does happen. That still does happen. Clavicular is one of those examples. Hawk 2 is another one. The Nixon 4 guy. My mayor Muslim, my bagel Jewish. He kind of ripped that off of Twitter and then he became like the guy, but he's not really like popping off.
It was wild though because I was getting too many letters to where I couldn't even read them all.
Did you know Luigi is a Patrick Bet-David fan? Yes.
And so I'm passing them down the tier and now everyone's going, hey, this chick just said, and it was just too much.
Me and Luigi share that.
Yeah. I'm getting naked pictures. I'm getting money orders. All kind of money's being sent in. I'm still getting movie opportunities. While I was in the feds, I signed a deal with a management agency saying they're sending me books, The Artist's Way, the Yvonne Chubbett acting book. Like they're sending me all kind of shit.
Meeks was sentenced to 27 months in prison instead of the recommended 63, with the judge saying she wants him to take advantage of the opportunities he's been given.
He can't go to prison. He's too pretty to go to prison.
During lockup, his wife managed his Instagram account, fielding brand sponsorships and contracts, only for him to leave her to pursue modeling after he was released.
Yeah.
And shortly thereafter, he entered a relationship with
a fucking billionaire.
Daughter of a UK billionaire.
Stepped fresh out of federal prison into the limelight. You know, Maseratis and camera crews took me to the halfway house. Getting legal money is amazing. It really is. It's not stressful, you know. You don't have to worry. Getting that legal bag, oh my gosh, it changed my life. And it's easy. It's easy to get money, you know?
He was jet-setting around the world, starring in movies and walking on runways, while the mother of a 15-year-old boy that was killed by Meek's gang, protecting his girlfriend in a drive-by, had to see his face plastered across her television screen. His story showed that if people find you attractive, you can be forgiven or even exalted for doing the same thing that would cause the public to revile an unattractive person. So earlier this year, I went to Los Angeles to meet industry people because of the YouTube stuff. And I'm told when they were sent my videos, the first thing multiple people said was, he's got a good look, you know, he's quite unconventionally attractive. The fuck? I personally didn't know I was doing a goofy style, but all right, I guess I'll take it. We were watching the Beatles documentary, and then she's like, you know, I forget how ugly the Beatles were. I'm like, oh, that's crazy, because I look like all of the Beatles. But I bring that up to state the obvious, that Hollywood explicitly cares about looks. You can push through the other side too and be so weird looking that you become a commodity, but it's a reverse bell curve with the extremes on either end.
Excuse me? Yeah. You mean Emma Stone is the ugly and then Star Wars is the sexy, right? For a second, I thought he meant the other thing, which was slanderous, libel, defamation.
Being rewarded. If you're just kind of chopped and want to work in the film industry, you either got to hold the camera or get a master's degree from Harvard. It's like Chick-fil-A, women and gays in the front, and then they got the orcs working the deep fryer in the back. It's brutal, but that's what the audience wants. With Tinder and hookup apps being a lot of young people's first venture into the dating market, it makes sense that they would probably think that most people only care about looks. If you met each other in real life and hit it off, most people will overlook all that superficial shit if you vibe together. But when you're scrolling through a portfolio of potential life partners, you're placed into the mindset of a Hollywood casting director, and you're trying to cast the person that looks the part of your boyfriend or girlfriend before you get a chance to know the real them. Going back to the lack of affordable social spaces, it's hard to find an alternative. If you're lucky enough to meet a girl in school or through friends, it's a little less demoralizing. If you happen to be 5'10" instead of 6 foot, your friend is not going to filter you out from setting you up with her roommates. Someone's type is a lot more flexible when they get a chance to know the real you instead of just a collection of data points on a spreadsheet. But looks aren't completely irrelevant. Like, if you have an active lifestyle, you probably want to find somebody that's in good shape so you could do the same hobby.
Also, like, one of the things that I always am confused by is whenever people are like, oh, dude, it's just like, it's a failure. Like, it's a failure if you fucking look a certain way. You don't look hot. You're just never going to attract anybody. That's wrong. But then also on the opposing side, people will be like, looks are nothing. It's irrelevant. Like, of course it's not irrelevant. Like, you're not uncovering a deep hidden truth if you say being physically appealing to other people will give you benefits. Okay? Like, it's just another hurdle you must overcome if you're kind of chopped. It is what it is. Okay? That's it. It's just very funny when people should be like, oh, you know, people perceive you in a much kinder and much more positive way if you're physically attractive. They perceive you as attractive. It's like, wow, you don't fucking say. What other secrets have you unlocked, genius?
Together. Like, caring about your physique can be cool. Those bodybuilders that I met on Venice Beach, they were cool as fuck. They weren't like douchebags or anything. They took time out of working out to help me do my stupid little YouTube video. And then they were super supportive. They're like, oh yeah, man, you should get into lifting. It's a lot of fun. It's like super rewarding. You know, just start out slow, get on a program. I was skinny when I started, so you could do it. You know, it's no problem. The thing that I think is troubling about looks maxers compared to bodybuilders is the underlying resentment and projection. Like, bodybuilders are just in it for the love of the game. They just want to be like Hulk and like lift heavy rocks. The looks maxers see everything as this weird psychosexual power fantasy where they're always jockeying for status.
What you do is you have to set up what's called vantage points. So you would take like something. I'm not gonna put it down. So just say this is a regular book. Don't do it with a Quran. Vantage points. So you put a vantage point like here. So that way you take off the shoes and then you go. You like rest on it, and then you set up a next vantage point like right over here, and then you just make it to the bedroom. That way you're good. So that's the.
Are you trolling on the vantage point or the?
No, I'm being dead serious. A buddy, I learned that from a buddy. So
you're 6'2" doing this.
Well, yeah, bro. I mean, like, whatever takes Mog.
You're trolling, right?
No, bro.
No, you're 6'2".
Yeah, but we should be 6'3".
I'm legally 6'3" on my ID.
So let's be 6'4".
I'm good.
It's Copes. It's about excellency. Oh yeah, I'm doing good. I'm above average.
Floor is lava maxing. Or you could just be normal and be perfectly happy with being 6'2". That's also fine. You know? I often will look at shit like this and be like, how do people not understand the unbelievable insecurity oozing out of every orifice? I feel like I got different glasses on where I look at this and I can't see anything but that. It's just like beaming at me. And yet there are so many motherfuckers. There are so many people out there who actually look at this and they're like, no, these guys are fucking, they're sick. They've cracked the code. I need to be like them.
It's like, that's still only the 93rd percentile.
I want a girl to like me for my personality.
I've never heard anything so.
Don't you also have some form of body dysmorphia famously? I do. I've spent too much time in the gym not to have it. But the difference is I don't let it fucking dictate my life. You know what I mean? That's the difference. Like, yeah, look, everyone has some level of insecurity. It's normal, right? It's what you allow that insecurity to do to you that matters the most.
Okay, before.
You should get jacked for yourself, not as revenge to spite humanity. For example, Clavicular is currently doing a month-long, 24-hour-a-day live stream. I tuned in, I watched an entire day in the life of Clav, hanging out with DJ Academics. After an interview, they both went out on a party boat in South Florida together. To go off on a tangent for a second, you need to watch the public humiliation ritual of DJ Academics at sea.
Yo, I'm on an 89 tab, like kind of gooning. I'm looking for some shit. I get in the 90th. Y'all ended up kind of whacking into some crackhead porn. Now,
You ever smoke crack?
No, I don't even smoke at all. You smoke crack? No, you did.
I did once.
Why would you do that?
Hey, bro, don't ask me about a lot of things I did.
But why crack though?
Were
you with people?
I used to hang
smoking crack?
around. Yeah, I used to hang around a lot of black people.
So you were no, let's not. No.
Wait,
Clav
what?
goes to the bathroom and Academics.
Okay, to be fair, DJ Academics doesn't perceive that kind of white supremacist, not so subtle white supremacist sentiment as anything that is out of pocket.
Presses the live chat.
Yo, hold on. Am I free mogging him right now?
He's hit with fat mogging, fat maxing. One guy just started chanting slave boat for the next hour. While he's getting cyberbullied by children for clout, his pitch to 20-year-old Braden is, I'm gonna wingman for you.
Then once you get her, I got the pick of the litter for the friend. I'll get the baddest friend. Then we can trickle down the economics. I get the second baddest, and then we throw the other baddest to the rest of the squad.
Scrap maxing, scrounge pilled. He's a year older than Jesus Christ for reference. He starts scaring the hoes at unprecedented levels.
I can't believe I'm the same age as DJ Academics. That's so crazy. Oh my God. He should have been bookmaxing.
I don't know. I guess I'm good at that.
That's my best friend. I knew him since third grade.
Help me out, bro.
Third grade.
That's fired.
That's my best friend. Don't play with him. My man.
Academic starts where my hug at maxing so hard, he makes Clavicular hit a gym from the office. The live chat was the most interesting part of the situation. There were people just trolling and making jokes, but then some guys in there felt like we're engaging in some sort of fetish roleplay fantasy. They're saying things like, we gotta fuck that one. Stop talking to that slag, the mother of your children is standing right there.
Come inside of her now. Stop wasting our time. Come inside and become a father / come inside her now. Stop wasting our time. What the fuck? This can't be real. Oh, really? You think someone saying that in the clavicular kick stream chat is far-fetched? Really? Some of y'all spent too much time in here and nowhere else on the internet, it seems.
9 o'clock. They were trying to pilot him like some cuckold avatar.
Cream pie Poland.
If the conversation went on too long, they would yell,
Kill her?
Kill me. Do you just want to throw me off the edge?
Kind of.
Yeah?
Yeah, kind
Why
of.
are you saying do it?
Well, you would survive. Yeah, it'd be a clip.
We gotta throw Grace off.
Yeah.
She didn't help us.
I don't know if I would survive in this. How?
Can't swim?
at the drop of...
Is it still funny? No, that went dark. I mean, it comes from the same place, ironically enough. But that went hella dark and disturbing. But also, it's like, God, I'm not blaming the woman in this. Okay, I'm not. But also, I am a little bit, where it's like, why do you put yourself through that just to get a fucking crumb of clout? Like, what the fuck? Like, obviously, 99% of the blame is on, Clavicular, the community he's created. But also, that is genuinely something that I will never understand, where, like, people just have no, like, self-respect, where they'll just be like, nah. Damn, they've never chatted in here.
Dime, he would start berating and insulting the women if they showed any reluctance to have sex with him.
I mean, like, I'm not trying to be friends with you. Like, I'm trying to have sex with you.
Yeah, I fucking hate this Miami course.
This is where the chat became most alive.
Bro, is this why Gen Z ain't fucking? Is that what it is? Because that's how they communicate with one another. They're like, I'm just trying to fuck you right now. I'm just gonna get a fucky on. That's right. It didn't work. Wow, that's a fail, Riz. Like, is that what's going on? God, I'm old. I'm old man yells at cloud. I'm old man yells at cloud. Oh my God. Oh my God, bro. What the fuck is this cursed behavior? I mean, first of all, none of this shit should be filmed. There's no way. There's no way that you can make like Riz work well on camera. It's supposed to be an intimate moment. Okay? It's supposed to be a fucking intimate moment that no one should ever see. It's the same with like sexting. It's just never going to... When it leaves the target audience, the intended audience, which is the other person, it will never be reflected on positively, okay? That's why he's trolling for bitches. Dude, please never write that again.
Yo, what the fuck is up with your fat ass bitch? Don't push you on fucking dead.
Disrespecting women is so manly and strong. Wee woo. Disrespecting women is so manly and strong. I mean, that one's sarcastic.
Instead of Alec Manessian running over sorority girls with a van for their sin of desiring chads, Clive has become what they craved and used that to humiliate them for their hubris. You want a 6-foot-tall millionaire with a chiseled jaw? Okay, bitch, well this is how guys like me treat girls like you. He makes it clear he's aware that's what he's doing too.
I would never say that to a nice girl with who comes from a good family. I would never disrespect her like that, but a girl who's a porn star, I already know is a hoe, it's like that's the kind of thing that they're looking for anyway.
Do you feel
so
like
there's a huge difference in the way that I talk to these OnlyFans girls and the way that I talk to a girl I know comes from a good family. Is
why is there no like reverse clavicular? Like a guy who's just being kind to people. Oh God, I'm so lame. I'm literally my parents. I've become like, this is such a dad thing to say. And I just fucking blurted it out. And I didn't even realize when I was blurting it out, I didn't even realize I was being lame as fuck. I'm Unk. I'm fucking Unk, man. I'm straight up Unk.
in school, she's a good person. So there's really a difference there.
Now, a lot of these girls are extremely rude and annoying, to be clear.
He's not my boyfriend. He broke up. He's not our influencer, but...
Oh, is it?
His name is Benny. He's like known for saying like the N-word.
But he doesn't seem to grasp that he's just the male version of the worst woman on earth. In one clip, he's genuinely distraught seeing a man getting humiliated by a dominatrix.
Get out, come on. What the fuck? Get the fuck up, dude. What the fuck?
Being sincerely offended at the plight of a fellow man. Oh, that's so funny.
What the fuck are you? You're just trying to embarrass this poor dude. What the fuck is wrong with you? No, you're trying to embarrass this guy, and it's disgusting what you're doing.
Oh my God, he got so autistic. Oh my God. Oh my God, he got so autistic. That's so funny. There's that one clip of him seeing penguins and then going, oh, penguins. That and this moment now are etched into the back of my fucking mind as like peak autism moments. Okay, when he got like super sincere about defending men's rights. Let the cuck go along with his fetish, dude. Captain Sable, bro.
You're taking advantage of him, right? Because men are down bad. No. Men are down bad, and you know that, and you're trying to take advantage of them.
This guy could be reverse clav.
But then he brings his 18-year-old girlfriend on Fresh and Fit and attacks her for not cooking and cleaning enough while he tries to fuck other girls in front of her.
All right, Lily, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Where are you from?
I'm from Ohio. Originally.
To be honest, I'd rather ask Clav these questions. I don't like to talk to women if their boyfriend's in the room.
There you go.
I don't want to sound like an asshole, but like I look at it like, you know, the man
respect.
is the owner, so it's like we talk to the man.
He's in charge.
We don't care to really talk to the woman if the man's in the
Sick.
room.
Yeah.
Very
So-
respect.
Sick, dude. That's fucking alpha, dude. That's so fucking sick. I love being like this. It's performative misogyny. Like, I genuinely look. Do I think that the Fresh and Fit guys are violently misogynistic? Absolutely. Do I think that they are hamming it up as a performance? Yes. I'm telling you, like, there is, you know how there's America A, America B? There's the Internet B. Okay? And on Internet B, this behavior is like the beacon of masculinity. It's like championed as though you're vice signaling. You're vice signaling, and a lot of fucking insecure losers on the internet sit around and watch this shit and go, yo, this guy's fucking dominating women in the ways that I wish I could, you know? He's doing it for us. And these guys don't even realize, like, oh, we're owning the women. We went from owning the libs to owning women in general. And they don't realize that they become unbelievably repulsive individuals in the process.
Yeah, dude, that's just kind of how it is, man. I think women are to be seen and not be heard, to be honest with you. So she's 18 in Ohio. What does she do?
Yeah.
She works for you, basically.
Nothing. The fact that you sleep until 3 in the afternoon. You don't iron my clothes. It's like, I've had fucking frozen waffles, every single meal for the past, month basically, and I haven't had a single hot plate of food made for me. When I sent you out,
that's not
yeah,
true.
it's unbelievable.
You
It's unbelievable.
do get food
Unbelievable.
made from me. I know there's things that need to be done, but I want to make it very clear that I love him to death. I would do literally anything for him.
Nobody's down to that. You just need to be more useful.
I would go to the ends of the earth to do whatever he needs. But
okay, just go to the ends of a microwave, heat up some waffles properly, and then it'll be good, bro. Go to the ends of the kitchen and heat up the food.
I just want to say, but I just started a relationship like this. I've never been in a relationship where I didn't have to work and that I had to just stay home and do all the house duties and things like that. I'm 18 years old. My mom has always done everything for me. Like, I'm learning.
Right.
I'm learning, and I don't really think I'm doing too bad.
Okay, listen, like, I'm not trying to be a dickhead, but when the chores aren't done, when my laundry isn't, my bed isn't made,
it is.
It's just like I lose.
Stop interrupting him when he speaks, please.
I lose attraction. It's like I can't even get my dick hard to fuck you. Like, that's so disrespectful. So disrespectful.
Yeah, you can't get your dick hard because you've abused steroids at such an early age that you're infertile. Like, that's probably got something to do with it.
You're being disrespectful right now.
That was pretty But it is. Everything
You're like
is
being
done.
actually disgusting right now.
No,
it's not
no,
even
it's crazy.
disrespectful. You're being nasty
It's
and
crazy.
gross.
It's crazy. It's actually
Everything
crazy.
is done. That house doesn't have a speck on it.
No.
Also, you're a gay man.
Just berating her.
Probably
let her be.
I mean, he is also a gay man. I think that probably has that probably plays a role in it.
One of the girlfriends, but have another one that does chores and shit.
You know in your heart that you want to go
kind
out
of
with me, you want to ditch your boyfriend, and you would go on the date. You're just being performative for the podcast. I know women.
I don't do that in front of your girlfriend. I would never want to go out with a guy like you that treats his. This is your
She's a beautiful
like, you're
woman.
beautiful,
Like,
bro.
I'm talking about, this is what I mean. When I say, literally, I talk about this in my book. Why I'm deserved less.
Men are pussies, dude. Holy shit.
trust
If
you guys keep as a.
Hold on. Shut up for 2 seconds. Literally, I talk about this shit in my book, chat.
At the end of the night, he goes back to his condo and watches clips of himself from the evening, while he makes the girl he brought home watch him lose money during his contractually obligated gambling session on stake. The verticality of his business model is he then offers a course to teach boys how to live this type of life through his beauty routine for $50 a month. Premium subscribers can submit videos of themselves for him to analyze and recommend different routines or surgeries to optimize their facial harmony score.
What can I help you with?
When I see shit like this popping off on the internet, I do realize why I have so many fucking haters, though, because everything is geared towards creating and monetizing deep pits of despair. Like, of course, all these motherfuckers hate me. Like everything I tell you in my community and those who like encounter my content is to do the exact opposite of this shit and like run away from this stuff to the best of your ability. I don't sell you nothing. I tell you, you know, not to fall for fucking scams. And then I think like there's a level of anger that some of these other people have, even if they're not like, even if they don't give a shit about what I'm doing or my politics or whatever, but they're like, well, I wanted to do a fucking gambling sponsorship. Why the fuck are you talking shit about gambling sponsorships? Fuck you. You know?
You want to start looks maxing? Okay. Well, I would say that the best place to start would be with some sort of dental work, right? You've got a little, I can't really see from this far away, but you know, if you want to show me a little bit closer, we're either looking at some sort of dental gap between your front teeth or a missing tooth. So you're going to have to tell me which it is. Which is it? The first? Is it a missing tooth? Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, fair enough. I appreciate you tuning in. So thanks, man. Hopefully you get that situated, and you know, keep up with the looks maxing, my guy.
He's clarified he doesn't recommend some of his more extreme procedures.
I always speak out against recreational drugs. I say, hey guys, don't do stimulants, don't do fucking this, don't do that. But I do it. So it's like, yeah, in a way I'm promoting it, but you know, I'm in any unironic context, I'm speaking out against it. So it's kind of difficult, but like, I really just don't want the responsibility.
It's not that different from a consultation with a normal personal trainer. It just has an extreme marketing campaign.
In the morning, if my jaw looks a little weak, I'll bone smash to strengthen it. My ratios are nearly golden now. Testosterone for muscle growth. Disoxin as for appetite suppression. Glutathione for health maxing.
What?
Peptides for anti-aging and collagen production. Melanotan 2 for healthy glow. IGF-1, HGH, retatrutide for leanness. Your task.
Don't us boys all do this? Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm doing all the maxing. I'm maxing and relaxing.
Stridin minoxidil for hair maintenance. When it comes to ascension, if you're not looks maxing, you're not life maxing. And if you're not life maxing, you're nothing.
I think a lot of the doomerism stems from a growing number of people.
How are you doing? Muscle growth on appetite suppressants? He's doing steroids. He's cycling. He actually got off his cycle and literally shrunk. I don't know if you guys saw. Disoxin is a medically prescribed methamphetamine, by the way, Law. Is for people whose ADHD is so bad that even Adderall doesn't work. Keck W, not flaming. Those who genuinely do need it medically, though. Me, a trans man, realizing that transitioning is just looks maxing. No, I've said this already. Clavicular is male to male trans. Like straight up. It's gender affirming, a lot of the stuff that he's doing, but it's like, you know, beyond what you would probably perceive as like normal levels of gender affirming care. Disoxin is way stronger than Addy, much more addictive, faster activing.
Not engaging with fiction anymore. I'm seeing more and more people
Yeah,
saying
and now he's the first male to male. He was the first male to male transitioner, and now he's the first male to male detransitioner. Actually, literally, he's doing. I mean, he's still doing like surgery and stuff, but he's like gotten off some of the hormone therapy, and now he just looks so tiny.
that they don't watch movies, television, or even listen to music.
For any of the pop culture references, we are
you don't know
20 years
shows.
apart. No.
You don't know any shows or movies.
Not like anything before like 2015.
So like Transformers like 4.
No.
No.
I think that's.
What's your favorite movie?
Favorite movie? Oh, that's a tough
Or it's
one.
Jester. Movies are Jester?
Movies are kind of Jester.
This guy. Titanic. Have you seen it?
No.
Haven't seen it at all.
Wasn't that before I was born? Was it not?
Well, it sank before you were born.
No, but the movie is it?
God, yes, it was. What
Yeah. Okay. So like, what?
Fucking
do I go back?
Transformers 3? What do you want me to say? I'm trying to go through like the big famous movies.
Yeah,
You never had any interest in like understanding
They're
what...
just a waste of time. Bro, before I was 18, I didn't even listen to music because I was like, this is a waste of time. I should watch more YouTube. If you want to make great YouTube videos, you just watch YouTube.
You
and
gotta
study
be a
it.
little retarded.
So like a 2-hour movie, you could watch like.
I'm so fortunate, dude. Like, actually, because in some ways, I do something not dissimilar to these guys, to both Mr. Beast and Clavicular, but my autism did not lead me down the path where I want to like min-max and looks-max or algo-max like Mr. Beast is doing. And instead, I've decided to go on a journey of socialism maxing, which actually does force me to go outside, be normal, be around other people, interact with them, and it forces me to, you know, work on things that I think are truly beneficial for others and not just simply beneficial for my YouTube channel or my immediate perception.
20 YouTube videos, and you get exponentially smarter doing that, you know?
Forget books, those are obviously out for those guys. But they're forgoing literally any form of narrative fiction or storytelling. They'll just play competitive video games like League of Legends or Counter-Strike to occupy their body, while streamers and podcasts occupy their mind. It makes sense people would embrace superficiality if that's how they're interfacing with society. People are more informed than ever about how things are, but aren't very interested in how things could or should be. People used to watch shows like Malcolm in the Middle that would showcase the lives of lower middle-class families, and while it was over the top and hilarious, it would teach life lessons. Not by being self-righteous and preachy with pious characters always doing the right thing, it was the exact opposite. They would make the wrong decision constantly, and the show would explore the ramifications of that. If they pulled off some immoral scheme to get what they want, they would have to live with the consequences of all the people they hurt and betrayed. Usually with the realization that what they wanted ultimately doesn't make them happy, and it wasn't worth how it made the people around them feel. It would pose questions such as, how should you treat your friends? Why is it bad to cheat? When should you be honest with your parents? Outside of fiction, if somebody starts talking about morality, they'll be hit with gay. These things don't register from somebody lecturing you about it with finger wagging and statistics. They need to tell a story so you could put yourself in somebody else's shoes. Especially for boys who don't really develop empathy until they do mushrooms or reach their mid-20s. Like, your teacher could tell you not to make fun of the slow kid all they want. We even had to have an assembly one time in elementary school with everybody except for Kevin, because people were going up to him and lying that there was going to be a fire drill, and he would freak out and throw his desk at the window to try to break it and escape. And it was like ding-dong ditching, where people would dare each other.
Do you wear glasses or are they performative? Yeah, no, I wear glasses performatively. Yeah, I can see. I have perfect vision. I just chose to vision cuck myself. I'm glass maxing.
To whisper it to him just to see him get wound up. It still didn't get through to everybody after the assembly to cut it out. But then we would read Flowers for Algernon in class, and they would spend hours reading journal entries from the perspective of somebody with special needs getting picked on, and it would break their heart for it to really sink in what they were doing to this guy, and how he had processed that noise differently than everybody else, and how overstimulating it was, and it had this all-encompassing fear take over in him.
Fiction takes you outside of yourself, and if that's entirely missing from your life, I think things can start to veer towards sociopathy.
You said something that I love and I never hear other entrepreneurs talk about, but I think it's super important, that you don't have any levels of introspection.
Yes, zero, as little as possible.
Why?
Oh my God. Well, Mark Andreessen, Tech Ghoul, is obviously egg maxing. He's also villain maxing.
Move forward.
I just will never understand how someone's head could be formed this way.
Go. Yeah, I don't know. I found people who dwell on the past get stuck in the past. It's a real problem, and it's a problem at work, and it's a problem at home. And you probably know if you go back before 100 years ago, it never would have occurred.
I didn't know you would see that. I
Like,
can because I'm wearing glasses.
I mean, just all of the modern conceptions around introspection and therapy and all the things that kind of result from that are, kind of manufactured in the 1910s, 1920s.
Say more about that.
Great men of history didn't sit around doing this stuff at any prior point, right? It's all a new construct. 1910s, 1920s, Freud and all that entire movement, and kind of turned all that inward and basically said, okay, now we need to basically second guess the individual. We need to criticize the individual. The individual needs to self-criticize, right? The individual needs to feel guilt, needs to look backwards, needs to, dwell on the past. It never resonated with me.
They're not seeing American culture mediated through the optimism of somebody like Norman Lear, who would critique the problems in society and parody the culture, while also offering prescriptive solutions, which is to love your family and friends and try to operate honestly as a citizen in a dishonest world. The younger generation are starting to see society for what it is, rather than the mythology and idealism cultivated through art. The objective rationality of a weaponized autist embodied a parody that created a hyper-real mirror of society. When laid threadbare, their diagnosis of the culture is accurate. The good guy is rarely rewarded for their virtue. There's no justice. It just comes down to raw power.
Everybody at some point is blue-pilled, or what I like to call it, Disney pill. Now, why do I call it the Disney pill? Prince that falls in love with this maid, or this girl that's extremely sweet, and there's butterflies in the air, and she falls in love with him despite him being
Bro, I
homeless.
swear this guy was like not as insane back in the day. Because I would see his clips every now and then, and I always thought it was like kind of strange that he was like so obsessed with the way people look and stuff. But I'm not joking when I say I think his starting point was more so about like self-improvement. And then it just completely fucking took this insane turn. And now he's just like this red pill fucking weirdo guy. Every single one of these guys turns into this demon.
But because of their kind-heartedness, they're given, a chance at romance and a beautiful life with a significant other. It doesn't matter what you look like, how tall you are, or anything about you, as long as you're a kind-hearted person, you've got a great shot at life. But sadly, that's not the case. The world just doesn't work that way. And then your little scrawny body starts to flare about on the internet. And you start to question reality. You start to question...
Oh my God, yeah. Yeah, that's how you find out about the real world. I mean, that's a big revelation right there. You start encountering the real world on the internet. Yeah, well, now we know why he is the way he is.
yourself, the blue pill is just hope. It's cope. It's not real. It's the red pill. You start seeing red because you realize society doesn't work like blue pill wants it to. And as a result, you stumble on red pill content. So when you take the red pill, what's happening is you're simply waking up from this simulation. You're accepting that the world isn't equal. You're breaking away from this mainstream blue pill narrative, and you're accepting that, hey, other factors do matter. The whole idea and concept is that a man
How come nobody told him not to just wear the vest? You can't be raw dogging the vest, man. You gotta put the suit jacket on. Because if you're just raw dogging the vest without the suit jacket, you just kind of look like a host of a restaurant. You know?
built.
I'm suit maxing, so this is the type of shit that I care about nowadays. You know what I mean?
He has to earn his value. It also introduces the idea of hypergamy. And the idea of hypergamy is that Chad plays with 90% of girls while the 10% are passed around with the guys that are below Chad. Despite doing all these things, you're not leveling up. For some reason, for some odd reason, you're not leveling up. And you feel like life has kind of hit you with a wall, despite you having all these things that these red pillars are talking about, the money, the status, all these little things. And for some reason, your life still doesn't reflect that of a Chad, that top 10%. And another breach happens in that bubble. And you're curious again, like that monkey, Curious George, and you reach your hand out into the void. Enter.
The black pill is this. It's a fatalistic acceptance that certain hierarchies are biological, immutable, and rigged against you from birth, and that your value as a man, especially your romantic and social value, is largely determined by factors outside of your control. Your height, your bone structure, your genetic lottery ticket. And once you see the world through that lens, once you accept this framing as truth, everything else starts to feel like coke.
You're saying that humans need fantasies to make life bearable?
No. Humans need fantasy to be human. To be the place where the falling angel meets the rising ape.
With tooth fairies, hogfathers.
Yes. That's practice. You have to start out learning to believe the little lies.
So we can believe the big ones?
Yes. Justice, mercy, duty, that sort of thing.
They're not the same at all.
You think so? Then take the universe and grind it down to the finest powder and sieve it through the finest sieve, and then show me one atom of justice, one molecule of mercy. And yet, you try to act as if there is some ideal order in the world, as if there is some rightness in the universe by which it may be judged.
But people have got to believe that. What's the point?
You need to believe in things that aren't true. How else can they become?
I don't know what pill this is, but the black pill or the red pill is equally as made up as the optimistic Pixar story blue pill. Your belief in it is the pillar that supports it. The Constitution only exists because millions of people agree on its legitimacy. You don't actually have rights granted to you by God. Did God change his mind on Hawaiians in 1959? Your rights are granted to you by your neighbors, who believe with every fiber of your being
That's what
that
happened.
there's certain
And also, God gave me the right to have a gun. And also to be able to say whatever I want without repercussions, except for speaking out against the nation state of Israel. That God didn't allow me to have that right. So there are limitations of the First Amendment. Just don't offend the sensibilities of people who love the nation state of Israel, my emotional support apartheid state. But other than that, you're good.
Ways that people aren't allowed to be treated, and they'll die for that fiction, in theory. It's equally important to believe in things like love and romanticism, and your determination to love other people is what perpetuates that as a concept in society. Oh, that's just cope. Yeah, everything is cope until it happens. The gravity cells thought going to the moon was cope. My father-in-law has been listening to a lot of Joe Rogan, so that's, allegedly. But still, fucking inventing penicillin, Mog the germ cells. You have to cope if you want anything to change. So be delusional. Short cells. Inshallah, you will get some pussy from a nice girl. I believe in you. Oh, the world doesn't work the way you think it does. Yeah, maybe for some people and maybe for now, but reality is an agreed upon delusion. If you acquiesce that the world is a terrible place and you just need to get yours by any means necessary, you're just turning yourself into one of the pillars that supports the society that you despise. You get cheated on once and decide all women
He is
are
Hasanabi,
whores,
yes.
and treat every girl going forward as
What do you mean, bro might be Hasanabi head? He is. He literally said you get writing credit in the comments. We've watched his videos before on the broadcast, and he's done the same thing where he wrote a comment.
Disposable, even though they did nothing to you, and you just continue that cycle of cruelty. If you're jaded and bitter after being rejected for trying to show love, you need to persist in spite of that and be the change that you want to see.
Do not cast judgment on me, my friend.
I love this video.
How are you? For my heart bleeds on this morn. My lady, she has left me.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Heed my warning, friend. Do not get lost in the gardens of love. For the roses bloom bright, but their thorns cut deep.
Well, how come you won't get another lady?
I already have my friend. And she is not so quick to abandon me.
Oh, well, I mean, we could always have other fun ways to make you feel better, you know?
Yeah, like what?
I love singing karaoke, like, High School Musical.
Are you a good singer?
Maybe.
He broke character.
Yeah, I like to sing a lot.
Do you want to sing some karaoke?
I'm not doing much of anything. I could let's go sing.
Okay. Well, let me see what time it is.
Okay.
This makes me feel fucking. I'm so corny. I'm so corny. I'm so cheesy, but it makes me feel good. I don't even care if it's fake.
Do you have any advice for someone who also has a bit of an unrequited love theme in their life?
The one who's
Oh my God, is this hope maxing? Is this hope maxing? I believe it's real. I believe it's real. I don't give a shit. Okay? It's hope maxing. See, that's like the reverse pill of whatever the fuck these dumbasses on the internet are selling you, that everything sucks. That human beings are supposed to be vicious to one another. Anonymity on the internet breeds this kind of resentment. There's constant envy. There's constant hatred all around you. There's so much negativity that if you spend a good deal of time on the internet, you forget that like human beings are very kind to one another in the real world. Okay? We got to get hope pilled. The white pill is Jester, bro. Well, fuck it. Then Jester Max. Okay? Because guess what? The Jester is the happiest of them all.
Wins.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you get your heart broken. You're living. When you're feeling, you're alive. The sun doesn't care whether the grass appreciates its rays, right? It just keeps on shining. That's you.
That's actually, I'm going to get that tattooed on my forehead, I think. I love you.
I love you too.
The Looksmaxers are a Greek tragedy. Their entire life has been flattened to quantitative indicators instead of qualitative. The hyper-capitalist framing of life has reduced basic human experiences like love, friendship, and self-worth to be nothing more than variables in an equation. What the Looksmaxers have done is inverted Buddhism to become something of shadow monks. Instead of denouncing worldly possessions and relinquishing their ego to free themselves from the shackles of earthly desires, they've come to the conclusion that there's nothing but worldly possessions in the cultivation of the ego. They're aiming for an unreachable goal. There's always a bigger Mogger out there. They're trying to get as close to godliness or Ziz or Matt Bomer as possible, but they'll never reach it. They find fulfillment in the pursuit, at least for now. Like wishing on a monkey's paw, all of Clavicular's wildest fantasies have come true, and he's living the life he's always thought he deserved. This is the life.
I'm not a character. I'm not a well-developed character. This is a fucking horror story, right? I wish that I wasn't a fucking autist doing this rant right now. I wish I was walking around the dining hall like a normal kid, like a normal motherfucker, hanging out with my buddies in college, right? Even if it's cope, even if college is the dumbest fucking thing known to man, I wish I had that experience and you guys took that away from me. So this is what you get. This is not character development. This is a horror story.
Clavicular seems super unhappy all the time. Yes, dude, because he is literally trapped in a nightmare of his own creation. Destined to be lonely all the time, surrounded by so many people. It's no way to live.
Manipulated me. I keep falling for it. Can't do this.
Wait, isn't he crying like this because his burger had a slice of cheese in it or something?
Can't do this. It's like...
Yeah, I live with my grandma. Yeah, I miss living with my grandma. I like hanging out with my grandma more than I like hanging out with anyone these days, to be honest with you. I'd rather go back to that.
Since you've been out for 40 hours straight.
Dad, I'm trying to make money.
Who cares about money? I don't give a thing money.
I care about money.
Alright, well, if you die making it, I'm just gonna spend it. We're just concerned about you, that's all.
No, man, you're not concerned about me. You're threatening me.
I'm not gonna sit here and fucking complain about it any more than I am right now, right? So that experience got taken away from me by you guys, right? That experience, I will never get to live the normal life of a normal kid. So I'm gonna try to mug. I'm gonna try to basically do whatever the fuck it takes to mug.
When did you last take blues?
Yeah, he OD'd on camera here. It was crazy.
You want natty?
You want an Addy?
It's so crazy because the dude's first reaction is, "Do you want an Addy?"
You want an Addy?
Rescue 16 trying to respond. 20-year-old male overdose. Rescue 16 trying to respond. 20-year-old male overdose.
This is what it was all for. As long as people keep watching and he keeps gambling on stake, Ed Craven will keep signing his checks until he's in jail or overdoses again. He's still only 20, so now that he's reached the mountaintop, once he has time to stop and take a deep breath, he might have a clearer view of what's really important in life.
Did you ever think that maybe there's more to life than being really, really, really ridiculously good looking?
Do you know what you used to be? No, Alec, what did I used to be? Nice. You used to be nice. Didn't you not? And now, do you know what you are? Not nice. Oh, well. I suppose niceness doesn't last then, does it, Porrick? Well, I tell you something that does last. What?
And don't say something stupid like mogging.
Mogging lasts.
Knew it!
And fame lasts. And money lasts.
So does niceness. Do you know who we remember for how nice they was in the
21st century.
Who? Absolutely no one.
Yet we all remember Tamagas of the time. Everyone to a man knows Clavicula's name.
I don't, so there goes that theory. And anyway, we're talking about niceness. Not what's his name. And my mommy, she was nice. I remember her. And my daddy, he was nice. I remember him. And my sister, she's nice. I'll remember her forever. I'll remember her. And who else will? Who else will what? Remember Siobhan and your niceness. No one will. In 50 years' time, no one will remember any of us.
Yet the mogging of a man that lived 2 centuries ago.
Yet, she says like he's English.
I don't give a feck about clavicula. No, androgenic.
Or any of them funny name feckers. I'm Porrick Sullivan. And I'm nice. So you'd rather be friends with this fella, would you? Fella who beats his own son black and blue every night that he's not fiddling with him.
I never told him that, Daddy. He's just drunk now.
You used to be nice. Or did you never used to be? Oh, God. Maybe you never used to be.
All right. Are you an anti-Semite? Anyway, that's a good note to end it on. I will show you these last 48 seconds of what it feels like to be clavicular real quick. Clavicular got upset
So
and
you
had
know
to
it's
leave
former.
after being called gay for getting plastic surgery.
He knows matching.
You know what I'm saying?
He said he wanna look like a bad bitch. He wanna look like a bad bitch.
What do you think about plastic surgery?
You nose fishing.
Gay?
For sure.
Well, if it gets you more girls, how's it get?
Because a grown man should be worried about, should not get any surgery towards anything in his body.
What should a grown man be worried about?
How do you accept it takes time to get better?
Have your child, she's gonna think
I've lived it. That's it.
their nose is gonna be like that, and it's not. You catfishing before. Nose fishing.
There's going to be no child to begin with if your nose looks too wide, you know what I mean? So it's like you have to look max in order to
That's
find
not
a
true.
partner. Yes.
I'm pretty sure you had bitches when you had a wide nose.
I have bitches because I'm famous as fuck and I have everything else.
So there was a point of getting a nose in.
So now I'm like even better.
Nah, you got a nose edit.
Nose edit. Anyway, everybody, love you all, and I will see you tomorrow, as always. All right. Damn, we did 8 hours today, full day, no half day Hossy. Happy Juneteenth to all. And I'll be live tomorrow, as always, same time, same place. You already know what it is. And yeah, we'll do some more fun stuff as well. I think they're asking for advice.
We'll help all your lawns real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. What can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll do your advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.